Good evening, Paterson. Good evening to my council, Cali. On behalf of the Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop section this November 7th at 6:30 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the workshop session of November 7th, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Present.
Councilman Jackson,
Here.
Councilman Kalik,
Here.
Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Udine,
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez, Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read the statement of compliance.
Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2024-25, meeting date November 7, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, the Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, before we start this meeting, it is a blessing for us to have Reverend Albert Steele from the Pastor Seminary Baptist Church, who's going to put this event in the hands of God. So let's welcome Reverend Steele.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To the governing body, can I invite you to stand for those who can? We thank God today for life, health, and strength. Father God, we are grateful that it's in you that we live, move, and have our beings. We thank you, O God, for this governing body who come day in and day out to make sacrifice for service. Thank you for this city. We thank you for pray that you will give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Continue to bless them both with health and strength. We thank you for their faith. We thank you for their family. We thank you, God, for their prosperous future. This we humbly ask with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you. Continue to serve my sisters and brothers.
Thank you, Reverend Steele. Thank you so very much for putting this great meeting in the hands of God. You are a blessing for the city of Paterson and for the entire Passaic County. May God continue blessing you with long life and health. And you look great, by the way. Thank you, Council Cali. Before we start with payment of bill, Councilman Jackson has a presentation.
The flag salute, Council President.
It's even though it's a workshop and it's televised, I will allow to Councilman Fariuddin from Councilman Alaj Fariuddin to do the flag salute for this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman
President, thank you, Reverend, for your time and for leading the prayer. Again, I appreciate your time. Thank you, Reverend. We want to see you more often. Come to the City Council. Thank you, Reverend. Thanks. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Now we have a quick presentation.
Thank you, Council President, and Council members. So many, I don't know which. Okay, I guess there. many of the community, no, not now, no, that's not now. Many of the community may or may not know I had injured myself and I had to have surgery. So although I did not miss a council meeting, I wasn't able to attend an outing that we had in the city, and it was for Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Olivares, can you help me out, please? So in my place, I had my trusted aide, controversial trusted aide, stand in for me. But I wanted to make sure I not allow this moment to go unserved. I did have an opportunity to watch it. I was extremely disappointed, as I was number 5 on the list to be heard. It was held to the very end, and the family of young Angel was not able to stay. And for those who may not know, Angel was the young man who was struck by a vehicle while riding a motorcycle, and he lost his life, unfortunately. So I do have his father here with us this evening, and I wanted to make sure that because I wasn't able to attend it, I personally had an opportunity to present this to the family, because you know, it was an emotional day for them, and because they was forced to wait through the entire event, while there was a lot of celebrating going on, and I do understand it's a very celebratory moment, but there was dancing and things of that nature, and their family just wasn't up for that at that moment, so they chose to leave. But I do want to allow his father to come up to be able to present this plaque to him and his family in recognition of their son's death. And because of his father's, he does not speak English, I will allow Mr. Olivares to translate to the Spanish-speaking public, as well as to the father of Angel.
Thank you, Councilman. Él me cedió el micrófono para que tradujera lo que dijo, y en esencia lo que dijo fue que se sintió muy ofendido por la manera que se le faltó el respeto a tu familia, y pues está aquí para presentarte esto en el nombre del concilio y en el nombre de la ciudad. Y yo de mi parte quiero agregar, José, que ese día se trató a tu familia como si la muerte de ese niño no hubiera valido nada. Pero yo te digo y hablo por los residentes, por los latinos aquí en Paterson, y te digo que sí vale, que ese niño estuvo aquí, y aquí te entregamos constancia. Y te pido perdón por la comunidad, particularmente la comunidad dominicana, que te faltó el respeto, y el nombre de tu hijo no fue mencionado ni una sola vez. Así es que en nombre de la comunidad latina, hermano, te pido perdón.
Gracias, hermano, gracias.
¿Qué habla?
No, está bien.
Gracias.
Councilwoman Pemberton Bill, Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, if I may, it really disheartens me to hear and understanding Councilman Jackson not being there as we all had an honoree. But I, as a Latina female, all right, he did not really translate what you stated, okay? And so I feel offended. Yo me siento ofendida con el señor Olivares, que acaba de decir que nosotros le faltamos respeto a usted y a su familia. Jamás, yo como madre tengo un hijo. Así que en ningún momento me da mucha tristeza que lo que dijo el concejal a lo que dijo el señor Olivares agregó más cosas. Así que el momento del Día de la Hispanidad es para celebrar a las personas que trabajan en la ciudad, y sí es un momento festivo. El concejal decidió que él quiso darle honor a su hijo difunto. En ningún momento, ningún concejal aquí, estoy hablando yo como madre, como concejal, no se le faltó el respeto. Lo que sí es cierto lo que dijo el concejal Jackson, que él estaba en un número y como él no estaba, se siguió dando a las otras personas. Eso sí es verdad. Habían personas que no estaban, que estaban último y lo tuvieron que dar al frente porque las personas se tenían que ir porque tenían otros eventos. Así que disculpa, pero discúlpame, la traducción del señor Olivares no es exactamente lo que pasó. Y yo no quiero que usted se vaya de aquí pensando que nosotros como comunidad representantes de la ciudad no queremos, honramos el nombre de su hijo. Así que tenía que decir eso, no lo puedo dejar adentro, no fue así, ¿ok? Y disculpen. Thank
Council
you,
President.
thank you, no, thank you very much. Let us not extend,
continue
please,
with the payment
because
of
this is
bill,
gonna
Councilwoman Davila.
become, this is gonna become a bigger issue. I think I spoke for all of us, all right?
You didn't
And,
speak
know-
for me.
No.
I asked for the floor.
No, you don't have the
Ask
floor.
for the floor.
You don't have the
Councilman
floor.
Jackson.
Councilwoman Davila, continue with the payment of bill,
Councilman
please.
Jackson, what I'm saying is what you stated, right?
I understood everything you said,
Councilwoman
Councilwoman.
Davila, you,
But
Yo
the
entiendo
words that were
español
being
también.
Yo no-
used
no
by your
necesito
aide
un
are
interpretador.
inappropriate, and to specifically say Dominicans, let's not do that. We
Listen,
continue to
my
divide each other.
people have
Councilwoman
the right
Davila,
to
Councilwoman Davila,
speak.
you have the floor to do a payment of bill.
Okay,
There's no other discussion in this chamber other than payment of bill.
Okay.
To start with this agenda, we
Council
have
Thank you very
to
much,
do one
Council
item.
President.
What she
Payment
just
of
spoke
bills.
about was not
Councilwoman
the
Davila,
payment of
payment of
bills.
bill.
What she
Okay.
just spoke about was
Council,
not
you
the
don't have
payment
the
of
floor.
bills.
Councilwoman
You
Davila,
just
payment of
allowed
bill.
her to go on and on and on,
Payment of
speaking
bill.
another language in a public session. And
Councilwoman
what she was
Davila,
speaking about was
payment of
not
bill.
a part of
Councilwoman
payment of
Davila.
bills. That's
Okay,
fine.
so,
Payment of bill.
I have my
council
moment.
members, thank you very much. Everyone has the payment of bills, the summary in front of you, and that amount is $28,915,471.86. That was a payroll week, and that payroll was $5,433,443.34. This payment of bills has a big payment to county taxes of $15,615,051.58, in addition to some other grants being paid, just making a total of the computer checks of $23,482,028.52. The payroll, once again, $5,433,443.34, making that a total of $28,915,471.86.
Second.
Motion to.
Moved by
for payment of
Councilwoman
bills.
Davila, second by Councilmember Les. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
I'm sorry, I just also want to make, there also is a Passaic Valley storage fee for $3,657,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilman Luis Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $28,915,471.86. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna rescue myself from this payment of bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a few items to,
Those speakers are heading over here, that's why.
Ralph, I think you have to move that speaker, move it forward.
Yeah.
Further to the left, I believe so.
There you go, there you go.
Okay, that will help. Thank you.
amazing how everyone is a professional in other people's fields, but yet we're failing the community here. And Señor, perdóname. Este momento es un momento que habla con el nombre de su hijo solo. Because his son's name was neglected to be mentioned is the reason why today's occurrence needed to take place. I allowed Mr. Olivares, who stood in my place, who essentially was very disrespected as a council person. I have the right to have my representative there to represent me as if I was there. He was placed in the back. I watched the event. He was placed in the back, then he was placed to the rear of the agenda. He was not treated the way I would have been treated if I was there. There was a moment on the agenda where I was supposed to speak. He should have been allowed to speak on my behalf. He was not. He was removed. So, again, I'm not a puppeteer. I'm not here to put words in people's mouths. I did not ask him to interpret. I asked him to present to the gentleman what was there. He was the one who attended the event. He knows exactly the sentiment, the feelings, and however someone chooses to represent what took place, they have every right to do so, and you have, just like you have every right to contest it. But what we just did now is, again, undermine the most important element that's here. He was my representative because his life was taken carelessly and callously. And as we continue to lose lives in our community and we push that to the side where everybody's cutting ribbons and having celebrations and dancing. I know you guys want to dance, but just like my cousin, Mary, who was murdered, and we have no answers for that, this gentleman lost his son's life, and that is what's important. So whatever Mr. Olivares had to express, he has the right to express himself, as you have the right to challenge it, but it doesn't change the facts. The facts was, I was disrespected, and his family was disrespected, and the young man whose life was lost was not taken into consideration. Now, relative to the payment of bills, as members of the public can see, there's an item on the marquee here, which I'll be spotlighting for the next couple of weeks. It's a newspaper article from 1988. All rights superblock. City Council supports developers' request for a $3 million payment.
Council President, are we in payment of bills or are we in the presentation?
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Velez, we are on payment of bill, even though, Rafael, there's no presentation on the PowerPoint, but nevertheless, let's continue payment of bill. Please, let's continue payment of bill.
First of all, I'm a council person. If I want to request for something to be displayed, I have the right to do so. It's not a presentation. I'm speaking on the payment of bills. I mean, I know some people here are not necessarily astute to the process, and they feel as if they can derail the process, just like people making certain suggestions that we're going to write legislation to stop people from coming to the microphone and speaking on their own behalf. You know, I mean, the ignorance that exists here is very critical. But anyway, back to the public. If you can go to the next page, please. Go to the next page.
Council President, point of
There's
order.
no,
Council
there's no-
President, point of
Rafael,
order.
No, point of order, Councilman.
Point of order,
No,
please.
point of order, Rafael, that's not gonna take place. We're gonna shut the TV down, we're on the payment of bill. So if any councilman wants to request a presentation, the same way Councilman Jackson called the clerk to ask for a presentation at the beginning of the meeting, and I grant the presentation, that's the same venue that any council colleague need to use the monitor to have a presentation. Now, we are on payment of bill.
So yet again, this is not a presentation, this is a matter of fact. And if you can place the other, just the.
Council
the
President,
council
point of
meeting-
order, please.
We're on
Place the
payment.
council meeting up there so I
Council
can
President,
see.
point of order. We are payment of bills. You stated if he
Councilman
needs
Velez,
to do a
well understood.
presentation,
We're not
he
used
could
to it. No,
request
we're
it the
not.
proper way.
We're in payment of bill, so we're waiting for my council colleague to vote on payment of bill, that we could continue the meeting. That's what we're doing.
And I'm voting. if I can.
And there's not TV, the TV is not gonna be used for that purpose, at all.
I didn't ask for the TV to be used for that purpose. I want to see myself, as it normally is, on the television, so I could see what's actually being broadcast to the public. This meeting's not being broadcast? It's not live?
It is.
It's live.
It
What do you
is.
mean?
But the
All
point of
council members,
presentation
all the
is.
workshops are live, and all the regular meetings are live.
Sir, I don't understand why you continue to interrupt me. I have the floor. Do I not have the floor? Can you please place the council, what you normally have on the TV? He doesn't want to allow this to be placed there, so what's normally there, which is the cameras from in here, can that be placed there, please?
Council President, point of order.
Yeah.
We are in a vote for
Yes,
the
yes, we
payment
are.
of bills.
So we
If
are.
if my colleague, Councilman Jackson, needs a presentation, he could ask the
That's not,
floor
and
after
Councilman
this.
Velez, well understood, that's not gonna be used. He could pass if he wants to.
Okay, that's all he wants. He
Thank you.
wants- There you go, the monitor.
I'm not passing. Why would I pass?
Well, just vote.
I passed for many years. I got paid to pass. I was a
timer on
professional. I got paid to do that. Now I don't pass. Okay. So, Raphael, if you can please zoom in to this, please, for me right here, please. Very good. Zoom into this right here. This very closely. Just zoom in. You cannot say what I want to have the camera on. Like, I have a right to vote, and he doesn't want a presentation, but I have this right here.
Right,
Okay.
He's not gonna do a
So,
presentation.
members of the public,
That's it.
so
Just leave it like that.
this is the idiocracy that we deal with. Here is an article from 1988, which the illustrious, the very intelligent Councilman Rooney was one of 9 voters, who said here very clearly, the Visco developers, which Council President Thomas Rooney was, who said he opposed the abatement for financial fairness. He said that Paterson will become known as a patsy town to developers, and the city will be flooded with development looking for abatements. If you look at what we're experiencing now, this is in 1988, and how it's not relevant. We just approved a measure on the for the bills list, you know, that's again without any reporting, without any responsible reporting. This council's job is not to be here to have celebrations, to cut ribbons. It's to be financially responsible. And if you're telling me that this is an example of being financially responsible, here's an example of when it wasn't. These same projects that's been getting talked about since 1988, that was approved, and still, that pilot required for them to pay $3 million a year, which was never paid. The stadium has paid to this community $0. We have made $0 on the stadium. This council, specifically, this council president, who had opposed most everything that this administration has done, who is now the lapdog, and as you can see, his blatant attempt to keep me silent on these issues, is a clear indicator on how the city's being driven in the wrong direction. Now, I have an item on the agenda tonight that's going to hold developers accountable to the residents, while Council President is busy presenting items that will give concessions to the developers. A few weeks ago, after I left, after the Council President had a derogatory statement about me, how I was irresponsible, I was 1 day out of surgery. I had surgery the day before, and I was responsible. I was still here. Today we short quorum. He didn't mention Councilwoman Davila, who wasn't feeling well. She left early. He gave her he said she wasn't feeling well. I was just not even 24 hours from under anesthesia, and he had derogatory statements about how responsible I was not because I left early. And then what he did was he went back to item number 8. Put it back on the agenda where they voted in the affirmative to allow developers to forego the responsibility of paying connection fees before they issue permits. But this is the kind of responsible council, while you have another one at the end who was the sponsor of that legislation, who's saying point of order, because I'm trying to show the public how irresponsible this council has been. But again, what I'll do, I'll continue to be like the formidable Councilman Rooney and be the one solo that's standing against a lot of this corrupt nonsense. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I didn't want to respond, but I will respond. Councilman Jackson mentioned about abatement. He's the one who be one of the abatement. He was the one who championed for it. He tried to give them 60 or 120 years of pilots. So I don't know what side is he on. Since I mentioned that before, since I've been a councilman for 8 years or so, in the city council, probably we voted on like 4 pilots or so, and most of them failed in city council. So we are not the city council. We are not responsible for abatement, most of the abatement or pilot. If they come for renewal, then we vote on it. He championed for somebody to give them abatement for, I think, 60 or 90 years. So what side is he on? That's my question. Also, he mentioned about waiving the fee for sewer connection, which is wrong. I think he needs to read that ordinance again. Usually he does not read. The agenda comes in front of the council. When he comes to the council meeting, he just zooms through it and talk out of. He know how to talk. He know how to make it. He know how to say. I'm speaking, not you. I'm speaking. I have the floor. I have the floor.
The public will have the time to speak during the public portion, please.
somebody need to fact check what I'm saying. So you probably, Commissioner, you probably need to fact check what I'm saying. If you fact check it, then let me know if I'm wrong or I'm right. Is not this fee sewer connection fee is not getting waived. It's not getting waived. So read the ordinance. Thank you. And I didn't want to get off the track, but this nonsense made me go off the track. We're voting on payment of bill. My vote is yes. Once again, second reading, item number 6. We are not waiving that fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes to the payment of bill.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, thank you. First of all, I want to apologize to the audience. I came in a little bit late. I was tied up in traffic in Paterson. You know, first of all, I want to take this opportunity. I don't want to remove myself from what I'm doing now, voting, but I had to do it now because I want to move the agenda forward. Mr. Jose is a resident. Gracias, mi hermano, por venir. Mr. Jose is a resident of the Fifth Ward. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame, and I gotta say it's a shame that they have to take the soul of this young man into politics. Into politics. And everybody that knows what I went through with the loss of a son in a motor vehicle accident knows what I mean. I will not allow no one to disrespect a family that's still mourning, a family that's still mourning in the Dominican Republic. I was with the family, and I made everything possible to collect money to take that body to Dominican Republic. And I'm saying it now because Mr. Jose is here. And the family expressed it themselves that it was not suitable, that was not the moment, that they will not come to the event of the Latino Hispanic Heritage Month celebration because it was too soon for their family because they were mourning. But they was pushed because there's political agenda behind everything. And it's sad that this gentleman had to listen to this kind of statement and the soul of this kid. The family's still mourning. Is it disrespectful? Yes, it's a disrespectful for anybody to use this family for the political point or agenda when they lost their son. They lost their son. We pray for the family. We're going to continue praying for the family, and I'm going to continue helping the family like I've been doing. But it's a shame that they're doing this with this family. It's a shame. And let me say to Mr. Jose, por si acaso no lo entiende, ninguno de nosotros le faltamos el respeto a la memoria de su hijo. Jamás y nunca. Jamás y nunca. Y yo hablé con su familia mucho antes del evento, ¿verdad que sí? Quiero decirle que este concilio de los concejales que estamos aquí, estamos para asistirlo a usted en todo el proceso que todavía queda, que hablamos. Y usted sabe muy bien que le dije, no permita que nadie venga a su casa a usar este incidente, este accidente para política. ¿Verdad que se lo dije? Porque yo soy humano y somos humanos. Váyase en paz a su casa, váyase tranquilo. Y oremos para que su familia se fortalezca en estos momentos difíciles que pasó usted con su hijo. Y oraremos por usted. Váyase en paz, tranquilo. Dios te bendiga. Last but not least, rest the soul of our former councilman, Tom Rooney. He just passed this past week. Another issue. Instead of praying for the family, doing politics with it. Thank you for his service. Saying that, payment and bills are here in front of us. We have to be responsible, fiscal responsible to pay our bills because the service was rendered. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my 2 minutes or minute and a half that I'm going to use, Council Colley, we're going to go straight into the agenda. We have 61 items. We're not going to have any other discussion other than what we have on the agenda. Let's get the business of the city done today. But before my vote, Senor Jose, let me just speak in English. I feel embarrassed right now. I feel embarrassed right now. What happened now here is a disgrace. How Councilman Jackson and his Council A, I don't even want to mention his name, use the pain of a family, the death of a young man for political purpose. It's disturbing, it's disgusting, and I want the people to see it and look at it. And I want the community to go back and look at the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. When Mr. Olivato went there, he used the mic for 6-7 minutes, I don't know how long, and he didn't even address the situation that happened with that young man, a phenomenal young kid, Dominican, that came into this country, and he was a hard-working young man. He was a role model for our community. He lost his life tragically in an accident, and he used the time on the mic just to talk about politics and to put the city down and talk about the trash and talk about all. He used it for political purpose. And I never interrupt that. And my council colleagues that are here, they're a witness. We allow him to finish his time. And coming here and use the life of that young man for political purpose is disgusting. Election is coming. If you are a great candidate, you have a great platform, I invite you to go out there, but don't use this don't use this channel to come in with you low-class politics. I'm
Officer,
speaking, and,
Yes.
and officer, if they interrupt me,
Yes.
they'll be out. I'm speaking. The public portion will be open soon, and they're gonna have the 3 minutes to speak. So with that being said, Paterson, I will invite the community to look at that meeting. And it's disgusting and disturbing that they used in the life that young man. I was there with you, Mr. Jose. I was in front of the supermarket. We prayed for you. We cried right there on the scene. And you was there. Your mother was there. Your wife was there. And I was there with the whole family. I was there with you on the supermarket. We all was there with you, feeling the same pain. I have 3 children. And the 3 children, those are the 3 kids. That's my life. My children are my life. And I feel your pain. I cried that night with your family, with you, because I can't imagine the pain that will go through a father that loses his child in such an early stage. And I still feel the pain when I see you, when I see the family. This is very personal to me. Sometimes you have to know when to stop in politics. Politics is one thing, but when you play with people's emotion, when you play with people's life, I lose all respect for anybody that do that. And that's what they're doing right now. Just walk away and stay far away from those people. Señor José, yo estuve ahí con su familia y nosotros lloramos ahí donde murió su hijo. Yo estuve ahí llorando con usted, con su esposa, la madre y con la familia abrazándolo. Y yo tengo 3 hijos y yo siento el dolor. Yo no me imagino lo que se llama perder un hijo porque yo no lo he perdido. Pero los 3 hijos es la vida lo más grande que yo tengo en mi vida. Y mire, yo estoy emocionado ahora mismo y yo me siento ofendido e insultado. Yo siento vergüenza de estar aquí sentado. Yo quisiera pararme y irme para mi casa al lado de este señor que utiliza su hijo como política. Cuando usted mira el mes de la herencia hispana, mírelo y dígale que le traduzca. Lo que ese señor fue a decir allá fue hablar basura de la ciudad, que la ciudad estaba mala. Él no fue a honrar la memoria de su hijo. Yo le invito a usted a que vea ese programa y le voy a decir algo. La política es una cosa, cuando estamos en campaña no hay problema, pero utilizar la vida de un joven es algo inaceptable, es algo horrorífico y yo me siento con vergüenza de eso. Yo le voy a decir a usted que como oré allá, yo voy a seguir orando por su familia y usted tiene mi teléfono. Usted sabe que yo estoy ahí a sus órdenes para servirle, no para ponerlo en Facebook, no para ponerlo en ningún lado. Porque si yo lo quiero ayudar, yo no puedo usar el nombre suyo y su dolor para política. Y créame que estoy aquí y usted sabe lo cercano que yo soy al señor de Bravo Supermarket y a toda la familia. Cuente conmigo y que Dios me lo bendiga y que Dios le dé fuerza a usted para usted pues seguir llevando la vida hacia adelante. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 recused, and 2 absent. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Councilwoman, so we have the Public Safety, Fire Department. Item 58, so item 58, resolution authorizing additional appropriation for the contract with custom banding of a specialized firefighter equipment and services for the fire department.
So thank you, Council President, and my Vice Chair, Public Safety, actually, my member. Sorry, I'm a little sick still. This item, Councilwoman, was sent to us in an email. It was one of the last items. It is very well needed. It's it's for a contract with Bandag, right? 100,000 for tires for our police vehicles. Not police, fire vehicles, for the ambulances, okay? He's here if you have any questions. Our chief could not be here today, so he's here as he is, right hand to the chief.
So, council members,
It's
if there's...
item
I recommend
58.
you go on consent,
Item
Council
58.
President.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
Chief, what's up, brother? How are you? How many tires are we purchasing for 100 grand, approximately?
Speaking to the.
I don't think his mic is on.
Chief.
Turn the mic. You might have to turn it on. Is it the green light on?
He didn't give me an actual number of tires, just what the amount would be for the tires.
Okay. So, so we don't have a quantity or a,
It's up to.
huh?
It's an up to.
Up
It's
to what?
not- No, so it's about, it's not the total, I believe it's an up to,
Okay.
so.
So this came through, you were in committee when this came through?
Just like an estimate, there's 6 tires on the ambulances, and they get changed roughly probably twice a year.
Back up a little bit, Mike. Yeah, yeah.
And they get changed probably twice a year for the 7 ambulances that we have in service.
No, I understand, but I mean, just from a point of being financially responsible, not, trust me, I'm not in indifference of what you're presenting, and I totally support what the fire department is in need of, but I'm saying from a financially responsible perspective, this council, we have a responsibility here, and obviously, other council members don't quite understand that. So, I mean, if we're gonna make a purchase, we should know, like,
Well,
100 grand should get us X amount of tires. That way, when the bills list comes back through and the invoices come back through, I can look at that and I can say, we got what we, because you, as a chief, and putting out fires, you're not changing tires. You're not gonna take inventory on how many tires are brought in, and obviously, there's no responsible, measure from the CFO's office.
Council
We
President.
have to make sure that, we're getting what we pay for.
Understood.
Councilwoman
I just-
Davila.
Council
Yeah, so I
President.
just wanted to just quickly, and I know that this is your first time, Chief, so,
Well,
he
I'm-
came up to, no. I
You were in the
just wanted
committee
to-
meeting, so-
I
Yeah,
actually
but
have
it's
the-
not-
no, he
they-
wasn't in the
They're
committee.
not done
I said
all
you
at
were
the
in the
same
Yeah, so
time.
this, ma'am, I'm Councilwoman, I'm speaking
Councilwoman
right now.
Catlin.
So
You're next,
just-
Councilwoman.
Okay, so let me go back and explain that the actual item is actually an amendment to Bad Dag, okay? It's an amendment after carefully the chief, it says he's recommending that there be an amendment because there was a need for an additional 100,000 from the original contract. So, it says amending current resol to increase amount not to exceed 100,000 for the purchase of tires for fire department. So what you're asking for is not on the resol, which is the amount, right, of how many more. So I think we'll need to get that before we vote on it. We're not voting on this today, all right? So that can be sent to all the council members.
Right, that's correct. I'm looking at the notes you gave me. It went from one number to the second number to get more. So, yeah, there wasn't actually a number on the amount
I have
of
to-
tires that
alright.
was needed.
Mhm.
So, Council President, if I may.
Councilman Jackson.
So for a point of clarity, Chief, and I understand, you and I have a long-standing relationship, you understand exactly what I'm expressing. I know you're here on behalf of tonight, so you weren't in the committee meeting necessarily understanding this. What we've been doing as a municipality, we've been getting taken advantage of. We pay an amount, nothing to do with the fire department, just across the board. We pay an amount and we don't get the services or the products that we're paying for. Contrary to what Councilman Shaheen Cleek just talked about, I don't read anything. Councilwoman Davila was actually in the committee meeting and she had to go back and reference it, so I don't know
No,
exactly
Councilman
what he's
Jackson,
talking
if you
about.
heard what I said, Councilman Jackson, I said that this item.
Councilman Davila.
No, he just said that was in the committee meeting, and I said that the chief, this was
Let,
left out.
let the
and
councilman
he sent
finish.
it
I'll,
through
I'll open the
email.
floor for you, Councilwoman. Let him finish.
Wasn't a meeting.
Let him finish.
So, listen, I'm here to do take responsibility in my job requirement and being financially responsible. So if you can convey to the fire department for
Exact number?
Okay.
for an inventory on what we received in the previous bid, and obviously this is a change order of some sort, and now what are we getting in addition to? I would like to know exactly what are we getting from the vendor, how many items in quantity, as, you know, you see me do, you know, all the time when I'm pointing out how we're paying astronomical numbers for certain things. I don't want to be paying $5,000 per tire, and, you know, we get a short number of tires, and you guys are short, and we need more tires, and we don't have it within the budget to do it again. So we can, you know, at least before the vote, please make sure I get that information. Thank you.
Understood.
Councilman Khalid.
Council President.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cotton. and right
Let
after
me,
Councilman Khalid.
thank you, Council President. See, what they fail to understand is that, we ain't taking 50 cars at one time. It's taken in stages. Like, this week it could be 5 cars that need tires. The following week it could be 20 cars that need tires. Because I'm not quite sure how many pieces of, how many cars you have, how many vehicles. You're talking about fire trucks, you're talking about ambulance, you're talking about.
Just the ambulances, this
Ev-
order's for ambulance
just
tires.
But it's not all done at one time, and it's up to. So this week, you might need only 2 ambulances done. Then the following week, it might go through 3 weeks, then you need another ambulance done. So that's how, it's not all done at one time. It's spread out during the year, and then again, it may not be the 100,000. It might be less than that, because we may not need that. Because every time you need a tire, you can't keep coming back to the city council for us to vote on a tire.
That's correct.
That's correct. You can't do that, you know, that would be just too hard. So it's spread out over some time for over a year, because everything is not breaking down all at one time. Thank you, Deputy Chief Michael
welcome.
Hall.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Council President. I don't want to respond, but it's pretty clear on the resolution. It's an amendment. We're putting in another $100,000. And it is a state contract. It is checked by the DCA. And the price, original contract of the price of par, tire, or whatnot, the city council already approved it. I don't recall exact price, but we already approved that original contract of pricing, how much is par tires, so which is done already. We're just amending, putting more money in the account, because the fire department need more than what we approved. The price that we approved, they need more. We're just amending, putting another $100,000 for them. That's all. Thank you. I do read my resolution and ordinances.
Thank you, Councilman. So that will be on.
Consent.
Consent. Thank you, Councilman Davila. So the chief, if you could provide all the additional information before the next meeting, and that's what we're gonna take from action, we appreciate it.
Regularly.
Thank
so
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Regular.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, let the record
Good night.
reflect that, the item, it will be on regular item 59, on regular. So item number 13, council member, is authorizing application for the Bloomberg Philanthropic 2025, consent or regular.
Which one?
Okay,
Which number?
Item 13,
Council
consent.
President, can you go back? Which one?
13,
This is an
Council Collins.
application, yes, consent.
Thank you.
Then is
Thank you. Item number 14, council member, resolution approving camera equipment,
Approving the camera
non-agreement
equipment,
between the
non-agreement
city of
between-
Paterson and the state of New Jersey.
I would put that in consent, that's just an agreement
Thank you.
with the city and the state.
Thank you,
Wait a
Councilwoman.
minute, wait a minute. Is this, what?
No, it says resolution approving the camera equipment loan agreement. It's a loan agreement.
Regular.
14 regular?
Council President, I
Regular.
could provide some information that this was included in.
Madam BA, you have some
Thank-
additional information about item
Thank
14?
you. Just to answer the question, yes, this is in addition to the cameras. This is, this item was in your take-home packet. It's an agreement between the city and NJDEP. In particular, there are 3 cameras that are being loaned to the city, and they are also paying for a kind of protection plan that the details were included there. That includes training. There's a gold service plan that we will get for 6 months. That includes a very detailed kind of installation and training, and then there is a further 6 months of their standard contract.
that will- and
All
that-
of this is being paid for by DEP.
By the same amount of
Correct.
money that we spoke about, right?
I'm sorry?
The $1 million?
No, this is separate. This is
Separate?
literally the state is paying for all of this. This is just an agreement to accept
To
this.
accept it. You have to do
Okay,
the
oh, to
resolution.
accept. Okay, good.
I'm sorry, Council President.
Consent.
I'm sorry, Madam BA, just for a point of clarity. So you're saying that this is not a payment request, we're just
Correct.
accepting, so why does it read loan?
Because it is not they're not given to us for eternity, they are loaning it to us. As you can see in the third whereas, it says, the state, through the NJDEP, has offered to loan camera equipment to the city for a period of 12 months with potential extensions as part of a collaborative effort to deter and enforce against illegal dumping.
Very good.
Can it go on consent?
So, consent?
Consent.
All right, council members, item 15, resolution authorizing application only and acceptance of fund from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, recreational
Consent.
opportunity for individual with disability grant.
Consent. Yeah.
Consent.
Thank you, council members. Item number 16, council members, resolution authorizing participation with the state of New Jersey and a safe and secure community program grant.
Consent.
Administered. I would go consent as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council member, item number 17, city clerk resolution authorizing an award contract to Lopez Code Reporter LLC for certified stenographer. That should be
Consent.
consent, council member. Item number 18 is a raffle license.
Consent.
Thank you, Councilman Davila. Item number 19, Councilman Udine,
Regular.
regular. Okay, council members, there's item number 20 to 25. It's, item number 20 to 24. It's been sponsored by Councilwoman, Lily Simmons, and Councilwoman,
Council President, I'm sorry, I know we're rushing past it, and it says it was taken off the workshop, so can we get more details outside of just saying it's on regular for item number 19?
Item number 19, resolution supporting the creation of community-led non-profit. So Councilman
Yes.
Udine, we open the floor for you.
Thank you, Council President. So, Councilman Jackson, as you asked questions, this item was in the meeting about a month and a half ago, was presented, requested by Black Lives Matter, Paterson Healing Collective, and St. Joseph Hospital. They received a grant fund from Seabrook Washington Bill, which is a pilot program to receive all the phone calls regarding mental health issues. They can cooperate with Paterson Police Department and in response to those calls. So last time they were here and they wanted to, because since they have the grant funding, so if we approve that, they can start in operation. And this is a pilot program, and they want to see how it goes. If it continues, then they will continue receiving funds, grants money to cooperate with Paterson Police Department.
Understood, thank you.
So council members.
Council
so-
President, item
Yes.
number 20 did not go through committee. I'd like this item removed. I'm not
Okay.
saying I'm not in support, but we haven't had any discussion, and it's here before us.
Mhm.
So I'd like this item removed.
I agree. So let's say will be removed, and we'll be treated on the meeting, on the committee meeting.
Yes,
It's
it'll
not
go
time
back to
sensitive.
committee, and then we can.
So item 21, resolution celebrating Winter on Wonderland. So.
So which one is removed? 20 removed?
So
Council
21
member.
to 24 can
24.
go on consent, and 25 can go on regular.
Thank you, council member. So.
So Council President, so
Just a
I
mi-
want to.
Just a minute, Councilman Odie, just
Yeah,
a minute.
sure, go
So
ahead.
item, Madam Clerk, item 20 to 24 is being sponsored by
20,
Councilwoman.
no, 20 is being
21,
removed.
sorry, 21 to
21.
24, 21 to 24 is being sponsored by the Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilwoman Ruby Carton, and also Councilman Les. So it's gonna be on consent, but it will be sponsored by them on the title of the resolution and moved by them, okay? So I'm sorry, Councilman Odine?
So regarding item number 20 and all the street renaming, So I want to bring it to the attention of the council, the committee chair, Councilman Al Aziz, that I want to make sure that I am also part of the committee. Before any street renaming comes, we need to have detailed discussion, because there's a joke is on the street right now that we renaming street more than we are cleaning streets. So we have to focus on that more, because we are
Correct.
renaming too many streets. Just know this. So we have to have details, in-depth discussion before you move forward, because I know this is very political, all these street renaming, trying to make people happy, but we are not providing street services that cleaning, collecting trash. That should be the concentration, not the renaming all the street. We are actually losing the real street names these days.
Thank you.
So,
Thank
yeah.
you, thank you, Councilman Udine. So item 25,
Council
Regular.
President.
regular, Councilman Jackson.
So, notwithstanding that I agree, but the job of the council is not to clean the streets, it's not to pave the streets, it's not to make sure the garbage is picked up, it's not to do any of the such. In fact, if you look at what the responsibilities and what falls within the purview of the council, naming streets is one of those things. But holding the administration accountable, that's a whole nother thing. So you don't just get the blanket statement and say, oh, we're paving, or we're naming more streets than we're paving, because what we've done, this has been an ongoing issue. You have people, I mean, Sybil is a Grammy-nominated artist, and now you have other artists that have received these recognitions, and people feel as if, you know, they should be included as well. I know neither of the sponsors are here to talk about it, but I still, and it's not my item, I mean, I don't write street namings per se. But I still want to be fair in assessing the situation when we can't make a statement such as this, but then when it comes time to holding the administration accountable, that means voting responsibly on the bills list, then you are just an easy yes vote. But then we talk about we're naming streets more than we're paving them. I mean, it's a matter of the council being fiscally responsible, holding the administration accountable for reports, which they never have given us, on the spending. Anyway, I digress. I'll let it rest there. Thank you, Council President.
So Councilman Davila.
I just wanted to just quickly say that the reason I requested for it to be removed, it's because it wasn't discussed in the committee, so I need more information, all right? And I am not the only, the chair is not here. I am the vice chair. Councilman Udine is also a member of the committee, and I don't have the sheet in front of me, but it's 4 of us. There's been no discussion of it, all right? So that is the reason why I requested it to be removed.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council members, we have item number 20, Councilman Velez. No, it's something else. So, council members, we have Director of Health and Human Service, Director Joel Ramirez. Director Ramirez has item 32 through 36. I know that item was vetted through the committee. Council members.
What about 25 is on regular.
I have the director, council member, just a minute, okay? 25 is regular, Councilman Udine. Director, item 36.
30 what?
Health and Human Service from 32 through 36.
Yes, I have 32 to 36.
President, one
Councilwoman
second.
Davila.
What did you say for 26?
No, I have not. I haven't moved to 26. I have the Director of Health and Human Service,
Oh, I'm
item 32 through 36, council members.
My apologies, I'm
No,
the vice chair.
No problem at all,
Okay.
Councilwoman. Director, item 32, resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to enter a public health share services agreement with the municipality of Passaic and Bergen and Morris.
Yes, item 32 is part of our child-led poisoning prevention program, funded by the New Jersey Department of Health. It is $657,000, and this is part of the requirements of the grant. We must enter into agreements with townships in the counties of Passaic, Bergen, and Morris.
Thank you,
Question,
consent.
just
Councilman
question,
Velez.
question,
President.
question.
Council member, just a minute, council members, just a minute. Councilman Velez, Councilman Davila, Councilman
yes.
Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Director, any change in amount of fees in the share agreement for this municipality, county that we're doing? Or?
There can be no fee. We are required to offer them the nurse services as part of the grant. The state is giving us the money. We have to
Oh, it's by the grant.
provide the
Okay,
services,
good,
yes.
all right. I thought
Thank
it
you.
was-
Councilwoman Davila?
No, Councilman Jackson.
Okay.
So, Director, do we have statistical data on previous terms when we utilize this grant, which municipalities we actually service, how many people we service from those municipalities, and
Yes, we have data because we have to report it to the state. They pay us to service those municipalities.
no, I understand they pay us to service them, but how many occurrences do we actually incur?
We-
I mean,
we can get you the data.
I'm considering that some from Bergen and Morris may not be as frequent as the ones from Passaic. So
Correct.
can I get an email, please, with the?
We can get you the data. We'll pull it from the
details?
system, yes. No
Very
problem.
good.
Thank you.
Okay to go to consent?
Consent 32, item 33, Director, resolution authorizing award contract to lead abatement contract. So,
Yes, this is required by the grant. This was done through purchasing. These are the companies that responded and that were qualified through the purchasing department.
Consent.
Consent, thank you, Councilman Velez. Item 34, resolution authorizing a award contract to Laboratory Corporation America Holding for lab testing.
Again, this
Council
was done
President,
through
Councilwoman
purchasing.
Davila?
Is this for employees, or is this?
No, no.
Okay.
This is for the clinics that we have. We
Right.
do have to have a lab of record to service the clinics. For years now, it's been LabCorp. This goes through purchasing, and then we make the recommendation.
Consent.
Is everybody okay?
Consent, council members.
I'm okay with it going on consent.
Council
thank-
President.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Let me just say to the director, and for the record, because I had to send some people to the lab because they had to get TB tests, they had to get COVID tests. So that's what our health department does. For people, say, who don't have health benefits, who are uninsured, they have to, sometimes even trying to apply for a job, they have to get tested for TB, they gotta get tested for COVID. So this is what that is for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're okay with it going on consent.
Thank you. Item 35, Director, resolution authorizing the award contract to SHI for software service.
And
Yes,
license.
this is a program that we have to purchase as part of, and I know we've let the mayor and the administration know, as well as some council members, we are pursuing accreditation. In New Jersey, there are only 7 health departments currently accredited by a national accrediting body. We are pursuing accreditation as part of a grant that we received. We would be the only the second in the county of Passaic. Once we complete this, we need this software program to assist us with the accreditation. This is covered under the $1.7 million grant that we got from the Public Health Officers Association.
Thank you. Consent. Last but not least, Director 36, resolution authorizing the award contract to San Jose University Medical Center for the HIV present. That's consent. That's a regular business from the Health Department. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Public Works.
So, very quick, council members, I know that we got public work, item number 37, resolution authorizing the award contract for the park improvement at Vera Ames Community Park, Councilwoman Cotton. The director's there, Director?
Okay, that's what this is.
I thought that it's not open until tomorrow.
Well, that's what that's what the engineer's here.
Got a name on here already. I thought it
No.
Council members?
West Vera.
West Side is tomorrow. Vera was last week.
So 37, Director, Vera Ames?
The one that's open, no.
Yeah, he's passing
That's
out
at the name,
the,
The one that's gonna be open tomorrow is for West Side. She understood now, yeah.
No, I mean, we was in a meeting. I thought you said tomorrow at 8.
No, but that's for West Side.
that's for West Side.
What time you opening tomorrow? 11 a.m. 11. And anybody can come if they want. Yes. Yes. That's correct. And I'm hoping to have it on preliminary meeting, which is the purpose of. That's right. That's what I understood
Right.
it to be. Okay.
Thank you,
There's no
Council.
name attached to the contract.
11 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So going back, council members, to the agenda, so 37, Vera Ames Park, Director. So council members, so we should go to regular consent. This is the work contract for park improvement at Variance Community Park.
Regular.
We just gave it to you.
Regular, thank you. Item 10,
I'm sorry, Council President.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Jackson.
Do we have a bid amount for number 37?
For Vera 4.3,
I understand, but I'd much rather just,
400,000.
3 bids came back, the lowest was 4.3. Right? What? Yeah.
So, direct council members, so we move into item 38, resolution authorizing the work contract for the West Side Park renovation.
That's
So-
the one that opens tomorrow, Council
Tomorrow at 11.
President.
Okay,
So you can't
Reg-
really say much discussion of
Yeah.
it.
because the bid will work
Yeah, the
tomorrow,
bid
okay?
is
So
opening
the-
tomorrow, but
We-
at least the engineer had met with DPW. He wanted to just make sure that at least there was a,
Thank you. So that we go on regular, council members. Thank you. Item 38, we'll go on regular for next week.
Yep.
So item 39, council members, resolution authorizing the work contract for ARP for road resurfacing.
It's consent.
no, this is an award.
Just for clarification,
Councilman Lee.
Director and James did not want it to put on the agenda. We forced them to put on the agenda just to move it forward. So we are not going to discuss much. We are just going to inform people that the bid is going to be open after the meeting date, which is tomorrow. So if we want to keep it, I recommend it, keep it for next regular meeting and let it move forward like this.
Good choice.
I'm following your step, boss.
Council members, so item 39, so will be on regular. So council members, item number 40, resolution.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
what's the bid amount for item number 39?
Item 39, that's ARC 3. It's in your packet.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
It's in there somewhere. 769,705.98 cents. Yeah, it is. It's in here.
It's about 10 pages back, yeah.
No, it's in there, and each item is numbered compared
That's
to
fine.
the agenda.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. So council members, item number 40, regular. So item 41, council members.
Is there anyone in disagreement? I mean, it went through
No,
the
I
whole
mean,
procurement
yeah, I don't
process.
see any
I'm just
point of
asking.
So if
keeping-
anybody.
Because if all these are gonna go on regular, right?
Yeah.
and we have the engineer here and we have director.
I think it's good to go for consent. There is no
Consent,
point of
okay.
keeping it regular,
So item
yeah.
number 40 on consent, council members. If one council member, Council Cali, decide to add one item regular.
The
so we
reason
have to-
is, I don't have no problem putting consent or regular, but I will recommend to put in regular until I don't see the draft resolution drafted. I know that we agreed, it's here, okay? I know, yeah, but the reason I'm putting in regular is because we want to see the draft of it, okay? So,
Then-
we good, but the draft will summarize everything.
No problem, we're working on it.
Thank you, yeah.
Thank you.
Just
Yeah.
separate the list of the Fifth Ward, all the street that covers.
Yeah,
That's going to cover Councilman Velez, no worries.
all right?
All right, thank you, Council Cali. Council members, item 41, resolution authorizing the award contract for ARP Road number 2 road resurfacing. Council members, any question to the engineer or the director of public work?
That's 42?
41
That's 41.
Okay, it's good,
Consent?
It's good, put it regular?
on regular.
Yes.
Oh my God, you're making all of them regular.
Yeah, because once again, I gotta repeat myself, because we don't have the draft of the resolution. No.
It's missing here, but it was here.
Okay,
It's there. It's done. We discussed in the details. Yeah.
I don't have it, we don't have it, look.
It's all there. I handed
Yeah.
it to you.
Oh,
This
you
is
spoke
not,
about
the
this
resolution is not in here.
There's no resolution.
No, that's what he's saying is the draft.
Yeah, the resolution to be for,
That's what he's saying. He's saying there's no draft here. That's
He
what
was-
he's saying.
right,
I know
Okay,
that.
so, council members, so we'll keep it, we'll leave it on regular,
Yes, that's
yeah,
good.
make sure you provide any additional information, because then,
'Cause
on the next meeting, we will be
Guy-
taking
guy
from
is
action.
consent.
Council
Guy is
President.
consent.
You could put it on
Uh,
consent.
just a
All right,
minute.
he's good with consent.
Councilmember Les?
Consent, that's
Consent,
fine.
consent.
All right, so council members, item
41.
forty-one will
President.
go on Councilman Jackson.
Director, 41, you have an amount?
1,080,000?
1,089,000.
89,000, 1,089,757.96.
Huh? Yeah. Okay,
Just talks about how long we've been neglected.
so council members, item 42, resolution authorizing the water contract for the sewer separation project at West Rail Avenue for the engineering division of the Department of Public Works. Any question for the engineer on item 42?
Consent?
Consent?
Yes,
Thank
engineering.
you, council members. And for the public, I mean, item 39, 41, the road resurfacing legislation that
Yeah.
this is very key for us to vote on the next meeting. Make sure, Director, if there's any question about the resurfacing, about those items, provide all the information that my council colleague need, because we gotta move forward with that.
Council
Our
President,
community, they looking forward for us to fix those roads.
Okay,
Uh,
so this is,
Council member, just a minute. Councilman Jackson, right after that, Councilmember Les.
Very good. Can you outline briefly for me what exactly are we doing on item number 42, the sewer suppression system?
Sewer separation, so the city of Paterson.
Can you grab? there
Oh,
you go.
sorry. So, a lot of what we have in Paterson is called combined sewer, CSO. So
I understand.
our sewer and our storm go in the same pipe. I don't have to explain that to you. So what these projects are is they're mandated by the New Jersey DEP, and this is actually being funded by the I-Bank, so no money out of Paterson's pocket in order to do it. But essentially, they're gonna dig up the road, build a new sewer, and so they're going to reroute everything, so the storm runoff goes into one, and the sewer goes into another. And it's a stretch of West Railway and a few arterial streets. I don't know the names off the top of my head.
Okay, and that's gonna be outlined in the,
That'll all be there in the proper resolution, yeah.
from, how are you outlining it? From corner to corner? Are you doing it in linear feet, mileage?
We have a, basically, we have a Google map overlay, and then it's just outlined where it's gonna be done.
No, I understand that, but for the specific amount of linear feet that's being covered, and what size is the stormwater outlet going to be versus the sewer?
It's in the plans and specifications. We can provide this if you want. Oh, yeah, there's a item outline right there, right? That's what we provided. Hmm?
No, I understand that, but he is the city engineer, correct?
It's in here,
yeah, I think so, yes.
yeah. Yeah, last time I checked.
So you didn't go through the specs specifically with the through the bids?
Ben DeMario handles the, oh, you do this too?
No, this is my project. I went through the plans and specs, but I've gone through the plans and specs on 50 projects this year. I don't have a encyclopedic knowledge, and I apologize for that.
Okay, so in general, if you want to take a moment to peruse it, what's the size of the sewer that's going to be input in those streets now for sewer and stormwater?
Well, there's a variety. It all depends on where you are, from 12-inch all the way up to 56-inch. So I don't know exactly where the sewers are going to go throughout the street, but there's a variety of different sizes, including the River Street project. It all depends where you are in the street for the size of the sewer.
Okay, so if I can just get an email with that map overlay that you're talking about, with the specific locations and also the outlets that dump off into those catch basins.
Yeah.
And just an outline on the size of the piping that's going to be installed would be appreciated
Sure,
before
no
the next
problem.
meeting.
I think, council members, so, we continue with that.
Council President.
Council President,
I'm sorry, I have Councilmember Les and Councilman Cotton, you next.
So, thank you, Mr. Engineering, for informing Madam BH. I know she's well informed with your leadership as engineer. I know she was gonna step in to back up your statement.
Do the best I can.
Yes. So, this is railway, right?
Yeah.
West or rail?
West Railway.
Okay, between what? Between what street?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but like I said to Councilman Jackson, I have the map and I can provide that.
Okay, do you aware that I believe that's the one that already was paved and resurfaced, correct?
No, this stretch was not.
That's why I want to know
No, I can absolutely provide that, but I know for a
Okay.
fact, I drove it recently. It has not been recently
Okay,
repaved.
so,
We're not doubling our efforts. I know what you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
I want to make sure that it was is now resurfaced, and
Yeah.
then they come and dig again, and then we have to pay
No,
more.
and a
for-
part of these projects is resurfacing, so that's great, but we make sure not to include these types of projects in our resurfacing so we don't double up.
So they this amount of money will cover resurface after the work is done?
Yeah, but $0 out of Paterson's pocket. It's coming through the
Correct.
iBank, but yes, it
Correct.
will be resurfaced.
Do Water Commission or Sewer Division or any other agency involved in this?
Not directly, but we do have meetings and loop them in. So like
Okay.
Passaic Valley has been looped into our River Street project, and they'll be looped into this one as well.
Yeah, the reason I want to tie one with the other is because we don't want the final phase of resurfacing and blacktop, and then the Water Commission comes and open every corner just to install or connect new pipes or whatever.
No, they loop them in because I know Councilwoman Cotton had an issue with the River Street project because of the lead pipe replacement.
Correct.
So we're working with PSE&G and Passaic Valley to make sure that that work gets done before we resurface, and the same thing is going to happen for this project.
Can you include PC&G just in case?
Absolutely, they're included as well.
Oh, they involved?
Yeah,
Okay.
They will be included.
Last but not least, I want to bring this question because we're talking about resurfacing. Director, thank you for expediting the East 19th Street, not East 19th Street, East 21st Street. They started paving from Park Avenue up to 19th Avenue. I know there's a separate bid for, that was contract for 19th Avenue up to 20. Can you give me an update when they're gonna start doing that part? From 19th Avenue up to 20, because it's supposed to be from 20 all the way down to Park, but I know that they stopped in 19th Avenue. They did the curve and everything, but I just want to know that stretch from 19th Avenue up to 20th Avenue on East 21st. Okay, thank you.
Council members, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, James, our engineer. There's a couple, I had sent it over to the other engineer, but some of those sewer, some of those sinkholes that they have fixed, like they're falling, they're like sinking back in again. Can I send you, because I had sent it over before, of certain streets that I know that they came to fix it, but then I guess it's settled, and when you ride over it, you're dipping. You know, you're dipping, and you should not be dipping like that when you.
Yeah, send it to us.
Right, can I
work
send
with
it to you?
Passaic
It's-
Valley, almost every day.
Right.
And our sewer operator to get these things fixed. Send it
Right.
over to us, we'll get work on it.
Right, because even with this one that we're doing on Railroad Avenue, that's a $2 million contract. So it gotta be a big piece that they're fixing. But one thing I just don't want that I've seen them fix it, there's one company here that I know that did road resurfacing, and I'll never vote for them because they did a horrible job. Within 2 months, they were sinking. But, I just need to send you the list of all those sewer that was fixed. They're falling, they're sinking in again, so I'm gonna send that over back to you.
You still owe me a visit to Fifth Street, by the way.
I know, I still gotta,
Uh,
no, it'll be Monday or Tuesday, it can't be tomorrow.
You tell me.
Thank you, James.
Not Monday, we're off
I know,
Monday.
but I just, I say to people, to the community, if something is not right, something was fixed and it's sinking in, and it should not be sinking in after a month. It's still, I know they gotta wait for it to settle, but it still not should be sinking in that bad. So I'll
Totally
send you
agree.
the
Let us
stuff.
know.
All right, thank you.
Engineer, can you?
Thank you. Council Velez, please brief.
This workshop, can you add 18th Avenue behind the gas station? 18th Avenue behind
They all regular.
Shell gas station. The Water Commission and PCNG did some work there, and that was resurfaced about a year and a half ago. They opened it, and it's a mess. And they, 18th Avenue behind, give you an exact address, on front of 18th Avenue, around that section there.
We heard you the first 3 times, Councilman.
fine. Director, before we move with item 33, we passed the legislation for resurfacing, and just for the record, I'm just gonna reiterate what I mentioned before, the conversation that I have with both of you about those utility companies doing work in the city of Paterson. I've been very specific, I've been reiterating this, make sure that they do the job that they're supposed to do before we fix those roads. We're not gonna see them going back and opening the road, the same thing that they did on East 42nd. I know they're replacing a lot of pipeline, but make sure that we work in collaboration with those utility companies to make sure that once we fix a road, they don't come back and just open those roads for job that they're supposed to do it before.
We had a meeting with Passaic Valley a few weeks ago, I want to say, and that was one of the big topics, was getting in step with them to make sure that they don't come back and do something after a road's been done, and sharing our schedules so we can do a better job of making sure that that gets done.
And we gotta make sure that if they have an emergency, they fix those roads curb to curb. There's a legislation on the book that they have to fix it with the same standard of quality that we do when we do the resurfaces. So we gotta hold all those utility companies accountable for the job that they have to do. Those are taxpayer dollars that we're investing in our road. And finally, we're investing millions of dollars into those roads, and it will be very unfair for the taxpayer that they go back and just open the road and not fix it the way they're supposed to fix it, because that happened in Paterson only. When they go to another town, I see the job that they do in another town, really nice. Here, they do bumping. It's like a speed bump everywhere when they fix a road, which is unacceptable. It's just horrible. So that's what I hope, that we don't see River Street or any of those roads like East 37 that we recently fixed it.
We're staying on top of it.
We're gonna stay on top of that.
Yes, sir.
And I hope that the resident of the city of Paterson stay on top of that. If they see those roads that they've been opening again, speak out. Come to the council and put everybody in check. So, thank you. Council members, item 43, resolution authorizing the award contract for emergency snow plowing. Consent. Director, are we ready for this winter, Director?
What winter?
It's coming. Well, it looked like summer, but it's coming. Well, you know, listen, the weather's great now, but you better be ready
No,
because
listen.
it's coming, so.
Listen,
consent.
while you guys are at the beach and enjoying your summer, we're preparing for the winter, so we're
Beautiful.
good.
I love to hear.
All right.
I love to hear that. Patterson, you hear that? Public Works is ready for this winter's time that's arriving. You know, so item 44, resolution authorizing the award
43
contract.
is what?
Consent.
Item 44, consent. Council members, item 45.
Consent.
Item 46, resolution authorizing the award contract to the Black Environmentals for the waste collection
Wastewater
operations.
collection, yeah.
Go on consent, council members.
Yes.
Which
46, 45 Yeah, 45 is consent, but what about 46, council member? Any questions?
Consent.
This is the combined sewer,
45 is regular.
What
right?
number?
Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Councilman Jackson won item 45 on regular. Item 46, council members.
Consent.
Consent. Item 47,
46, Council President.
Yes, yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Director, can I get an
Yes, sir.
outline on 46, please?
Say it again?
Outline on 46?
It's hardware stuff.
No, 46.
46? Oh, I'm sorry. The block. This is for our sewer operator contract. The block. He's our sewer operator. We have to have a sewer operator on contract if we don't have one hired by the city. And this is the block. He's been our sewer contractor for a while now.
So this is the water contract.
That's
How
the
much
wrong
is
one.
how much is the contract?
Hold on. I picked up the wrong resolution. Hold on. I got it. Yeah. It's for $255,650. Not to exceed.
250K?
Yes. 255. Not to exceed. He's our sewer operator. He let us know, he checks sewers, see if it's damaged, what needs to be done with the sewer, what size, anything. He does our reporting or to the state, stuff like that. Yes.
So I'm gonna call the.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Regular.
46 regular, council members?
I'm gonna-
All right. Madam Clerk, 46 regular. Item 47, council members, resolution authorizing the award contract to Montana Construction for the emergency sewer.
Consent.
Consent, council members. Item 48, Larry Dobie Baseball Field, resolution authorizing the award
Consent.
contract for Musco Sport Lighting LLC for the installation of light. Consent.
Yes.
Thank
Consent.
you, Council Cali.
Council President.
Hola, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Yeah.
So,
Councilman-
Director, for item
Councilmember.
number,
Let's do-
for item number 48, are we just
Councilman.
replacing all the lights with LEDs? Because I mean, I've seen those lights on quite frequently. I don't see any outages.
Yeah, we're replacing it. They're getting the, it's all LED, like stadium lighting. The field is getting redone also. That'll be coming before the end of the year. But this is another step with just upgrading the light systems. If those lights go out, right now, it'll take about 20 minutes for them to go out, come back on, because they're the old bulbs. Plus, there's gonna have, like a music system to it where if you play a song or something, the lights could bounce to the music like they have in all the pro
Wow.
stadiums and college stadiums. So it's gonna be colored lights. It's gonna be nice.
Wow.
And
I
the
think
amount
Larry
of the
Doby
contract?
deserves it.
The amount of the contract?
427? 427,000.
$427,000,
Where is it?
$220.
How much?
$427,220.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Is
On the
in
body
the
of
third
the
invoice.
whereas,
That one in.
four whereas.
Does that is it gonna include any audio systems as well, or
No.
just lighting?
No, that's just the lighting.
And where's this money being drawn from?
This is art money.
Art?
Yeah.
Just trying to find ways to use it. I see. Go ahead. Thank you, Director. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Council
council
President,
members,
Council
Councilwoman
President.
Cotton.
I
Yeah.
got it first.
Let
I
me ask,
have Councilwoman Cotton.
okay. Director,
Yes.
I gotta go back to,
48 regular.
I gotta go back to 47.
48 regular,
This contract is for next year.
48 regular.
Did we spend all the money from the contract for 2021, 2020, January to December?
I will have to get back to you. I don't know that answer right now.
Right, because I see this is for,
This is for laterals,
right, those emergency sewer repairs,
emergency
right?
lateral repairs, going into the sewer.
Going into-
Going into the main line. This is not for repairing the main line. The laterals coming into the main
The
line.
lateral coming from where?
Yes,
Coming from the houses?
yes.
So somebody's having a problem with this sewer and it's backing up, that's when you go out there?
Somebody has a problem with their sewer and it's determined that it's our lateral and not the main, then this contract will cover that repair.
Okay, just find out, just let me know, for the contract for January to December, how much we spent so
Okay.
far. I believe it was the same company, I'm not sure. There was 9 people who picked up and only 2 returned. And the
Okay.
2 that returned are the 2 that do sewer work.
You
So
got
can
it.
you let me know,
Yes. Yeah.
Director? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Director?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Who else on the floor, Councilman
Me,
Velez?
yes, Council President, thank you. Director,
Yes.
this is gonna go parallel with the renovation of the $2 million that Benji was speaking about, talking about?
About yesterday?
Yeah.
What about it?
The renovation of the Larry Doby
Yes.
field.
Yeah.
I know we're not gonna put the light first and then put the turf field. I think it's gonna go
They're gonna
parallel,
be done at the same time.
same time.
Yeah.
All right, correct. Now, what about the other 2 little fields that we have down the road?
The middle field we did the fencing on there, and the little Larry Doby, we might have a solution to fix that, but it's not quite there yet.
Can we use, meanwhile, the lights that we move in, can we move it to the other side or no? Or we could
What do you mean, the lights?
get money, yeah, the other side need lights. The other 2 fields that
Okay.
parallel to that.
The little Larry
Yeah,
Doby
yeah.
lights. So,
It has light?
yeah, it has lights.
Okay, but can you put those lights to the whole field that could be bright?
Like, remove the canisters from that pole
Yeah,
and bring them down there and put them on the little.
Yeah, or you gonna do recycling with it?
I'm not an electrician, but I don't think it works that way.
I know, but that's why we had the engineering here. Engineering could plan what we could do with those lights, right?
Yeah,
Instead of
we'll-
throwing the garbage,
We'll look into
as, because that's money in recycling. If you're gonna throw it away, somebody will make money out of it. So, if we could put it in another place in the park or light up or any other side of the park, it would be nice.
We'll look into it, Councilman.
Yeah, just a wish list. And the last but not least, Director, I know we're talking about parks. can you schedule the opening and closing of Roberto Clemente Park?
I thought you said you were gonna handle that, Councilman.
Councilman, I'm the councilman of the city of Paterson.
Yes.
I did a pilot test, how it was gonna work. Police was assisting, but that's the responsibility of DPW to close the park and open it.
But that's not what
during
you
the
told
day.
me in my office when we gave you the key. You said that
Once
you'll be
again,
locking,
I'm the
Councilman,
councilman of the
you
city of
told us that you would be
Paterson,
locking it.
director. The same way that Eastside Park get closed by DPW,
Yes.
the DPW should arrange, I did it for a week to pilot how we gonna manage with police to clear the park, and it was easy for me, and I'm the councilman. So what I'm saying is responsibility to find, let me talk to the BA later on a sidebar, Madam BA, because this is the responsible DPW, the same way they close other parks, I won't have the same treatment to close Roberto Clemente
If you
during the
want it,
night.
yes, you can have it, but I'm just letting you know what you told me in my office. You said you would close the park, just like G. Graham
As
closed
a
Barber
pilot,
Park.
I did it for 1 week.
But that was never, the
As
pilot
a-
was never
and-
discussed, but we'll
as-
do it, we'll handle it.
Okay.
Well, okay, for now
Yeah.
on.
No,
it's
we'll handle
respo-
it.
Yeah.
We'll handle it.
Yeah,
Thank you, I
yeah.
appreciate it. So simple.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Yeah, you guys, Director, you definitely, you will handle that.
Yes.
On the,
Yeah.
outside the sidebar. I think we move forward.
No, we're doing the sidebar, we'll close the park.
Beautiful, no
Yeah,
problem.
thank
All
you.
right, you do you. I just want to say thank you for closing Eastside Park. It's being perfect, 9 o'clock. I see public work, the police closing Eastside Park is beautiful, it's
Yes.
nice, and it's under control.
Yes.
Finally. All right, so council members, item 49 is a resolution to,
Consent.
this is for the portable bathroom.
Yes.
The total
Consent.
amount is 50,000, council members.
Consent.
Consent.
Yes.
Which one?
Okay,
was-
and
the
I- and
that's a
Director-
portable? the
Forty-
portable?
I
Yeah,
don't,
portable.
council members, item 59, but the Director, I have a question with
50.
item 59. I know it's not to
59?
exceed.
50 or
No,
59?
49, my apologies.
49.
Item 49, not to exceed 50,000. I know that should go on consent, but they need to do better maintenance on those portable bathrooms. It's almost impossible to get into to use it when we're in the park. I don't know how frequent is the maintenance, so we gotta look at the maintenance that they're doing.
We talked about that.
So, okay, so please pay attention to that. We have our children and the family enjoying the
Definitely.
park. Consent,
49
council member.
consent, 50
Thank you,
consent.
council
And remember,
Thank you,
member.
remove the
Council
2-1
President.
remove the 2-1.
Council President, yes, so,
Councilman Dean.
since we are done with the public works, all the items, thank you, Director, thank you, James. Council President, to bring to your attention that I know that you don't want to entertain the second reading items today. However, the item number 6 about storage connection fees, this item was not discussed in the DPW before the first reading. So after the first reading, we had in-depth discussion in the DPW committee. Director was there, James McGrath was there, and they sent the memorandum to all the council members regarding the confusion and that can create if we have storage connection fee after or during this when the builders are going for CO. It is correct that Councilman colleague mentioned that we are not actually decreasing, we're not removing the storage connection fee, we are just changing the timing, which is instead of collecting storage connection fee in the beginning, we are collecting storage connection during the CO.
Sure.
That's only different.
We go-
However,
We're gonna have we're gonna have a complete discussion.
Let the councilman finish, please.
Yes, Council President, the reason I want to just bring it to the attention that if you have any question, you definitely, I think the council members may have question to have clear idea that what we are going to vote for. James is here. If you want to ask question, I think we should ask question. We should make educated decision next week when we'll vote for it.
No, they're gonna be here all night. Don't worry.
So
they're gonna be-
this is the only request to you. But again, if council members comfortable moving forward like this,
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Councilman, thank you,
And that's
Councilman
why I
Dean.
requested James to come over
I
here
got it.
as well.
Thank you, Councilman Dean. We finished with public work now.
50 is consent?
Yeah, 4950 consent.
Okay.
But just a minute, Councilwoman, so she was talking about the item on second reading, council member. So Council Cali, what we're gonna do is, you know what, and council member, don't speak too close to the mic because it's hard for me to understand. And members of the public, the reason why I respectfully ask to just be a little quiet is because it's hard for us to hear. If this room is too close, we're not in the council chamber. And sometimes when the public speaking, I don't hear what the councilman is saying. And Councilman Cotton, it's impossible for her and Davila. So we all have to be silent in order for us to try to do business, to the best of our ability. Now, I'm gonna open the public portion. We finish with the director, and then after that, we finish the agenda, we go back to second reading.
Council President.
So during the, before I call the first speaker, Councilman
President.
Jackson.
So, and I don't know if the director had planned on leaving, but Councilman Udine makes complete sense if there's an item that a letter from the under the director's
No, he's not leaving, he's not
department.
leaving. So we're gonna have the discussion on the second reading,
I was
because we
gonna
have
leave.
multiple items, Director.
He
You can
wants to
stay with
leave.
us, hang out with us. I know Ms. Wahida Mohammed says 8 o'clock. I wanna open the public portion for her. Now, the reason why, council members, we have a special meeting at 8 o'clock. We only have 9 speakers. Let's get the 9 speaker out
Council
before it
President,
get too
I
late,
just had
and then
the
we come back
floor.
to the second reading.
I
Council
just
member.
I just had the floor, you interrupt me.
Okay, just you have the floor, just finish. Just mention what's gonna take place.
We're gonna have a discussion later on that.
So, yet again, see, this is very critical. And this is why people like Ms. Wahida Muhammad, as you tried to run that fake out move, it's very important for her to be well informed. That's why it's important to have these critical discussions when members of the public are here. And it's part of the strategy to strategically pick which items are gonna get spoken on while the public's here, and then have these discussions, just like you did the last time. This was the very last item they voted on. There was a letter, a very controversial letter, written to every single council person. Now, I'm assuming that the item was discussed in committee. It should be an overwhelming, in fact, it should have been one of the items that we discussed first, because you guys in the dead of night cast a 5-0 vote in favor of this sewer collection fee, and nobody talked about it being dismissed. What I said specifically was to derail the process for the permitting process when people are going to acquire a permit, which was outlined in the letter that was written by the engineering department, that it then becomes almost impossible to collect on these fees. Now, a perfect example of that is the Art Factory, who has written a number of different summonses, over 100, close to 200, and now they're no longer in business, and the city has never collected on those fees. So it's prudent and responsible to the public to make sure that before we allow somebody to put up a monstrosity in our community, that they pay all the fees first. So I want to clearly outline this. This is not about we talking about, no, what this is about is certain council members are moving the agenda for developers in this community so things could be easier for them, and yet the items in which are important to the public, we try to scarf past them. And then they want to have these discussions when you guys are not here. No, have it within the scrutiny of the public. That's my point. Councilman raises a perfect point. And here we are giving the director some allowances. The director wants to go home to his family. Now you're going to make him wait because you're trying to hide more information from the public. If the councilman brought it up, the director came back to the microphone, we should have had an in-depth discussion. There's no other time where they'll stop a discussion and pause. How many times they have you wait here till 11 o'clock when it's the things that they want that's important for the administration, as the council president continues to carry the water for the mayor. Water boy is what the term that is called. But
all right, so members of the public, what I mentioned in the beginning, I don't think nothing that coming from that side. It's all about the respect. For what I mentioned in the beginning, the director could stay. This is part of his job. He's the director of public work in the city of Paterson, but the public doesn't need to stay until 9, 10 o'clock. Those that wish to stay, they definitely could stay. I see children on the audience. I want to open the public portion. Way back, a few months ago, I mentioned in multiple meetings that I would like to do the public portion at 8 o'clock. We have a special meeting today. So I'm gonna, before the special meeting, before that discussion, I'm gonna open the public portion to allow the public to address the council, to address administration. They don't need to wait for 9, 10 o'clock here. The director could wait because that's his job. All the director, they could stay here until 1 o'clock if they need to stay. They're getting paid for that. So with that being said, let's call the first speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
What's the name?
Corey Teague.
Good evening, Paterson City Council. I just wanted to come down to thank the Paterson community for bringing me back to the school board with a resounding vote. You know, I saw the article that Joe wrote. You know, he said it was a low budget campaign. Yeah, I didn't have any money. I'm not even embarrassed to say that. The people were with me. I didn't have any of that. You know, the public came out, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I was not expecting that type of a turnout. Even though it's a presidential election, for me per se, I wasn't expecting people to do that. But that just tells me I have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of people put their faith in me. What, 10,000 I think it was? No. So, more than 10,000. So I have a lot of work to do now. A lot of people have decided that they want me back. So I appreciate it. I'm humbled by it, and I'm going to give you everything I got while I'm still here. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is,
Congratulations.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
the next speaker is Ms. Leah Mora.
Good evening.
Good evening, honorable council members. I'm speaking tonight because our community faces a critical issue. I'm speaking tonight because our community faces a critical issue: lack of accountability among our leaders. This affects my family, neighbors, and me directly. The noise pollution in the area that also stems from smoke shops and liquor stores disrupts our sleep, causing my mother to miss vital doctor's appointments and sports clinics. Existing laws are ignored, suggesting that it is acceptable to break them. I've witnessed officers socializing instead of enforcing regulations. Dispatchers seem uninterested in doing their jobs. A disturbing issue affects a 6-year-old near Hamilton and Rosa Parks. He picks up discarded vape pens and liquor bottles, smoking and drinking leftovers. His mother corrects him, but shutting down these businesses near residential and school areas is necessary. They bring no benefits. Place smoke shops in commercial or industrial zones. I have witnessed Councilman Mike Jackson genuinely cares to take action to get down to the core of the issue where it stems from. We need more leaders like him to expose corruption. Paterson lacks law enforcement, causing division and chaos. As my mother says, without order, there's chaos. I urge you to understand the struggles of Patersonians face. We need leaders with true and sincere moral compasses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Vicky Mora.
Dear honorable council members, I'd like to address the problem I'm having with constant noise. I have called the police several times. The police has done nothing. I called once for noise next to my house. I witnessed the officer in his car look at the crowd and back up and drive the other direction. I have already witnessed 6 shootings, waking me up in my sleep and scaring me. I can never get a good amount of rest. I've had to stay up until 6 in the morning because the people refused to leave. A week ago, the officer hung up on me while I was telling him about the noise. That is unacceptable. These officers really need to do their job. If they're tired, they should just quit. They got in to serve and protect, but that is not what they're doing. They are just wasting time. These officers have the worst attitude. I hope this encourages them to do their job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Eddie Olivares.
Good evening, all. Tonight, I want to talk about something, as is usually the case, something that is said in the previous meeting when I come to this microphone, and it has to do with the BA. The last time that I was here at this mic, was talking about the raise that was approved by you, by this body, of a $6,000 raise, of which Councilman Jackson is not getting. He voted no, but he's not receiving it. He has refused it. And I mentioned that Alex Mendez voted no for the measure, but he is taking the $6,000. And so I call that dual morality. I just want to make it clear. It means that, in my view, Mr. Mendez is immoral. As is always the case, Kathleen Long, at the end of the meeting, mentioned that Councilman Jackson also voted no for his aide, but I am his aide, and so you equaled me. This is a way of saying that my morality is as questionable as his. But I have a proposal for you. And I also question your morality. And so, I have a proposal for you. If you want to prove that you are as moral as I am, that your moral fabric is it's the same, at least the same as mine, and so does, Alex Mendez, I'll tell you what, I will give up the $25,000 that I am receiving for, as his aide. In exchange, you give up the $50,000 raise you gave yourself. The council members give up the $6,000 that they're paying, that they gave themselves, refuse the $25,000 that they're getting for their aides, and so we all do something for the city. We take all of that money and we use it for something that is really useful. You want to prove to me that you are as moral as I am? I'm willing to give up my $25,000. Why don't you give up your $50,000? And so that goes for the rest of you guys. And so I want to close with this. I want to ask Mr. Velez to stop daydreaming. Stop daydreaming, asking the city attorney to write letters to prevent me from coming over here and talking and calling you guys fools. It will never happen. And Alex, these fine officers, they're not here to follow your orders. You have a play gobble. This is not a court. Just in case you haven't noticed.
Your time is up. Next, thank you. $25,000 down the drain.
Next speaker is Luz Gomez. Luz Gomez. No? Gomez? No. Next speaker is Jorge Valencia.
They left.
Next speaker is Cameo Black.
She's here. Just take your time. She's a little bit hurt. Council President, meanwhile she comes, Robert Rules of Rule Order says that anybody directing to anybody had to ask it through the chair. If they go to direct the BA, had to say through the chair. And if he engaged any other council member, we had the right to respond because he engaged me in that conversation. All right.
Good evening. I'm here for a couple of reasons. One, I wasn't even coming tonight. I was going to stay in my bed and watch it, but the circus that I seen going on, it's crazy. These babies come down here, they speak, and they seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. Nobody can never conduct themselves as adults. Y'all run the city. It's ridiculous. Marissa, I don't know how you going to feel about this, but I'm starting to see you starting to throw your weight around. You's a bully. And it's like when the rest of them say something, you don't like it, you sit there, you pout, and it's ridiculous. Enough is enough. The racism is out of control. We here, we together, as we supposed to be, as one American we stand. We're not, we're divided. Something else that bothers me, Velez and Maritza. Felix de Jesus been missing almost 3 years. Not one time have I seen y'all stand with that family, light a candle for that family, or raise a flag for that family. But when that man said what he said, that one little comment about Puerto Rico being dirty, y'all got together and y'all had a whole flag raising in front of City Hall. Why can't Felix's mother get that same treatment? Why? Jameek mother, why as the council people, why don't y'all never stand like y'all stood like that? This is the stuff that we need all the time. Not when somebody make a comment about y'all Puerto Rican land being dirty. Like I said to you, I got Puerto Rican family in my family. I'm not a racist at all. I love everybody. Y'all need to stop it. Y'all need to get it together. When kids start coming down here speaking up, it's serious. It's real. They can't sleep or nothing. When are we going to get it together? Everybody putting up, they mad that Trump won. We got stress here in our own city. We got to get it together. Enough is enough. I've been hurt for how long? Y'all see I'm hurt. I got one support. That's it. That's taking me to physical therapy and everything else. I appreciate that person. And y'all know, I bust my behind and I feel some type of way. Nobody ain't reach out to me. But that goes to show it's because of this. If it was somebody else, y'all stand 10 toes down. Stop the bull crap and get it together. Kathleen, you disgust me. The way you always sat right there when everybody was here talking, what's funny? That you getting the raises, everybody else struggling, that's the funny thing to you? Like he said, put that money out there. Help these kids. You're not willing to do that, do you? How much trash you pick up in the city? How many times you help these kids out? None. You get paid to do absolutely nothing. Enough is enough. And that's all I got to say. Get it together for these kids.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Sebastian Mejia. Sebastian Mejia. Mejia, sorry.
Council, good evening. Council President
Good evening.
Paterson, City of Paterson. I just want to give some time to thank all of the residents of the City of Paterson for engaging in their civic duty, going out and vote this week and early voting. We need to keep that consistency up throughout all elections, council, school board, moving forward, not just coming out strongly in the presidential elections. I want to give my thanks also to Billy Prempe and our whole team, our canvassers, our phone bankers, all of our volunteers, for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of a congressional campaign for the first time in my life, and be informed on what goes on campaigns on a federal level. I definitely gained a wealth of knowledge and experience that otherwise I would have never have gotten. And I look forward to bringing that knowledge and experience here on the local level, helping out future candidates that align with my principles and values, and to possibly flip some of these seats on a local level in the City of Paterson and the County of Passaic. I look forward to being more involved as time progresses. And that segues into my second part of this speech tonight. I want to give congratulations to the school board candidates. Hector was here. I don't know if he's still here. Mr. Kenneth as well. And last but not least, my brother, my dear friend, my mentor, Mr. Corey Lewis Teague. Day in and day out throughout the years, I have seen this man fight for the City of Paterson behind closed doors. I've seen people ridicule him. Why? Because he didn't have the money for the campaign. But one thing that I have learned in politics is that your name holds weight. What you do, your reputation, who you help, and the time you put in can beat out a machine, can beat out a large campaign with strong economic backing. So I want to give that shout out to Corey Teague for being consistent and not disappearing. When it's no longer an election season, Corey was here. When people didn't want to stand next to certain groups, next to certain families, Corey was here. In the middle of the night, when parents called, I'm having issues with the IEP, my child is getting bullied. When teachers were having issues with their contracts, Corey was on the front line picketing and standing with our community. And I have learned so much from him, and I have the greatest respect in the world for him. And he has motivated me in these past 10 years. I've been involved in politics in the city of Paterson, and he continues to do so. Thank you so much, and thank you to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, King of Kings. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Wahida Muhammad.
Ms. Wahida.
With God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
And I want to say to all of those people that pulled that level for Corey Teague, you looked out for your child, and I thank you. The other thing I want to say, the last time I was at this mic, I came here because I'd heard that finally Freedom Village was going to get some justice. Last Friday, we all received this letter, and right now I want to curse somebody. We all received this letter, because now, because of whatever the city did or didn't do, our rent is not only going up $90, they want $200 from me. What the hell am I getting $200 to give Penrose? Are you serious? Every time I turn around and think that we are finally going to get something in this city, it turns out to be nothing. Absolutely nothing. The other thing, when I think about how it is that these developers get to come in here and do any damn thing they want, and nothing happens. How many times have Dave Gilmore gave you information about what's going on, and nobody says nothing? And even when this man was being threatened bodily, I didn't hear not one person other than Jackson say something about that man being threatened. You said nothing. And to listen to our children, and I know what she's talking about with these smoke shops. That's why you won't find Wahid up there on Rosa Parks in Hamilton, because yes, they are shooting like it's a shooting range whenever they get ready. And those smoke shops mean nothing. We brag about where we don't have as many liquor stores, where you might as well, because those smoke shops do the same damn thing. They are not only selling drugs, they're selling liquor and anything else in there they didn't want to do, because they know nothing is going to happen to them in Paterson. And I heard you pay tribute to Tom Rooney. What was Tom Rooney's favorite quote? Anything goes in Paterson. Sick of it. Up to my heels, I'm sick of this foolishness. And then we have to really stop and look at these director, as far as these pavings and repaving and whatever you're doing. Why is that we were told that on Governor Street you were going to go all the way to the end? They stopped at the light. Nothing is being done on the other end of Governor Street. It's a mess. And from what I've been told, that part has never been paved. What's the problem? We sit back and you spending all these thousands and millions of dollars, and we see nothing. Nothing but raises. And the last thing I want to say is, I'm so tired of hearing DPW being responsible for every damn thing except a raise. Never are you talking about a raise for them, but every time you turn around, you want them to do something else. If they gave you the key, Velez, use the damn key and stop expecting DPW to go close your part. I'm sure you said you would do it, but now you don't want to do it. So now it's, no, you were doing a pilot. Well, you should have done pilot before then. It should be. You don't do nothing else, so you should do something.
Thank you, Ms. Ojeda. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Dave Gilmore.
I don't see Dave. Where's, oh. Came in red tonight. He's celebrating.
Good evening.
Good
Dave
evening, Mr.
Gilmore,
Dave.
my father's oldest son. I stand here to represent and or still standing on the shoulders of those that have come before me. I am here to unequivocally state I am the director of code enforcement for the city of Paterson every day. Here is particularly, I'm representing my office and or the constituents that I work for. I don't work for the mayor, okay? I'm not a cabinet member. I'm civil service. I don't work for the mayor. I work for the people in the city of Paterson. And I want you to know that this harebrained, and not to insult you, but I'm just letting you know, this waving of the wand for the basements and attics, that's not the process. We have a process. People have to apply and come in and go through a process in order to incorporate turning an illegal unit or a potential unit into a tax revenue generating safe unit for dwelling. We have that already. So I don't understand what this mandate is to tell the Corporation Council to create legislation. It's a pipe dream. The other thing is I want to link that to what was done with the sewage and connection fees. All of a sudden, where's the list? Where's the report of all these people that are going to benefit from that? Who are they? These mystery benefactors of doing this. Where's the list? We're still waiting for the reports. There's no data, there's no matrix, there's no analytical analysis of who is the beneficiaries and or why. You owe the money, pay it. It's just that simple. When they take out their loans for soft and or hard costs, they want to defer the soft costs into the hard costs. And that's why they're not paying. And we got plenty of them. We closed a couple of big ones this week, okay? So we got to be more diligent in getting the information and passing the information forward to the public at large so that we know who the beneficiaries are and why we're taking care of them before we take care of the people. That's a problem. So let's do that. And as far as my comments last week and my references to the disparate treatment and or discriminatory practices, I stand by what I said. I just got served papers for calling somebody a racist. Well, I'm sticking by what I said. Because at the end of the day, the discriminatory practices continue. We have economic gentrification and we have racial gentrification. Somebody's got to stand up and say something about it. We're too passive when it comes to the discriminatory practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Big Dave. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
We have no more speakers.
Motion to close.
Move.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Davila. Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to make a few comments. Some of the speakers, the Moorman family over there on Godwin Avenue, I'm not going to say your complete name, but there's not a night they don't go past that I don't send something to the police department or to the captain or to the chief. I got many calls for Governor Street. Governor Street was like a war zone. You couldn't even come outside. And I sent it to the chief and I sent it to the captain that you have to do more patrol. You got to go through there. And I had spoken to you a couple times, but our police department knows about. I get a call from 92 Cal almost every night, and I have to send someone there. So they actually know what's happening, and I believe that they're trying to do their best. Our police department, I mean, you may not, you know what, when I go home now at night, and I catch it on the camera, people walking in my yard, trying to open up my door. When I go home, if I have a late council meeting, I have to make sure I wake up one of my kids so that they can hear, or I'll just blow the horn. So it's like, it's everywhere, but they are aware. And we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. And you know, he would love to have a meeting with you. He would love to have a meeting, because to know what is going on. Governor Street has gotten a little better, but they said them houses on Governor Street, some of them, in the backyards, they got everything. You don't know, it's just everything back there. So you may shake your head, but I know, and you know, people see the police, they say they're not doing nothing, they say, I can't say that. I just want to say that I'm going to have a meeting with you, with the police chief or the captain. You know, we're going to get a new chief, but with the captain, so let him hear your concerns, because it is. Your kids got to go to school. They can't stay up all night long, you know. And then the other problem that I have is that you have families where the adult kids are hanging out all night, and they live in a house with these adult kids and can't go to bed, and go to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then they got to go to school at 7. So it's a thing, and it's about, we got to try to do our best, and we're going to work together and work what we need to do. And I hear your concerns, and I hear, and other people hear. So we hear, and we're going to work on it. And I want to have a meeting, and I'm going to set that up soon. I just want to say to Corey T, thank you, congratulations. Hey, look, Corey T, I've been out here for the last 35 years. I know what it is to get off of work at 6 in the morning and be on the bus at 7:30 to go down to Trenton to fight. I've done it for many, many years. And that's what we have to get our parents to understand. You have to fight for your kids too. It just can't be the board members. It just can't be the principal. It just can't be the teacher. Parents, you have to fight too for your children. And if you gotta, I always say, people, and you hear, and people always say, you know what, it's my time. Long as you got kids, you ain't got no time. Your time is to take care of your child. I don't care how grown they get. Your kids still need you, whether they 30, 40 years old. If you're here to help them and show them direction and right way, that's what you're supposed to do. So, Corey, I look forward to working with you, because I know what you've done for special needs kids. I don't say special ed, they're special needs, and they're all special needs children that need something, that needs guidance, and the parents sometimes need help to be able to figure out how they can handle with some of the things. I just want to say also that we, when we had the Black History, Hispanic Heritage Month, I did not know about Councilman Jackson honoree until that night when I got there. I did not know. So I want to say he's not here, but I want to give the family my deepest condolences, because to lose a child, you know, we're like, I always go, you know, I be in Bragg's funeral home seem like every other day. If it ain't Bragg, if it's Reverend Legarland and various, but you know, we have to, and I hear what he said, they be more passionate, and we are, some, you know, with families, and but sometimes everybody don't throw everything. I'm not a Facebook person to put everything out there what I do for people, because nobody need to know that I help you. Why does somebody need to know I help you? What, to get accolades, to say, okay, I did this, no, it's not necessary. Whatever you can do to do, that's what you do. I want to say to, and I said to my Cameo, I know how rough it is. I know, you know, to be out there, you see stuff. Let me tell you something, you have to be very careful. Because right now, I'm telling you, you got to be very careful, because you don't know who's watching. You don't know who's watching, you don't know who's telling on you, you don't know who's telling people where you live. You don't know. So I want to say to you, Camille, be very careful. Because we need to, and you know, people need to be, know that someone care, and you know, and people do care. I think sometimes they show it in a different way, and, but I just want to say to Wahida, I did not know about no letter till you said it, but I'm going to make a point, our Corporation Counsel, Ben, there's a lady that's in the lawyers, in the law department that handles that situation with Penrose. Please. Oh, you took it to them. But Ben, I want you to make sure that you let the lady who's been helping them with that, to make sure that she gets that letter. I don't know what they did. They lost it. I don't know. How you gonna send a letter? You know what I find, community? If you ain't getting a letter from a judge, man, stop it. You can't put me out. If a judge ain't say you are evicted, you cannot be put out. I got people out here right now that are sending letters. Landlords are sending letters. Law firms are sending letters. You cannot be evicted. Don't let them think that they can throw you out. The only one that can put you out of your apartment is a judge that can say that. So people are, Corporation Council is really running rapid with what they're sending to tenants now, and people living in houses is really going. So I just want to say, it was requested, Ms. Muhammad, about Governor Street. Anything past Straight Street down, it was requested several times. So I just want you to know that it was requested. To David Gilmore, you are the Director of Code Enforcement, and that's what, only thing I have, and I want to put it on record, that house over there on East 19th Street that they was trying to build he was trying to build a family room on top of his garage. Oh, yeah. So I go there, it's 5 o'clock at night, and I see them building, but the only thing, Corporation Council, Kathleen, you get quite a few complaints for people building on. If they was able to tell that man to take that down, they should be able to tell everybody else to take their down.
That's right.
Because there's a couple more buildings that I'm gonna send to you that are being built, I know, with no permit. So when they told, I went over there and I could not believe this man is building a room on top of a garage with no paperwork, and you can see it's a room because they got windows. And you're saying, so David, I got some more that I need for you to look into it. I will send it through like I normally do. I always CC you. So I just want to say that the people are really doing what they should not be. They think that they can just, nobody's watching. And my next thing I think that the city needs to do, Kathleen and our BA, and you gotta light the city up. This city is entirely too dark. When you're driving at night, you can't see nobody. So one of the projects, to my engineer and to the Director of Public Works, figure out how we can light this city up. These lights that we got now, LED, that's what we need. I don't know what lights we need, but the city is entirely too dark. And you can't see anything at night driving, so I just want to put that out there. And so with that being said, I want to say congratulations again to all the ones, the winners, Hector Neves and Hector Rosado. But with that being said, Wahida, we're going to take care of that. David, I'm going to send you some more information. And the young lady over here, we're going to talk to the police department, because there's not a day that don't go by, a night that I don't send Texas, all night long. Thank you. I'm surprised nobody say, like, be quiet, Ruby. Well, anyhow, but those are important things that are really, I just want to say that they were important stuff. So, and I know how people feel like, I love nosy neighbors. You know why? Nosy neighbors take care of your house. As long as I ain't doing nothing illegal, you can watch my house, because I ain't doing nothing illegal. Too many legal people doing illegal stuff out here. That's why they don't want you to know who they are, because they doing illegal stuff. So, Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Councilwoman, we know you're very passionate, and you address every speaker. I won't be doing the same thing, but I will address the young ladies, the mom. At one point, there was an area where I lived in the 1st Ward, and let me tell you, I will never forget walking into my apartment with my son very young, and a shootout, right? Cars got hit left, right. I was just coming in. My son was in front of me. That is very sad. It's sad what's going on, to listen to the 2 young ladies, the mom stand by their side. It's really disheartening. And, anything that I can do, I know that Councilwoman Cotton stated that she's gonna set up a meeting as a public safety chair, and we're members, I will definitely be there to do and assist as I can. And also, you live in the 1st Ward, we will work with Councilman Jackson as well. 4th, I'm sorry, I thought it was 1st. Okay, my apologies for that. To Ms. Black, I'm sorry that you think that I'm a bully. It's unfortunate. I'm not. I'm for the people. I'm from here. Someone said to me, you know what it is, Maritza? Sometimes people may think that because, from Paterson, we just have like this, sometimes this way of how we approach things. So I know that you're very passionate. I know that you love our city. You've been through a lot. And listen, I'm a phone call away. That I can tell you. To address and make comments about my colleague, there's this saying, even in the best families, we fight, right? We argue. There's certain stances that, my colleagues may take that I don't agree with, right? I like to do it behind closed doors. Unfortunately, when it happens in front, you find yourself having to defend yourself, and, some have said to me, ignore, but sometimes it's difficult. So my apologies if you think that way, to anyone here.
Yeah, we don't have one. Oh, yes.
Talking about elections, I believe in democracy, and democracy has spoken. They spoke loud and clear on Tuesday, November 5th. So I want to congratulate every individual that won, from the president all the way down to the U.S. Senate, to the first Congresswoman, Latina, born and raised in the city of Paterson, Grand Street, the projects, and today she is serving as she's still an elected official, but as a Congresswoman-elect, Nellie Poe. I want to continue on with Sheriff Adamo. Sheriff-elect Adamo, congratulations to you. Getting over 90,000 votes in our county. When the county went red, that says a lot. The people spoke who they wanted for president and who they wanted for their sheriff, in addition to the county commissioners and to the newest member, Commissioner-elect Rodney DeVore. As I worked the streets, knocked on doors, worked the polls, my message to people were, every election is important. Vote for who you think will represent you. But I stated specifics that local politics are very important, and that our children were important, and that school board is very important. And so I want to congratulate the 3 individuals who won. I'm going to start with Corey Teague. He was 3 on the ballot. And I have to say, because he's been in positions of being elected, not elected, elected, not elected, and elected again. All right? So it is not always about the money. The money helps for you to reach a bigger audience, right? What was great is that there's a presidential, people coming out. Ballot positioning is very important as well. But third, you've been active and constant for years. So when people came there, they saw your name. And yes, Mr. Sebastian Mejia, name recognition is very important as well, especially when you're involved. Good, bad, indifferent, when you're involved, your name is out there. So to take it back, to Mr. Kenneth Rosado, all right? Many made statements about who is this person, Johnny come lately, and it's unfortunate. I always say, like, why don't you look up the individual, look at what they do, what schools they went to, if they're a husband, if they are a father, are they a businessman, why do they care, why do they get involved? Look at all those things. Just don't take, the messages out there of, they're coming to take control and all that. I don't believe in none of that. So I want to congratulate Kenny Rosado for running a clean race, because I believe that every person that won and everyone that ran on that school board, I believe that they ran a clean race. So I want to congratulate everyone. To Hector Nieves, my aide for 4 years, someone who, Hector Nieves Jr., someone that I've known for years who has been active. And again, sadly, people, say, who is this person? And I saw so many negative comments and things that people are so hurtful, when you have to attack someone on their physical but there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm a little, the word just went away. But the young man is someone that has been involved for years in politics, but he was always a worker. He's always a worker, just out there. So everyone always called him, oh, help with this, help with that, help with this. And, once he became my aide, then, I was like, no, you can't help all those other people. You're mine now, right? And if anybody knows Hector, knows me very well, he knows I'm not a bully. I could be, a queen bee sometimes, because I'm very passionate about, what I do, who I love, and who I serve. So, Hector, you became a father, And I congratulating you because you said, I now want to serve. I now want to serve at a different capacity. You've been serving for years. So I want to congratulate all of you on a great win. Rosado, Nieves Jr., and Corey Teague, congratulations. The people have spoken. Council President, you know, I had to do this, all right? You know, to Ms. Wahida Mohammed, I'd like to see a copy of that letter, okay? Because there's been issues with Freedom Village for quite some time. And, you know, it's sad that we find out when someone comes here instead of us getting the information as soon as it happens. So with that said, to everyone else, thank you for coming out and voicing your opinions and your views and your concerns. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
My vote is yes to close.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Ms. Muhammad, what is absolutely hysterical is that we sit here and act like it's new that our seniors have been getting abused by these facilities for so long. You know, I think there's some truth to what some of the council people talk about. This is acting class up here. People act like you haven't been coming here and complaining about it for how many years. They act like they didn't know. We're supposed to know. It's our job to know. Councilwoman, all due respect, I didn't say one word when you talk. Why are you talking? Am I talking in my ear? I thought they took care of it. I thought they took care of it while our residents are being abused. And you know, leadership speaks to quality all the time, right? You know, Madam BA, you know, and I get it, because sometimes there are cultural and, depending upon where you grew up, but like, there's such a facetious attitude that you carry.
Council
You know,
President,
when
the-
people-
again, these are like kind of personal attacks, not part of closing public portion. It's really unnecessary.
Well,
See, some
well
people have this
understood, Madam VA, well understood.
mistaken authority, as if they could crack a whip on someone's back and then stop you from talking about facts or truth. And people have to come to terms with, like, I'm not a tamed. Anyway, again, talking about your facetious attitude. When members of the public come here, when Ms. Cameo Black comes to the podium, she is entitled to her opinion. When Mr. Eddie Olivares comes here, they're entitled to your opinion. See, leadership speaks volumes. When you can take criticism, right? See, the first few years, she sat there and she gave an example of sharing a beach house, and I criticized that. It's been sour ever since. She wrote a letter about me in the paper. I wrote a letter back in response. She knew not to do that again. But then we were in a committee meeting, and she tried to belittle a director and treat her as if she was the help. I had to stand up at that moment, and I told her she will not do that, not while I'm here. And leadership speaks volumes. People, when the public comes to the podium, their perspectives are what matters most. Whether they come here to criticize me or tell me anything, I have to sit here and withstand that. That is what I'm here for. I have people every day telling me, oh, you know, I need to do this, I need to do that. Listen, it's your responsibility to sit here and absorb that. Not make comments and make noises and laugh, smile in their faces. The facetious attitude that the leadership has. It speaks volumes, right? So just for a point of clarity, Councilwoman Cotton, and I think you should still continue to do it. I had already put together a meeting with Mrs. Mora, where her 2 daughters came there, with the chief of police, with the second in command, Chief Harry, the deputy chief, as well as Captain Murray, who is now standing in for the chief. They promised to address her issues, and she still calls. She calls me and texts me 3, 4 in the morning, and at the best that I can, I answer all the time. I try to answer all the time, right? And it's not because I'm trying to prove anything different. People do that all the time. They call me all the time at these times in these matters, right? But if the council's not going to stand collectively in holding the administration accountable, the other day there was a gentleman in the middle of the street naked, running around naked, and you know what? I tell you what, Madam BA, let's make a deal. I'll make a deal with you, right? First, Mr. Olivares, he also put up a proposal. I will pull him off as my paid aide. He'll still do the work. He's been doing the work forever. If you're willing, and if you guys are willing to take back the raises that you receive. But more importantly, I will never, ever speak negatively or my perspective about you at all. I will grant you that. If you could just name the kid that was shot on 11th Ave after that Halloween incident. You're the highest ranking authority in the city. You're the signing authority. Go to the mic now. Don't wait for somebody to text you his name. Tell me what his name is. Because she don't know. She doesn't even know. When a young person is shot in our community, the highest ranking authority should know who was shot. If you care about the conditions, when it matters to you, if his family continues to come here and they're crying on deaf ears, and Council President callously talked about how I try to utilize this young man's death. When Mike Taylor comes here repeatedly asking for justice for his daughter, you telling the police to put him out of here. So it's not me. I'm not calling. These families are injured. They're hurt. And they want to understand that their city officials care about them. See, at that Hispanic Heritage Month, it would have been my perspective that it was a day of indifference, right? We put all our differences aside and we look at what we were doing. I didn't utilize the platform as a political stance. The young man lost his life callously. He is a representative of the Latino community. I thought it not harm to choose him as my honoree. I would have thought that the council members would have then come together, put their differences aside, sat with Mr. Olivares and said, hey, you know what? This is something that's honorable to be acknowledged. But no, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. He was treated the same way, with indifference, the same as he normally is. Now, let's talk about further business. Normally, and Ms. Muhammad, with your many years of coming here, you understand this. Brother Gilmore, various people that are here, both are newly elected. Brother Sebastian, in past years, there's always been a practice that when we do our budget hearings, they're broken up in segments because it's very important and it's the council's job. Like all this other stuff that's going on with the council is not our job. Our priority is what's going on with our budget. So we break it up in segments. We may take 3 departments in one day, and it's normally televised because you want the public to understand what decisions are being made. This year, we just made an enormous change. The pay increases to the police department, they're going to be so impactful. The CFO acknowledged here that night there was no projections done, no 5-year projections. I called all the former CFOs, and they said they've never seen it happen that way before. No projections, no 10-year, no 5-year projections. We have a budget that's going to be impacted greatly. The budget hearings was done in one day for the entire city. The entire city, all departments done in one day, and it wasn't televised. We don't even know what was discussed. There was no projections on how the impact that the PD's new contractual agreement was going to impact the budget or anything. It's just, okay, no problem, Madam BA, no problem. And this is the kind of stuff that really gets under my skin. Like, the council's here to be financially responsible, and we're just watching it all go away. Still no reports from Hinscliff Stadium. You know, and this level of mistreatment it's across the board. It's not just in Freedom Village. It's at Sandy's Court. It's at Fifth Avenue, where these developers are making a great deal of money, and then they're still taxing on. Ms. Muhammad, item number 58. First of all, it is a law already. But I want to see how council members are going to line up and support this. I'm glad we have Ben David here, because he's very, very thorough in the code. This item, you have developers that's been charging people for parking for decades, and it's illegal. Should not be happening. So we'll find out, right? Ms. Moore, let me just say this. First of all, I salute you. I take my hat off to you. I applaud you. Your daughter's display of their ability to articulate themselves, to read a pre-formulated thought, to come here in the council, and I'm gonna just say this to my council colleagues. You can try to project your perspectives and opinions, but what matters to me most is when I have young people who have such a high perspective of me, to be able to come here and talk about that. I truly appreciate it. It does not go unnoticed, but I truly take my hat off to you, Ms. Mara, for the way you're educating your children. I know you homeschool them, and you know it really is shining very brightly. They are fantastic scholars, and they're going to be bright leaders. Hopefully, it's in this community. Hopefully, they don't choose to abandon this broken city, because while we're continuously here celebrating, all you have to do is go right outside. The size of the rats have never been this bad. This administration is by far the worst, and she doesn't want to accept the criticism of how poor of a job she's doing. The rats, the feces, the urine. Someone had to utilize the stairs. They couldn't exit the building because somebody's sleeping in a cardboard box while they go to Mexico City and celebrate the fantastic job that they're doing. So maybe it's me. Maybe I'm in the twilight zone. Maybe they're right. But repeatedly, it's not just the young ladies. People are coming to the podium and they're talking about the stances that I'm taking, and I stand firmly on that. I stand proud on that, and I appreciate and respect the acknowledgement, and it doesn't go lightly. It doesn't go lightly. I truly understand what we're going through. Lastly, here's another example. I just happened to see on Assemblyman Wembley's page the acknowledgement of the Bulldogs and the Eagles, their flag team. Again, Paterson is so loaded with talent that our teams go across the country, they come back champions, they come back winners, and they come back here to nothing. They come back to nothing. These same children that are excelling at a flag level, by the time they're 15, 16, we've done nothing to cultivate the talent. What we're doing is we're focusing on how we could pay how we could pay outside people, while we cut the library budget instead of doing things for our children, and then we're celebrating how much how many parks. I just saw another advertisement on the mayor's page, the Purple Park. When you have such a disconnect with the community, you don't even understand. Like, you go read the comments, they're like, okay, great on parks, but what about the community? What about this? What about that? While these young ladies have to be up at 4 in the morning. Graves would have been out there himself. He would have been out there. They get the phone call 3, 4 in the morning, he would have been out there. But, you know, people thinking they're doing fantastic jobs, and we just keep on celebrating, talking about how great things are going, and we're going down the same freaking toilet. Madam Clerk, I appreciate your patience.
Yeah,
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman, I'm gonna let you know right
Councilman
now.
Khalid.
I didn't know that man before he died.
Thank you,
I
Madam.
didn't know he died until he got really.
Madam Clerk, we are doing best we could do, but there is more
So don't say.
to get done.
I did not know that till he spoke, and I said, what you?
Everybody admit that. There is criticism and there is personal attack. These are two different things. Anybody could come here and criticize me if I'm doing something wrong. But when someone comes personally attack someone over and over, same thing. Since I've been here for last 4 or 5 years, since his administration came in, same thing over and over every night. I'm tired of it. Do something and make correction on it instead of just complaining, criticizing. Budget hearing. There's no changes in the budget this year. They froze the hiring. It's gonna stay as it is. There's no addition. Only thing each department could do is they could ask for the wish list, and the administration will provide it to us. And the budget hearing never was televised. So there's misinformation. I don't want to go back and forth. We live in the community. Some of us make things, some of the council members, we are not in the community. I represent Second Ward. I'm out there every day. I know my constituent. I know what's going in the Second Ward. If I have any issue, director is right there. He get my phone call, text message every day, 8 in the morning when I'm dropping my kids off. Don't you, director? Every day. So whenever I see something going on in the Second Ward, I make the necessary phone calls where it needs to be called. I think that's what we need to do. ED director is there. When I have an issue, I call her. She knows that. Every director you could ask. I don't need to come here and go after them over same thing over and over and over. Well, I want to congratulate Brother Teague for winning, getting back to the board. Also, Hector Nieves and Mr. Rosado. Local election matters. It's very important. National level, people came out, people decided. Congratulations to all of them. County and local matters matter the most. So I want to thank everyone who participated in this election. And my vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Those who are here watching here in the council chamber, those who are watching us live, thank you for joining us and make your voice heard. So many of you spoke. Again, thank you all. Before I start speaking, I want to congratulate all the row A candidates that made the last election, and also our local commissioners from Paterson Board of Education. Great jobs, and I would say I'm looking forward to work together. So let's come to the point that both Maura, Vicky, and Leah, great jobs. It's a nice speech, I would say. And I can see that you are going to be the future leader of the city of Paterson. Absolutely. It's an amazing job. Linda, Maura, as you have texted me multiple times, 3 o'clock in the morning, just know this, as I promised, if you text me, call me 4 o'clock in the morning, you're gonna get response from me, and I do that. Every time I got call from you 2 o'clock in the morning too. I tried to send police as soon as possible. I called the department 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for your concerns. I tried my level best. That's all I can tell you. I always tell the city of Paterson that if you call me at 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll find me available for you. And I did that. But again, the issue that you are sending me is the same thing repeatedly happening in your neighborhood. What else I can do, I don't know. But one thing I can mention here that your daughter spoke about the smoke shops, liquor stores next to the schools, residents. And our Corporation Council, Amin Abushi, is not here. I sent an email to him regarding some of the smoke shops newly built, just started the business. And I brought to his attention that what we can do. And as of now, there is no ordinance that says they cannot have business next to the schools. There is nothing like that. I requested for the change. I did. And two things I requested to him as well, which is one thing about vape products that in our children's hand, we do not have licensing as of now. We do not know who's selling and who's buying in the city of Paterson. I, coordinating with a group of scholars from Montclair State University, they created a resolution ordinance. It says details that if we have that ordinance in place, the licensing fees and everything, even after paying all the employees that is involved to enforce the code, we still can make about $300,000 a year after paying all the employees. The ordinance was 100% ready. This is a continued issue in our school system, in our children. This is our children. So Madam B.A. and Madam Clark, I want to see this ordinance back in the next workshop session, which was ready about licensing for licensing fees for the vape products in our city. And this was very comparatively with the neighbor towns and cities. And I feel this is very important because we need to know who is selling these products. Regarding the smoke shop and Corporation Council, as he stated that according to him that he already created the ordinance, which is blending both vape products and smoke shops together, but it's slipping somewhere in the committee. So this is my promise that right after this council meeting, I'll send an email to him that which committee he sent over, and I want to see this back. Because this new smoke shop is a profitable business, absolutely, and they are growing everywhere. There is a new one built, as councilman colleague, he's the second ward councilman, right next to school number 5. It just started the business 2 months ago. Union Avenue had only one smoke shop. Now there are 3 or 4 smoke shops. It's just, I'm talking about the neighborhood there was no smoke shop before. We're adding a lot of smoke shops. And other parts of the city, definitely everywhere is growing. But we have to think about the future of our children. They are getting used to it, the smokes and smells. At a point, they are not going to understand that this is something that they cannot take. It's turning to a point that it's like chocolate. It's like regular candy shop now. They can just walk in and out. Who's regulating it? If we just say that, oh, we know that what they are selling or not, that's not true, absolutely not. Because we don't have enough inspectors to inspect all the businesses in our city. So that's definitely a problem that we need to address. We don't need to fight over everything. We are talking about our future, our children. We cannot fight on every single thing. But this is the future of the city of Paterson. So I think this type of items should be taken seriously. So Madam B.A., I'm expecting that the items that was presented in the council chamber, and I say this is ready to go. I think we need to bring that back, and we need to have a ordinance amended for smoke shops. It cannot grow anywhere they want to go, and vape products should be also controlled, and there should be licensing fee. I want to, again, Maura, this is not just your issue only, that the problems that you address. Regularly we get phone calls that issue that you are experiencing. So I'm feeling bad for you because I made phone calls for you. Even this week I made phone calls for you about 2 times. So last night around 2 o'clock in the morning, I did that for you. So, this is a regular issue. We need to do better, definitely. I don't think I can. It's up on Council President. Yes, Councilor. All right. So, regarding another things about sewer connection fees, I don't want to fight on this stuff, but just know this, that just as of now, we have so many buildings, houses operating without CO. Now, if you ask me, how do I know? It's happening in our city. It's happening. There people are doing construction without permission. It's happening in our city. We cannot just ignore this. But enforcement, we don't have enough employees or inspectors to enforce them. Or sometimes we are not able to address all these situations that we are going through. Now, if we have storage connection fee to be collected at the end, you know what's going to happen? Let's say the building is built, everything is ready, they're waiting for CO, and they have to pay the connection fees. They'll operate their business without even CO. That's what we have to expect. This is why I requested James McGrath, the engineer of the city, to be here and share the voice. Now, if council members wanted to support, that's totally their personal view, but I want to make sure that this is a walking backward. This is not helping the city at all. It's our job to help our city and help our people. That's all my stand. So this is why I want James to speak on this. And again, if you want to support, I am not supporting. I am not supporting, I can't support.
Council members,
that's 100%.
We're closing the public portion.
Regarding the budget hearing, one thing I mentioned.
Council members, can we be respectful? We're closing the public portion, please.
So,
Yeah, I'm letting people know what the reality
There was first reading,
Council members, Councilman Jackson spoke for 30 minutes. Nobody interrupted him, but now he feels free to interrupt Councilman Udine. Yeah, but that's that.
No.
Council members, yeah. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
I did.
Yeah, point of order.
Council.
You have no right.
No, listen.
Point of order.
All right, listen.
No, that's the. Council members, can we allow
Council President,
council members
Councilman.
Councilman Ding, and you know what, Councilman Ding,
is
let me open the floor for you. But you know what, I want the public to understand and look that how each council member conduct themselves, how disrespectful they are. Councilman Jackson spoke for 30 minutes, nobody interrupted him. But now Councilman Ding tried to close the public portion, and he jumped over because he feel that he got the right to do that. I want the public to analyze that. Please finish, wrap it up.
I never lie about my vote. I never lie about my vote. I want to know, I want public to know. Yeah, absolutely right, Councilman. Did I say I did not vote in favor? Did I say that? Did I say that? Come on, Councilman.
Council members.
All right, so Paterson, just know this. Paterson, I want to mention that I know that Paterson cannot hear or see that other council members are, talking about that I voted in favor in the first reading. I did. However, I always had questioned that what is it about. I sit down. I brought director and engineer in the committee meeting to have the details understanding that what it is about, what's going to happen, how it is affect. And I requested him to come to the council chamber today. You did not. I did. The reason I did it because I want clear understanding of the public. Councilman, I never disrespect anybody. I never disrespect any council members. But if you want me to, I am not going to wait. You are going to look.
Rafael, let's take 5-minute break since Councilman Jackson.
No, I have to go to.
I am not the person that you're going to speak. Keep on speaking, and I'm going to just listen to you. Of course not. Of course not. This is totally wrong. This is totally wrong. I'm not entertaining here. I brought these people. I sit down in the committee meeting. I did in-depth details discussion.
And committee members know that. This is why I requested James to come here, and
Yeah.
we are not voting today. That was first reading. The meeting discussion was after the first reading, Councilman. It did not appear to the, as I mentioned earlier, it did not come to the BPW committee meeting before the first reading. When we voted in the first reading, I said I'm going to bring them and have the detailed discussion. And this is what happened. I don't know what's the point of getting extra attention to it. Paterson, I want to make sure that we make educated decision on the second reading. I'm not as smart as you are, Councilman. I do respect you, but don't cross the border. Thank.
Vote, Councilman, vote.
No. I can't vote like this. Someone's gonna keep on speaking, and I'm going to accept it. Come on,
No,
come
I
on.
support you. Councilman, do it.
Yes for what? Yes. Yes.
Councilman,
Are we voting today?
Councilman,
No.
you cannot take 5-minute break. You're in a roll call.
No. It was just, I said, hey, what do you need? I'm sending the police. That's how I respond to the people. But again, I want to make sure that we are, whatever decision we are making, in support of the people. I'm not here to getting attention from the people. The council members, I never disrespect anyone. I don't want disrespect from anybody. But if you disrespect, I have no other option other than disrespect you and response to you. Paterson, we need to work together and move the city forward. That's all I believe in. I said, another thing I need to mention about, I was talking about budget hearing. I mentioned that in the budget hearing session, the council members who was fighting here, he was even absent on the budget hearing, unfortunately. In the budget hearing, I mentioned that to the council, to the Madam Clerk, Madam BA, that I understand that this is a budget which is not changing because of the transitional aid is not confirmed yet, right, Madam BA? However, I wanted to see that what are the proposals came from every department. I mentioned that to you. Why would we as a council members should have the opportunity to see all the demands from every single department, and we should have opportunity to evaluate all the requests came from the directors of each department. At least we can, because we know the demands of the people, demands of the city of Paterson. At least we can cooperate with the directors and say, hey, out of this wish list, about 20 items, I think these 10 items can be waited for the next year. Let's focus on these 10 items. I mentioned that to Madam BA, and I expect that she's going to provide the wish list of every single department so that we, the council members, can also evaluate which are the items that are necessary to address at this point, which of the items we can wait for the future. That's all I can tell you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, I think I'm turning to one of the. That's a great job. I'm getting my energy back. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining here. Thank you, James. I thank you for your time, and I want you to just elaborate the process so that in the second reading we can make the right decision. My vote is always clear. Nobody vote hiddenly. Vote is clear. Nobody can lie about the votes who voted in favor or not. First reading, I voted in favor, but at that point we never had discussion in the committee meeting. After the first reading, we had committee discussion, and I believe that I should not support it. That's all I said, and this is my stand. With that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
No, I just want to clear the way first before I speak. Councilman, I just going to say focus in what the public portion came forward. The item is going to be in discussion moving forward. I just want to clear the record here. There's a gentleman that came that is an aide for the city of Paterson for Councilman Jackson, and this gentleman stated about and education is education, right? And process in politics and process in administration and process what we do here. This gentleman stated that he will give up his $25,000 that he received by taxpayers' money, okay? And in exchange that Madam BA gave back her $50,000, a raise of whatever she got, I don't even know, but she got a raise. I just want to clear the record that the salary of directors and administration, cabinet are set by ordinance. Salary ordinance of the city of Paterson. To be able to take that back or she give it back, there's two things. That she does it voluntary, and the other thing is, or we rescind the ordinance. And that's not gonna happen. Because when, that's not gonna happen because before we did the raise of the scale of salary, we did a comparison. And Councilwoman Davila could attest on this. We did a comparison of other city salaries of their directors, and we level to be able to have the best of the best in the city of Paterson that administration could work with. Now, I don't play with the rice and beans of any director, any employees of the city of Paterson. It is what it is. There's contractual and there's administrative decision that goes through this governing body, and it is what it is. So that should put to rest. There's other issues in the city that we should focus on to work together to move it forward. Now, one thing is, this council has the ability to say, we want to eliminate all the A's in the city of Paterson. Because let me say this, my A's, you don't see them here attacking and slandering no council, no administration, no individual that works for the city, because they know their duties. They know their duties. So the level of disrespect that this gentleman have is well, he's toxic. I could say that. He is real toxic. Election results. Election was Tuesday. I always say after the election, listen, the nation had to move forward. The city had to move forward. The county had to move forward. That's when everybody had to come together. If you love America, if you love United States of America, you love this county, you love this city, that's when everybody had to work together to make sure that anything that is done in the city or in the nation reflect the needs of the nation and reflect the needs of the residents of this county and the city of Paterson and the Board of Ed. Councilman Khalid, not Councilman Khalid, Councilman Udine spoke about the smoke shop. Just to give a heads up of what's going on, the state is the one that honors that type of license to operate in any city. The state give the tobacco license to them. Sir, you have to go to the state and get a license to sell tobacco, any product of tobacco. Any product of tobacco, any product of tobacco, sir, is, smoke shop is product of tobacco, sir. You need to learn a little bit, man, come on. So the state honors a license. A state honors a license to operate a type of business, a smoke shop. You know, smoke shop is the title of the business operation, but the state honors the license of tobaccos, right? Product of tobacco, sales of product of tobaccos. And they pay the taxes to the state too. Now, the problem here is that the city has to amend the ordinance of mixed use and commercial. A lot of our property are mixed use. Commercial in the bottom, residential in the top. We need to bring forward and amend the ordinance that this type of business be on operated only on commercial zone. That means that downtown will benefit to this type of business. And especially set the rules in zoning, how many feet they have to be from the school, how many feet they have to be from churches, et cetera. But that's a conversation we could have with economic development and zoning to see how we could amend it and bring a little bit of a clarification in how they could open whatever. But somebody have a storefront and it's deemed as mixed use. You could open a grocery store, you could open a motor service agency, you could open a smoke shop because the category of it is BUs. So, but if we restrict or zone the smoke shop in a commercial area zone, then they could operate only in commercial zone only and eliminate it from the mixed use status. But there's a lot of work we had to do, and I think the input of the community is really important. You know, I was having a conversation with the little girl that came up here and spoke, and I was telling them, I was talking to her about the smoke shop and also the enforcement. And I offer her a data that Paterson police enforce, arrest, and confiscate in those smoke shops. I have seen it, my colleague have seen it, those that knows that the operation public safety, they discuss that a lot. There's a data. Narcotics, ABC are involved, PD are involved in those type of operations. You know, not because you see an officer talking to a individual in front of a smoke shop means that he is ignoring his presence, community policing, et cetera, et cetera. But other departments do the undercover part, and that's when they do a lot of arrests. In the Fifth Ward, they have closed a lot of them and took their product, everything inside, and they get ticketed and a date in court, and they get arrested too. So there's a data there. The police is doing their job, and I'm a witness on that. Okay, but regulate it. We could do that. We could sit down with the proper committee and draft something in zoning to see we could put a zoning status on it on using a commercial area only zone. I'm not going to discuss what is in the agenda in this closing of the public portion. I know what was spoken in committee, and I'm going to state what they said in committee when we got discussing the item itself. Saying that, Madam Clerk, Council President, my vote is yes to close the public portion, and you could call the 5-minute when you want.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, I definitely will use at least maybe 2 minutes to address some of the members of some of the comment from the public. But I just want to start saying by you know, Paterson, it's definitely not perfect. We're facing so many challenges. But I'm very sure that we always could do more. We always could do more to make our city better. Director Billy Rodriguez, he's a witness that early in the morning he gets those calls. People are dumping garbage in the city left and right. Our DPW department, we have to congratulate our DPW workers. They're doing a phenomenal job up there. They cleaning the city. We have $1 million of grant to get those cameras on those places. But until then, I've been calling our DPW department. They're going out in the morning, in the afternoon, keeping the city safe. At least the third ward clean. I'm doing my work. We always could do more. We always could do better. The third ward, Eastside Park, was like, it was a really bad shape. Now you go to Eastside Park, it's closed in the morning, and I mentioned that in the beginning. Public work at 9 o'clock, they're closing Eastside Park, they open that in the morning. We renovated the playground. We have a state-of-the-art playground that accommodates children with a special need. We did the grand opening yesterday. On Monday, we did the grand opening for the roller rink at Eastside Park. The tennis court is renovated. We continue doing what we have in the city. On this agenda, we have item 39, item 41. We have multiple roads that will be done. We're gonna resurface a lot of those roads in the second ward, in the third ward, in the first ward. If you're gonna say that I'm carrying the water of administration because I'm supporting those projects, so be. I don't mind. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. I wanna make sure that when I leave this council, when I leave this city, I want people to talk about the job that I did in this city. I could sit here and criticize the administration and try to destroy everything. But if I'm blocking this type of project, I'm blocking the residents of the city of Paterson. They are the one that fighting to get the street repaved. They are the one that deserve park. They are the one that deserve to live in a clean city. And that's our job here. I don't bring politics into this chamber. I don't bring politics. I could run against any person. After the election, we change the subject. We have to work together and get things done. And that's the reason why when I see a good project, I don't care if it's the mayor, I don't care who bring it in on board. I'm ready to support it because I'm part of the person that I'm making that happen. When the playground was closed at Eastside Park, I was criticized on the last election. Look at the park, it's destroyed, it's closed. Our children, they cannot enjoy that park at Eastside. Well, go now. We have a brand new state-of-the-art playground at Eastside Park. Let's talk about that now. So people like to talk and criticize people and destroy. But I'm always saying it's easy to destroy, but it's hard to build. In order for you to build, you need to sit down with people and collaborate and go over items and go at the committee meeting and do the work to get the result here. I don't vouch it. I'm not responsible for any council member action. I just want the resident of the great city of Paterson to look the way each person conduct themselves in this chamber. It's really sad what I see. I definitely don't support that at all. At all. But look the item that we are approving here. When we talk about items on the agenda, I'm excited. Let's have the discussion. That's the reason why we're here. But when you constantly try to attack and destroy other people, I would never support that. We're not here for that. In my case, I want to make sure that people remember me as a person that collaborates with everybody to get things done in the city of Paterson. We're not going to be here forever, my friend. We're not going to be here forever. We're just going to be here for a minute. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. The best thing and the least that we can do is respect you, Council Cali, respect the different opinion. You don't have to judge me for what I vote. I just have one vote. I vote the way I want it. Let the resident of the great city of Paterson judge me. Let the people that elect me judge me, not you. And I take this, it really hurt me when you have all the Council Cali disrespecting in such a horrible way all the Council Cali. We're not here for that. You got one vote. Make sure that that vote represents your idea and let the other person vote the way they want. That's democracy. And that's what we should be doing. A lot of people mention Paterson. Look how horrible is Paterson. But you know why they say that? It's because the way we conduct ourselves. We look like children here. That we cannot even have a civil meeting. We cannot even get along in a meeting. We have 61 items on the agenda, phenomenal item. We're gonna have a special meeting to spend $2.9 million on the Vista Park projects right here. Let's talk about that. If you really love Paterson, and I want the people, the residents to just go over this agenda. And if you really love it, you will pay attention to the item that we have here. Not disrespecting people, not calling people's name. And I was very offended with Mr. Olivato when he came here. And I think I was very emotional at the beginning of the meeting because I have 3 children. You could criticize me, I don't mind, I'm good, I'm fine. I could do this for free all day long. When I came to the city of Paterson, I came with nothing. Just me and my wife. I have 3 beautiful children, college, out of college. They're doing great. I could put food on the table with my business. I'm doing great, thank God. But when you use a child for political purpose, I take that personal. And I want to invite the resident to look the Hispanic Heritage Month. That person that I lost all the respect for him, he used the tragedy of that family to go to the Hispanic celebration to bash the city of Paterson. Or the homeless, the garbage. We understand, we know, we live in the city of Paterson. We know the situation that we have. The city is filthy, yes, we know that. Do we need to talk about that? No. Do something to get it done. Do something to fix it. Talk to the administration. When I have a problem, I get on top of the director. Sometimes we get head to head. If he doesn't listen to me, I call him 20 times if I have to call him. The engineer, I was really upset with the engineer because I went to the engineer department, and they treat a person, a resident, like a second-class citizen. And I called him directly. I told him, listen, that person's gonna have a personal problem with me because they work for the resident. And I called the engineer. I didn't come to here to attack that person. I called the engineer. He's the one in charge. When I have a problem with public work, I call the director. I use this chamber to get the job done and to try to bring the community together. That's all I want. It's not difficult, it's not impossible. Last but not least, congratulations to all the elected officials, people that got reelected in the city of Paterson, in Passaic County. I feel very excited with the result. We have our new Congresswoman, Nellie Poe. She's on the way to go to Congress, a Paterson Latina that will be representing everybody. I feel excited with Thomas Adamo. He spent his life serving the community. Now he's our new sheriff. Very excited with the Ronnie DeBoer, a racing star in the city of Paterson, who's our new commissioner. Sandy Lozado and John Barlett, they're gonna continue serving. And the school board, Corey T, I know he left, but we gotta be honest. Corey T, he's always involved in the community. It does, Commissioner T, congratulations. We could have differences, we could agree and disagree, but I have to say this, you've always been involved in the community. You've always been fighting for parents that have no voice at the school board. You've been fighting for special need attention to school, and that's the reason why people elect you. That's the reason why people elect you. When you come here, you advocate for the children, you fight for the community, and that's the reason why you was elected. With resources, without resources, the people, they put you back in office because of your job. Kenny Rosado and the director, Nieves, congratulations. There's a lot of work to be done. I hope that you guys come together after the swearing on January and start working in collaboration with the city. We have to work together to move the city forward. Between the school board and the city, we have more than $1 billion. $780 million plus from the school board, almost $800 million, and $300+ million from Paterson. We gotta do better, we gotta do more with that. God bless the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Council
Madam Clerk.
President.
Make close.
Madam Clerk, before you call the vote, I want to reconsider my vote, please. I don't care what you spoke about. The process is the process. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Mrs. Moore, before you go, I just want to share a very proud moment. I apologize. I just got this text. Last week, I had the privilege of being able to travel with my daughter where she was chosen among 70,000 students to Columbia University, where we did a walkthrough, and she was being acknowledged as one of the acceptees. I just got a text. I mean, the list of schools that she's gotten approvals from, acceptance letters from, is extensive. Cambridge, Seton Hall has just committed $98,000 scholarship, academic scholarship to her. So, with schools like St. John's, Columbia, this is some, product that's coming right out of Paterson, and you continue to do what you're doing. And as I'm having a very proud dad moment, because I don't normally talk about my children that way, but my daughters came to the podium to speak on behalf of the community as well. And it's a very proud moment. Now, just for a point of clarity, Madam, Ms. Muhammad, notice there was an item on the agenda tonight that for street naming, it wasn't something important. It wasn't something that was gonna have a financial ramification on the city. It was a simple street naming that someone said it had not gone to committee, I want it removed. This item that Councilman Udine is talking about, who he acknowledged had not been through committee, I read the letter on the record that came from the engineering department that talked about how bad this item was for the city. It had not gone through committee. He still voted yes for it.
So, member.
It did not go to committee at that point. He's saying now, he's acknowledging that now it went to committee. It did not. The director of economic development and the director of DPW came right here sat in front of council president and said, this item did not get discussed in committee. This is not my item. He removed it from the agenda, and then after I left, he put it back on and he voted yes for it. So this is not criticizing. This is pointing out the facts that's detrimental to the community. And if you can't be clear and be honest to the community, then I will be here and call you out. That right there is a blatant lie to say, oh, I'm not supporting this now because after I went to committee, when the directors came here and said, we did not discuss this, the council president kept it on the agenda. Why? Because it's favorable for the developers. And now he's saying, oh, all these good items, these wonderful items. Yeah, the wonderful items that has done one thing to make this community money, save this community money, make it safer, make it cleaner, nothing. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
It's no?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, so now, council members, before the special meeting, we're gonna, yes, Madam Clerk, please, yes, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Okay, thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 no, 2 absent. The public portion is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, so we're gonna have a discussion about item number 6. So with that being said, I don't like to rebottle things, but there's so much light and BS that people put on this. Now, the reason why that item I was on the agenda and I didn't take action was because Corporation Council wasn't there. I will never move any item without Corporation Council approve. I have to go over the legal department. If you want to be responsible, we have a legal department that will never allow us to vote on something that is illegal and that will hurt the city. I'm speaking. I mean, you don't respect that. You don't respect anybody. But please, you should be ashamed of yourself. Please. All right. So I have the floor now, members of the public. So that was the reason why that item was on the agenda. I have the discussion with legal. The legal drafted and approved that legislation. I keep it. It went on first reading. So now we're in the second reading. We're gonna have a discussion, and next week on the next meeting, it will be on second reading. You're gonna have the time to speak again on this, and also we're gonna have a public hearing on that. And after that, we'll be voting. That's the process, Paterson resident. That way you can understand. We're not doing anything behind the scenes. You should pay more attention. You should not lead the meeting whatever you want. So let's have a discussion about item number 6. Where's the director?
Council President.
Councilman Davi.
So Councilman Udine is correct. The item did not go to DPW. It went to finance. I spoke to Madam BA, spoke to legal, and I spoke to Director Delaney, and I told her about it. Spoke to the chair of economic development. So it did not go to DPW. It is only at the meeting that then the engineer sends this letter, and then we had a committee meeting with DPW, and I told the engineer and everyone in that meeting that it is the council's purview. We are the legislators. We can do any amendments as long as it's done correctly and legally. So when someone says this is illegal, I take offense to that because I go through the process. The engineer let us know, well, we didn't have the discussion, but when we were having the discussion then, and director of DPW, they had their meetings, and they realized, okay, no one is taking away that they developers with an S, because they're asking about a list. This is for any developer, anyone that wants to do any work with the city of Paterson. Now we'll go through a process of, and this is not to throw anyone under the bus, right? Yes, there were some monies that have not been collected. And in that meeting, I said, whose fault is that? We had the discussion, right? But I'm gonna bring it back. Everyone has to pay sewer connection fees, everyone.
So
It's the process is just changing it from when, all right? And I stated, you will not get your CO if you're not paid up, point blank. We had a meeting, we discussed it. The director even today, he says, listen, it is in the council's purview, okay? If you want to make the amendment, you can do that. That is in the council's purview to do that.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
council members, I know Councilman Dean asked for the floor, and
Thank you,
Councilman
Council.
Jackson.
Thank you,
Just allow me
Councilman.
to, just for a point of clarification to our Paterson resident to review. This resolution, ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 407-31, addressing sewer connection fees to move the time of payment from pre-permit to pre-certification and off CO of occupancy. What this means is that if I'm building a two-family house, a four-family house, the connection fees, the sewer connection fees per apartment is $1,877.12. What this means is that if I'm building an apartment, with the construction, I have to come out with a total amount. Whether it's one apartment, 5, 10 apartment, I have to pay $1,877 to $12 to apartment, just for a point of clarification. Now, what this legislation says is that don't pay at the beginning of the project, pay at the end before the CO certification. We're not taking money away, we're not adding money away. That's simple, that's what it is. You pay at the beginning or you pay at the end. Now, the problem that I have with this legislation is that it's been mixed with another topic that is very, very problematic for me. Now, in my business, if you have somebody in charge of any department, and your responsibility is to charge a specific fee for service, and you don't do it, you will have a problem. You're in trouble. Now, I always say that we have to run Paterson like a private company, like a private entity. We're leaving millions of dollars on the table. Now, if there's developer-owned fees, and that's not my problem as a councilman. Now, the problem that I have with this is who is the person responsible to collect those fees? What that person is doing? Why we're not holding that person? And I don't know who is the person, by the way. I don't know. Now, why we're not holding that person accountable for not collecting those fees? Back in the day, we have an escrow account for developers. An escrow account. Nobody follow up on that escrow account. That is the problem that we have. That's not the city council problem. This is a legislation like any other legislation. Of course, this legislation will help some developer, if they don't have enough money to build the project, they could use the money to build it, and they could pay it at the end before the CO. That's the way I see it. I see it as a simple legislation. Now, we're not changing the number. We're gonna collect the same $1,877.12 for every apartment. 20 apartment, multiply that amount by 20. That's simple as that. Whether you pay it in the beginning, if you pay at the end, definitely you will help those people to build the project faster, but they're gonna have to pay. Now, in closing, in one of my property, on any of my property that I own in the city of Paterson, if I don't pay the sewer, if I don't pay the mortgage, everybody knows what happened. If I don't pay the taxes or the sewer, everybody knows what happened. There will be a lien on my property, and the city will collect that money anyway. So I don't know what exactly are we talking about here. So the conversation that we need to have is that who is responsible for collecting those fees? Why those fees are not collected? That's my problem, and we should hold that person accountable, not this legislation. This, for me, is simple as any other project. Now, you don't pay, you build your project, there will be a lien. There's people that they looking to buy those lien and just take possession of those properties, simple as that. And the city will collect the money anyway. So somebody dropping the ball, but it's not for us, and it's not because of this legislation. Councilman Dean.
Thank you, Council President. So I don't want you to talk about what's the legislation about. As Council President already clarified that what he stated is all about timing of collecting the fees. That's all about it. What I want to state here is that it went to the Finance Committee and then come to the first reading. The letter that Councilman Jackson is mentioning, that it came with the statement that how it is not going to be effective, it came after we discussed in the DPW committee. That's all I want to state here. It came to the DPW committee, and we requested the engineer to send an email to all the council members with your stand. And after this, it came to you and all of us. That's all I want to clarify here. It did not just come before the first reading. It came after the first reading, after the DPW committee meeting. That's what I want to keep on the record. Now, again, as I want to mention that, is it something effective to collect sewer connection fee after or just before the certificate of occupancy, or it should be collected as of now? or who will be, who should collect them, or how the coordination would be between DPW and Community Improvement Department. That's all is the stand now. It's a decision on the council members. But my stand is that the letter that you are mentioning, that was a request from myself and the committee members in DPW committee, and then you received it. That's what I want to confirm. And it came after the first reading, not before the first reading. That's all. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. And here's the one thing that's critical. When you lie, you got to be able to keep up with your lies. You have to be able to keep up with your lies. The dude is saying that the letter came after the vote. I read it the night right before the vote. What is he talking about? I read the letter that the engineer wrote that was written weeks before and sent to every council person before he casted that vote. I read the letter on the record. All you have to do is go back and look at the meeting. I read word for word. In case anybody was incapable of understanding and reading it for themselves, I read it onto the record. Now, here's the other thing. To the members of the public, because I cannot continue to battle back and forth with the members that's sitting here. They've already shown you their hand. It's like playing spades with a 10-year-old. He's showing you all his cards. They're already letting you know where they stand. Oh, we're going to support this regardless, just making excuses. What is the financial ramifications of this? Because this fee is not a fee that goes into the city coffers. This fee is not something that impacts our budget where we could defer down the line. When you have a major development that's going up with 200 units and they defer the payment, the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission is not going to allow us to defer payment to them. We've given somebody the authority to move on building a facility, and guess what? If they don't pay it, or if they have complications and they go out of business, or they have to file for bankruptcy, that just means the city's not going to collect the money. Nobody's going to force them to take the building down. You don't allow somebody to come into your community and build these astronomical projects and then allow them to pay the fees that you're going to be on the hook for down the line. It doesn't work that way. No other municipality does this. Nobody else. So when you're looking at these scenarios and you're talking about, people are making these claims, how Paterson is bad, and we know, because it's the decisions that we're making here. These are foolish decisions. And then for somebody to make a claim that they didn't know, let me clarify this. The reason the directors came here is because Councilwoman Davila is saying it did go to committee. It went to finance. Well, let me tell you who finance is. Finance is the administration, meaning the BA and selective council members who's already carrying the water, right? But the legislation didn't have their names. It had economic development on the legislation. So how is it being voted on and it never went to ED committee? But you're saying it did go to committee. It went to finance. Yeah, because they're pushing it. And they wanted it, they said they want to go to finance because they probably had a private meeting, like these things happen all the time. That's why I don't have these conversations in committee any longer, because they'll say something and they lie. They come right out here and they'll change their position, change their vote. If somebody's going to say that this is a favorable vote for the taxpayers to allow developments to take place, it's not making us any money. It's not making the community any money. This is costing us money, because when they defer payment and they don't pay, we're going to be on the hook for it. The city's going to have to pay for it. And I mean, listen, you have the person who actually spotlighted it here. We're having a discussion. Why not call the director of community improvements to the microphone? Let him co-sign your claim of this being favorable to the community.
It's not, it's the engineer.
It's under economic development, which then the engineer who has to do the evaluation, their department already wrote the letter that says this is not good for the community. But then you hear a council president saying, oh, I'm gonna take the advice of the city attorney. He don't live here. He doesn't live here. The ramifications, he's getting a check guaranteed. The decisions that he makes to pose a favorable view for items that's gonna negatively impact the city, it's clear. So, I mean, listen, it's gonna happen either way, but I mean, council president, by all means, you got the director, he's the one who pointed out the millions of dollars of uncollected fees, and maybe he could shed light on who is the person. You asked the question, who is responsible? Maybe he could shed that light so the public can understand. If we're being transparent and we're being forthcoming with the public, then let the director speak. Come on, you got the courage.
We're waiting for you to finish.
All right, okay, I'm done.
Okay,
Bring it to the
thank you.
podium.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Council
Thank you,
President.
finish.
Council
Just a
President.
minute.
Council
I know,
President,
Council.
I asked for the
No,
floor.
but I know Councilman
I'm-
Caligas, and then you go after Councilman Davila, and then we go with that. And then Madam B, I know you raise your hand. And then
Councilman, I'm asking the floor.
Mr. CFO,
I'm
Madam
asking
BA,
Now, you got two, and then
I mean, I mentioned that previously as well. Where are we with this collecting of the connection fees? We read an article previously about some of the money not being collected. Where do we stand on those collecting those sewer connection fees?
Madam BA, please.
Council President, thank you. And yes, Councilman Cleek, we are in the process of collecting those fees. We have, let me take one step back. I think that as has been said throughout the night, there were multiple points of failure in this process. And the fees should have been collected the way as things are written now. They should have been collected. So the way that the ordinance is written in the city code as it stands now did not protect us from what everyone is afraid of if we make a change. The problem really lies in how we were tracking all of this, the communication between different divisions, and that is where the focus is going to be. So while we have begun to collect, and we will continue to collect, we are also starting to track this process so that the engineering team, all of this will be through technology, which it isn't right now. The engineering team will have access to those same applications, and they will be following the process and be following the payments, so they can do a better job of making sure that we do not allow fees to go uncollected. We are also going to be utilizing temporary COs, which is the proper process that you give, even if the construction office has allowed it for the health and safety of the development. If all of their boxes are checked, you can give a temporary CO if prior approvals are still outstanding. But it's time limited, and we haven't been doing that you can do it for 60 to 90 days, and then it gets revoked if you do not cure any outstanding fees, anything else. So from the administration's perspective, when we have this conversation with the council, that is why we are trying so hard to fix the process to make sure that whatever the ordinance says, whether it says it at time of permit or if it says before the CEO, that the fees are collected, that everybody knows about it, that it's tracked properly via technology. So that is where the focus should be, and the attention should be. And just to correct something that Councilman Jackson said, these are not fees that go to Passaic Valley Sewage, not at all. These are city fees.
We know that.
There is actually a line it goes to the sewer utility. There is a line in the sewer utility budget that says sewer connection fees.
Right.
So I have no idea where that is coming from. So it's just
Approximately
incorrect.
how much there is left to be collected from previous years, I would say?
And it's more than just sewer connection fees. There are some other fees that are still outstanding as well, because again, the whole process was broken.
I know, but approximately how much is out there?
I don't know exactly where it stands right now. I don't know the most recent payments, but I think it's somewhere in the $700,000 range.
Okay, so
probably.
it's coming down from,
Yes,
from
it
what
ha-
was
it-
reported
we
in
have-
the newspaper.
We have been receiving payments, and we're doing the follow-up for the other payments. And one other item of note, in the construction office, as the council knows, we have members from the state DCA codes and standards who are now approving every permit that comes in and out. Every part of this process cannot be released without everything being proper. They are the ones who are also helping us set up the technology and again, making sure that everything, and they have said to us, we don't care what the ordinance says in terms of the time. It is our job to make sure whenever
right.
it is said in, that the council, whatever that council action is, that we make sure that we follow it and that the process is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman.
Also, I keep hearing about committee. See, it is an economic development committee. I'm the chairperson of the committee. More than once I discussed it with a director right there. We did not discuss it?
Microphone.
You, come here.
Come to the mic, Director, yes,
I
please.
need to listen to this. Yes.
To me via email by Corporation Counsel as an FYI. So when I saw it, I shared it with my colleagues so that they were aware of what was going to happen. So the fact that the ordinance was introduced, you're amending an ordinance that was initially introduced by DPW, which is where the sewer connection fees all reside. So the fact that it was introduced under economic development is incorrect. It's an ordinance that
So
belongs
I feel like there's
under-
some misconnection right here.
Correct, and that's what we
Director,
brought
no,
to.
because
And that's what I brought
I
to
wasn't.
the council president's
Just a minute,
attention
just a minute,
and
please.
asked that it be withdrawn that evening when it appeared first on the workshop. We asked, I was here, as well
okay.
as Director Rodriguez, to request that it be pulled.
No, I just want to clarify.
What do you clarify?
Let me speak, man. Let me speak. I have the microphone. Let me speak. More than once, twice, you even had the printout.
I didn't.
And
I
seated-
did not receive the copy of the ordinance until that Friday before it hit the workshop agenda.
There is some misconnection, so.
Economic development.
Okay,
Just like it's
so.
finance and it's DPW.
Okay. I was in the meeting. I seen the paper on the table. We read it. We were like, okay, go ahead. Go talk to Corporation Counsel.
Then maybe you had a copy in advance, but
No, not advance. It came from your packet, same packet, not
It was
copy
not
in
in my
advance.
packet,
Not
Councilman.
copy in
I
advance.
did not
So
receive
there
it
is-
until the Friday before it appeared on the workshop
So
agenda.
there is, I feel like, am I lying here?
Yeah.
That's not, well,
I'm
how
not
you know,
lying.
man?
Yeah.
How you know?
What you calling her?
How you know? I'm not calling her, I know I'm not a liar.
You telling her that she saw it.
No.
You
she-
sitting here telling her that she said she said
Councilman
it.
Jackson, Councilman Khalid has the
Come on,
floor.
man, don't try to bully me. Don't try, you always try to.
You can
like,
review the
act
email
tough.
chain
Council
as to
members,
when it was
council-
sent to me. It was sent to me the Friday
Is-
before it
is-
appeared on the workshop.
Is I seen it more than once on the packet while we had the discussion on the other items as well. That's what I'm saying. And other council members were on the meeting too. Usually me and Councilwoman Davila show up.
It's only you and Councilman Davila at the
Davila show
committee
up, right?
meetings.
Right, so,
Councilman Davila.
well,
That's all.
no, I just want to know if Councilman is done.
Go ahead.
So,
And there was only one, Councilman Davila was the only one there, because that was the day we discussed the Vista Park that was appearing on the workshop.
right.
So I know what was on the agenda
So,
and what
so,
was
so
shared
let
with the
me,
committee.
let me just, for those out there that are watching, the Economic Development Committee has 4 members, of which most of the time 3 of us show up, okay? Others may not, for whatever reason, work or whatever the case is. Same committee members are in finance, all right? Half in DPW, okay? I'm not gonna call any council member out who doesn't come, who does, who doesn't. The point here is this. The council has the right to make amendments to ordinances. That's it. We can go ahead and support or not support. We can make recommendations. That is the council's purview. As I said it to the engineer in DPW and others, if the council, and I say council because we're a body and we'll take action, 5 votes, we're a body, okay? The engineer expressed his concerns, the letter that he sent, okay? The letter that Councilman Jackson read at the meeting, yes, that is true. He read it on record, okay? Then we got a copy of it. We got it in our packets, okay? I had the discussion with Corporation Counsel, and I said, because when someone comes up to me and says, this is illegal, I have a problem. Because I don't do illegal things. I go through a process. That's why there's committees. In committees is where you have the discussions. From there, items come out and they come to the workshop for the rest of the council members to have the discussion. And yes, that's what workshops are for, to have the discussions. We can agree to disagree, but it is in the council's purview. If you want to make an amendment to an existing ordinance, we can do that. If it's economic development, DPW, finance, it went through a process, through legal. It was drafted. It came on. Director Delaney and Rodriguez both came and said, hey, what I don't like is the word that was used, that this is illegal. Okay? Because it is not illegal to do that. The monies are going to be collected. There's going to be a process now, a trackable process, which unfortunately, the ball has been dropped. But we're fixing it. That's what we're supposed to do, and make those recommendations. And I'm looking forward, and I'm sure the engineering department and DPW, they're going to be happy that now, and community improvements, you guys are going to have a trackable process. Sometimes I get crazy when I hear that still people are doing things with paper. I'm like, there's a new system in place. We have to do this. So I'm not going to go back and forth that it went, that didn't. This is where we are right now. The amendment is in place. It's for a second reading next week. There's going to be a public hearing, and there's going to be a vote. Every council member will be able to go ahead and, just like stated today in workshop, they can say yes or no to it, and we will continue then to move on.
Council
if it's
President.
a yes, it's a yes. If it's a no, it's a no.
Councilman
Thank you very
Velez.
much, Council President.
Thank you,
Thank
Council
you.
President. First of all, let me go back to my notes here. Madam BA, through the chair, Madam BA, can the CFO tell me an amount of millions that have already been collected? Then let's not talk about the one that has not been collected. Can you tell me how many millions we have collected so far as of today
For sewer connection fees?
for sewer connection fee?
In 2023, we collected about 1.7 million. In 2022, we collected 2.5 million. I would have to look back before that.
What's those fees are used for after you collect it?
They go to support the sewer utility.
And if that fee goes to general government line item?
The sewer utility. It goes to support the sewer
Do
utility.
we have, no, you're saying go to support. The fee collected, it goes to general government?
No, it goes to sewer utility. So we have a
So we
separate
have a
sewer
line
budget.
item that goes there?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a separate budget for each sewer utility.
Let me, so going by the statement of the director, I don't sit on economic development. As Councilwoman also stated, I don't sit in that committee, okay? I take offensive, real offensive. The memo or memorandum with a letterhead that has Andrew Sayer for mayor, division engineering, the director name and everything. And I take real offense, the principal engineering aid. We're not talking about an engineering. I'm talking about an aid. that state in this letter that a developer spoke to him and says, quote, "We know," he said, "we know the developer plenty said that there's nothing that anyone can do about these changes because I have 8 out of 9 council members guaranteed to be voting yes." In other words, he understand who was the power to make changes in the city. And this aide of the engineer department stated specific Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mins, and Councilman Velez. Why I'm bringing that? The director stated that she spoke to council members. Director stated that. No, via email as a FYI, right? So councilman stated that it was discussed.
Yeah, Director, come to the mic, please, Director,
Correct.
for the record, please.
Yeah, Corporation Council sent me an email as an FYI, here's the ordinance that we amended for you to review. It was an FYI, as
So
in,
you didn't
we
have
did
no
this
con-
without your
That's
consent.
the point.
Correct.
You didn't have no conversation
I
with
wasn't even
councilmen.
aware that this was even discussed.
So that's why I'm trying to make a point. You didn't
Correct.
have a conversation with me.
No.
Good. That's why I'm bringing this statement that the engineering aide stayed and affirmed in this memo that I was gonna vote on favor or and no. Well, in this case, he's saying I, Marissa, and other councilmen already done deal.
Who wrote that?
The engineering, the Mr., what's his name in this memo? I guess you guys didn't read it completely. Carlos Ed Rodriguez, Principal Engineering. Yes. So the other thing is, no, look, if you read the email, you're not gonna get confused, sir. You know who confusing all this? You. And I'll tell you why. I wasn't here in the last council meeting. I was in Dominican Republic. But I watched the council meeting.
Yes, you did. You were texting me.
And you know what I was doing? Laughing. You know why I was laughing? Because when you in committee, they say one thing, and when they come out here, they say other things. And I was laughing. I wasn't here, and this Councilman Jackson did a video saying that I approve it when I was not even here. No, I'm talking to the audience, sir, not to you. Now, and you know, if I'm going to speak to you, I'm going to bring you to the mic. Now, I'm still reading the email here. Okay? First of all, out of this ordinance that I see here, 95% of this ordinance belongs to economic development. This ordinance was created in 2018 by this municipal council. Not only that, you know, I didn't spoke to Councilwoman Davila when they brought this up, and after I read it and went to the statute that's here, but the thing is that they don't read statutes. They put statutes, but they don't read it. I read the statute, I compare what's here, and a lot of stuff here I align with the statute. Okay, align with the statute, NJSA. So it's aligned. And the amendment is also aligned with the statute. So in other case, we are not doing nothing wrong. I went to the committee meeting, and that committee meeting was the chairman, was myself, and I believe Councilwoman Davila was there, right? Councilwoman Davila, last committee meeting at DPW. and also was Councilwoman Kine. And the first question that we asked, it was about this email, the letter of the aide. And the director of DPW that was sitting in front of me, okay, and you were sitting next to him, and Steve Howe was sitting this side, he was sitting next to me, no, he was sitting the other side. And when I asked the question, if there's any problem, the director stated in the meeting that he went over with the administration, that they agreed to move forward, okay? The only thing that they will not, the only thing that make them agree what we're doing is that we don't start giving CO into all the fees are collected. Now, I don't know if this engineer knows, but I was reading the email, and he started saying that people are going to start occupying buildings, multi-dwelling buildings, without permits and without COs. What do you think? The fire department does not have to inspect that building before they occupy? They have to get a certification from the fire department that is safe, and it could occupy that building. I don't care, Director. I'm talking. So the fire department works with any inspection that they have to do in the city of Paterson before they open someplace. So you cannot say that the fire department don't care, because they care about the safety and welfare of any occupants in any building, any house, any single family house for safety. And they do their own inspection before they open a place. Now, to say that they have a vote from me, I haven't voted. I'm giving my opinion that I see that this is not only going to benefit developers, it's going to benefit even Jackson when he does a house without permit, it's going to benefit him. If it's going to benefit any councilman that's going to construct a one-family house, a new one-family house, it's going to benefit any small constituents that we have in the city of Paterson that want to construct, from single-family house up to development. Now, to say in the letter that there's no way to collect the fee after they are occupied, we have taken people to court to get their salary back when they break the law, and we have been successful. Don't you know that the city of Paterson put liens on property only because they don't clean the backyard or the lawn, or they have to board up a house, they put a lien, and then that house cannot be sold because it has a lien until they don't pay the lien, and you're gonna tell me there's no way to collect fees? Madam BA stated that it's their responsibility to create a method and communication to collect all those fees. And what we're doing is putting the house in order. For many years, or since 2018, she attested that it was not collected properly. But yes, have been collecting some kind of money. The CFO stated 1-point-something million. Now, that is some loopholes. It was some loopholes. But now, we're going to give the chance, the opportunity to the administration to correct that loophole with this ordinance. And I haven't made my decision. It's next Tuesday, but I'm going to bring more facts to the table, because as the statute of the state speaks a lot. And if we go to apply everything that the statute say in this ordinance, it will give more benefit to anybody that is going to invest in the city of Paterson. But and I want an apology in an email from this aide to assume that the engineer aide or the engineer aide that your department have, right? Carlos Rodriguez. No, I'm not saying that you have to apologize. You didn't write the email, but you're the head engineer in the city of Paterson, right? I don't think you know what he assumed here? That we sat down with developers and we made agreement with them. Now he had to prove me, no, if I won, he had to prove me who developer he spoke to that involved me, involved Marissa, and involved whoever involved. He cannot just write assuming.
It was sent to you and nobody else. It was sent to the council. That was it. It wasn't sent to anybody else.
What, the letter?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was sent to you guys.
So
Okay,
don't you think that the aide's supposed to say, you know what? Let me sit down first with the head engineering, the one that has
Yeah,
the
no,
license,
we
and
reviewed it
go
together.
over this letter.
Do you went over the letter?
We did, yes.
You went over the letter?
Councilman Les? Right?
No, hold on.
Yeah, go.
No.
Just drop finish, please.
No, because it's assuming, sir, you just told me over there that you're not responsible of his, whatever he wrote. You just told me over there.
That's absolutely not true.
And who's responsible then?
I'm responsible for everything that comes out of my office.
Okay, so you're responsible of the wording that he did in that letter?
I'm responsible for everything that comes out of my
The
office.
director oversee that letter before he sent it? The director, Billy Rodriguez?
No, he has no part in this.
He's the director of the department. He's the director of the department.
I don't know what you're trying to
Engineer.
get at, Councilman, but
The
I didn't-
engineering
the engineer,
belongs, what, is it a different department?
the engineer is in charge of his division. He's the engineer.
It's a
when he
division.
sees
It's a
fit.
different
That's what
division.
happens.
Correct.
But
You as a director, you don't oversees
I sign off on stuff. Yeah, I do sign
the
off on stuff.
operations?
But on the whole Department of Public Works, yes.
Yes. Do you as a director,
Hmm?
if a engineering or somebody from your division want to write a letter to the council,
If
don't
something
you
comes
sit
out,
down?
if something comes out of the engineering is responsible for
You're
it.
the
I don't-
supervisor of them, you're the director.
I said it twice already. If it comes out of the engineer's office, the engineer's responsible for it.
Who's responsible?
The engineer's responsible for coming out of the
So,
engineer's office.
and it's go in a letterhead that has your name.
Yeah.
And it goes a letter that has the mayor's name.
Yeah.
And it has a letter
Listen,
of
we spoke about
everybody.
we spoke about this internally.
So
we spoke about this internally. We understand that it's the council's prerogative to make this happen.
Okay.
We understand that. We feel
So-
like we,
so-
we
so
feel
let
like
me-
we got
let me-
we feel like we
let
got
me-
safeguards.
let me-
Because you're beating a dead horse. We feel like we got
let-
safeguards in place.
What was that?
now. I said we feel like we're beating a dead horse. Everybody's saying the same thing.
No,
We-
nobody's saying the same thing,
Yeah, you
because I'm
said it
not
3
saying
times
the
just
same
now.
thing that they say. I'm just talking about the letter that was directed to me or the council, but nobody has
No,
spoken
we
about
did
the
have enough
letter
conversation.
in
Okay.
plain blank floor.
After.
It's the 3rd week that we're talking about it.
No, I wasn't here, sir.
Yep.
All right? So I read the letter and keep on reading the letter.
Yeah, we.
And the letter have no, for me, it was subordination, for me. I don't know if you're gonna take it like that, but for me. But his opinion as aide, you know what? If he is in engineering in charge, an engineering department, don't you think that letter should come from him? Why he then saw the letter and he approved because it's an opinion of an aide.
He had concerns, and he expressed them to the council, nobody else.
So that concern should be
No,
not, don't you you don't supervise him?
I supervise everyone in my division.
So don't you
Oh, yeah.
supposed to sit down and say with him and say, listen, before you send that letter, let me go through the letter, let me see. Yeah. Oh, no, no, no.
He wasn't reporting that letter to the news. He wasn't sending it to anybody else. He was sending it to you guys as a concern.
So how that letter got leaked to the news anyway?
That has nothing to do with me. I didn't leak anything. It was sent from our office to you guys.
No.
Okay, well, we can discuss that.
Okay.
That's fine, but I don't think
Now,
this is the place.
now,
this is
so
not the
for
place for
example,
it.
so, no, hold on, let me finish. Sir, I don't know, but for example, we are, I don't know, sometime when I want to do ordinance or amend something, I sit down with the committee, I say, what do you think, guys? This is gonna work? Oh, let's move forward. Don't you think that something critical like this, talking about and writing about something that he don't like against an ordinance that we could amend should be vetted through director, you,
No,
and the
he
BA?
has nothing to do with this. This is completely.
So anybody
his
could
office.
write a paper and send it?
No, I reviewed it. I reviewed it with him, and his freedom of speech and his concerns are his own.
Freedom
I'm
of
Freedom of
totally fine with that.
freedom of speech is okay. Letterhead.
Okay, but again, it was internal, and again, a public meeting, I don't think is the
All right,
the proper place
so,
for this.
so I gotta rest here,
Oh,
you know,
please.
I gotta rest here, but I think this will benefit from the smaller to the big, and, that's what I gotta say.
Thank
It's
you,
your-
thank you,
hold on, hold on.
Councilman. I
It's-
got
it's-
Councilman
it's-
Cotton
it-
waiting
hold on,
for Councilman.
last
Council
but not
President.
least.
Last-
Last
Council
but not
President.
least.
I got Councilman
Last but not
Davila,
least,
Cotton,
last but not least,
Jackson.
hold on, last but not least, we do ordinance, we amend ordinance, it's responsibility of administration to enforce
Look at that.
and make it work.
Come on, bro.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So you agree on that?
Council
So
President.
It's gonna work.
I totally agree.
Thank you.
Council President,
Just give me a minute. Council member, just a minute.
seat.
I believe that, let me just say this, the last three. Okay. Councilman Jackson, please. Oh my God.
Council President.
Yes, just a minute. No, yes, I have Councilwoman Davila waiting. Councilman Cotton asked first than everybody else, and then you. And Councilwoman Cotton, you asked for the floor, right?
All right.
Oh, but when you speaking, Councilman, that's okay, you let me, Councilwoman Cotton, when you speak, I'm assuming that you're asking for the floor, Councilman Davila is waiting for.
Okay,
Okay, now, Councilman, before I give you the floor, I just wanna say one thing to the engineer. That letter, you send a letter to this governing body and mention name, adding council members, is very, very disrespectful. That's not professional at all. That's not professional at all. I've been in the private sector for all my life in the private sector, and I'm just an elected official. I never worked for government. But I know that in the private sector that will never be tolerated. We could have a discussion. Your point of view, it might be, this is not good for the city. My point of view will say, I don't see any different. It gave the opportunity to those people that are starting into the development business to have a little bit more money to finish a project. I will look at, as a legislator, when we start this dialogue, this conversation, I'm like, okay, you know what? The amount doesn't change. It just shift the payment to the end to allow those developers to have a little bit more money to finish a project. There's so many ways that we could collect that money. It's unacceptable that we say, oh, the administration has no way to collect the money. That's not true. And we both know that's not true. But I'm just going to speak on the letter. And the reason why I'm going to concentrate on the letter is because in government, I do believe that we have to respect each other. And we got to be very respectful. When we start disrespecting, that's when things start falling apart. As a professional, I have to respect you, but I have to listen to your point of view. As a legislator, as an elected official, you have to listen to me. You have to listen to my point of view. You might say, I might disagree with you. Now, the reason why this is on the agenda is because in the beginning, when the director, Lane and Director Billy addressed me, corporation question wasn't there. And you know what really caught my attention? That somebody said, oh, that's illegal. And that a lot of people, oh, that's illegal. And I said, you know what? Let me talk to Corporation Counsel, because if you allow me to put something illegal on the floor, then he's responsible, and he's putting us on the hook. So with that being said, I don't have nothing more.
Council
Director,
President,
just let me
that
finish.
night, I'm just saying, that night, when me and Director Delaney approached the
Me.
excuse me?
Me.
Both of you guys, we said it has the possibility of being illegal. Never that it was illegal.
Okay, so thank you, Director.
Both
Just-
said that
just-
we
just-
said it was illegal.
I understand,
We
I
said, no,
understand.
but you gotta say the whole phrase what we said, because words mean stuff.
No, I understand that. And because of that, Director, I hold people accountable here. You know why they did that? Because of that, I say, we're moving forward with this. I spoke with as soon as Corporation Counsel sit on that chair, I called her and said, I need to speak with you about this. So you're telling me that as a Corporation Counsel, you put a legislation on the floor that might be illegal, that might have a conflict of interest? He told me, he said, absolutely no, Council President. You could move forward all the way with that legislation. We covering all the code, we have all the legality, and I automatically say that go on first reading. Now, we're in the second reading, and we have this debate, which is good. The only thing that we have to take out about this debate is that calling name, and my name is not there because that's not professional. It doesn't help nobody. So, with that being said, I think directors, Councilman Davila, if you ask for the floor,
So,
otherwise we can move forward with the second,
I-
with that,
I-
Councilman Jackson. Yes, and then we move
I
forward.
want to thank Director Billy for making the correction, all right? We're over that. I don't need to rehash, all right? The engineer and I spoke as well in the meeting. You know, he said his concerns there. I said mine. The committee spoke. The chairman had his statements. Then it was clarified, no, it is not illegal. It is in the council's purview to do so. I like the fact that now there's gonna be a trackable process. And, you know, listen, everyone's gonna do what they need to do in terms of their job. We have one side of what we do. We don't do the enforcement. I know you guys are gonna do a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Well, there's something very clear here. Reading is fundamental, but comprehension is paramount, right? Because a whole bunch of falsehoods have been stated here. And I just want to clear it up because I know that Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez may be accustomed to or their thoughts are something different. This is not a dictatorship. This is not a dictatorship. You don't just get the mandate, oh, you work here, you gotta, oh. He didn't write the letter on behalf of the engineering department. As a city resident and a longtime employee and a person who was involved in the process of collecting the fees, whether it is an assessment that's done,
Right.
he wrote a letter stating his concerns. Letter states very clearly, I would like to express the engineers department's frustration. Further, it goes down by saying, where's the name of the names? Again, see, the ignorance is bliss. Of course, it's a city letterhead. If I work for a place, but I put my name on it. When I put my name on it, that's my concerns. He doesn't. It's not a dictatorship where you just, oh, you don't have the right to say. No, you have the right to express. Even as a city resident, the same way you guys try to muffle Director Gilmore when he came to the podium exposing the thing, oh, no, we're not going to let you speak. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. It's not how things work. So further, it goes on to say, because it never made any direct accusations. And I don't want to paraphrase. I don't want to do the same
Councilman Jackson, are
stupidity.
you saying that it's okay on a personal, to use city letterhead to write a personal statement?
Councilwoman.
No, because you make that statement. I want you to clarify for me to understand.
If there's an employee of the city and he has concerns and he wants to express that to whomever, because what you're saying is you don't care what the director's perspectives are as her name and her department was placed on this legislation with her clearly stating she didn't even have any knowledge of it. But you're saying we don't care because it's the council's purview. The council, we
No,
can do
that's
whatever
not
we
what I'm
want.
saying.
That's basically what you said.
No.
No, you did say. You
No.
said
No.
it don't
I said in
matter.
3
It's the
committees.
council's purview.
He always confusing.
Councilman
council's
Jackson,
purview. So again,
Councilman
hold on.
Jackson,
Let me
Coun-
finish.
no, but Councilman Jackson.
Councilman
I know, but
Jackson.
I need to just
Councilman
clarify
Jackson has the
something.
floor.
Councilman,
Councilwoman.
Council President, all I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
say is this,
Councilwoman.
you cannot, I work for Passaic County College. I cannot use that letterhead for anything
That's
that
right.
is personal,
Thank you.
even if I have concerns about something happening in the college. I could do it on my personal, but I cannot do it
Take
on
that.
the letterhead. But secondly, I'm not saying that I don't care what any director, I do care. That's why I sit in these committees. That's why I come to meetings. I do extra meetings when needed, phone calls, whatever it is. I said, so
Okay, that's
don't,
fantastic.
the fact that but I sit in economic development, I sit in finance, I sit in DPW, I sit in public safety.
When it is your job and your responsibility, and the onus is then going to fall back on you, you as an employee, you have the right to express your concern when the responsibility is going to come back on you. If the council's making a detrimental decision that an employee feels is going to be a detriment to his position, he has the right to express that without being threatened. Because what's happening right here is people in the legislative position threatening and questioning whether or not an employee has the right to his First Amendment right to express his opinion.
Brother, he's doing the
That's what
opinion
that
as
is.
an
I don't
engineer.
need
Jackson,
nobody else to
nobody's, I don't know who's
commentate.
threatening you, but I know I'm not threatening anyone.
Council members, let's wait for
I don't know
Councilman
what
Jackson
part
to
he don't
finish, and then we will
comprehend.
move forward.
That is an engineering
And then we'll move
aid.
forward.
He
Council
did the
members,
letter with
please.
the city letterhead.
Council members, we have-
Engineering aid, and the
Yes.
opinion
Council
was
member-
through the
Can you get
city
him under control,
letterhead,
please?
Council-
not his personal opinion, not his
Councilmember
free
Lance.
speech.
gavel.
He represented in the engineering department, sir.
Councilmember Lance.
I don't know what you understand.
Councilmember
It's like
Lance.
going to Jacksonville and doing events there, and you don't understand. He don't understand. This guy don't understand, bro.
Thank you, council
don't
members.
understand.
Thank you, council members.
This
Thank
guy
you.
don't
Please
comprehend.
wrap it up,
continue.
Council.
He don't understand even
I
his
would ask
charges.
the-
He don't
I-
understand.
Yeah, we're ready to move.
I would ask the city council if they knew the procedure for project review prior to this decision. That's a legitimate concern. He has the project review. So he's trying to bring it to the council's attention. Then further down the line, it says,
Okay.
as we know, there were no meetings with the director, so that's a fact. We would totally affect the engineering department. We know the developer, okay, no.
Okay, go
Through-
ahead, read, yeah.
Through our conversations with the administration, we know the developer plainly said, this is hearsay. Somebody has the right to say what they have been told. He's not making an accusation. He's not saying, what is he saying? Through conversation, this
Where?
is what's being said,
All right.
okay? I'm not done, Council President. Now, further, for those who were insulted, by their names being on this thing, and then Councilman Velez making a false accusation that I went on a live video and made a false claim about his voting on behalf of it. No, I did not. I said you were the sponsor. On the legislation, it had your name as the sponsor. And if you're
and I got a
stating
sponsor,
that you didn't know anything about it, you, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilwoman Mims.
It didn't
was
have the
listed
names. It did not have
as
the names, Councilman
sponsor. Yes, she
Jackson.
was listed
Sir.
No,
as a
when it
sponsor.
first came on, it just said economic
That's
development.
right.
When
When
it
it was
first came
on
on.
the agenda,
The thing he
it
had to get up his seat
those
and listen.
names
Not
as
when
the
it first
sponsor.
appeared.
All right, further. Let me try to wrap up. Madam BA, if I may, please.
Yes,
Mr. Chair,
please.
I have a question.
Wrap it up.
So, man, can you shut the heckler up? I mean, the level
I'm
of
using my
ignorance
freedom of
is so
speech.
high. And people wonder why our community is, this is the
I'm
people that
using my
make
freedom of
decisions here.
speech.
Madam BA, so the fee schedule, the 1,800 or whatever the fee schedule is, who determined that schedule?
Are you talking about the sewer connection fees?
The
as
sewer
listed
connection
on the
fee, which we're
ordinance?
talking about here.
Yes.
There's a fee schedule that is set up, there's a formula, if you have 10 apartments, as
Yeah.
council members have talked about, who has determined that fee?
So that fee is actually decided, it was originally proposed by the finance department because it takes into account all the debt for capital improvements to the sewer system, and it spreads it out and it creates this calculation. So that's per state law.
Okay,
And so it's not a fee that comes from
tell 'em.
Passaic Valley Sewerage.
okay, per state law. Now, in the past, because I've done it, going through this process, through the permitting process, prior to getting a permit, you had to go sit with a representative from Passaic Valley Sewer Commission. They have since eliminated that, but the fee that they assess or assigned to it is set by them. They have the formula.
I think we're talking about two different fees. The sewer connection fees are, again, not
Correct.
connected.
I'm
to-
not talking about two different fees. I've
Okay.
paid this fee. And when a laundromat wants to do an expansion, there's a formula. You want to do a laundromat, you want to set up a restaurant, how many chairs are you going to add? Based on this formula, there's a formula that Passaic Valley Sewer Commission has. Now, that fee is then turned around and assigned to the city back through our sewer connect, because now we run things through the sewer connection, the sewer charge. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Ben David, if you would like to
Councilman,
answer.
It certainly seems like you're jumbling two unrelated things. I mean, basically the state administrative code gives a formula for calculating EDU. We have to plug in our own numbers and we use it. Now, before getting a CO, there are prior approvals from the sewer commission, but it's not about this.
Mr. Ben David, I am not confusing it. Prior, the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission, you would be because that's what happened. If you went to zoning for a permit, they send you to the Passaic. There used to be a representative from Passaic Valley Sewer Commission who took office in the building department.
That's proper, yes.
And they no longer do that because this is the fee that they're assessing. It's the same sewer connection fee.
No,
It is the same
I was
fee.
involved in the original version of this ordinance. We were working with the DCA. Originally, we had a sewer connection fee that was very, very, very low, not following the state formulas. Per the DCA, we adopted a sewer connection fee that followed the state formulas. Now, there is such a thing as getting prior approval from the sewer commission before the CO, but it's not about this.
Okay, so, all right, so moving forward. As we talked about, you said before in the past, Madam BA, that if in the event we allow this process to continue, and we will issue a temporary CO, right, which would now, you're gonna put timeframes on it, 60 to 90 days as per your previous mentioning, right? And what happens then after they don't pay? Are we gonna evict those 200 plus residents? They have, Councilwoman, if they issue a temporary CO, that allows you to move forward and have the building then occupied. If with the temporary CO, you can occupy the space. So if they then are incapable of paying, what's gonna be the ramifications? Are we gonna move forward with forcing them to make these evictions? Madam BA.
Well, that would actually be a question more appropriate for the folks at the construction office, but I will pull up the information that they had shared to me about the temporary COs when they instructed that this would be the proper way to deal with it, and I can forward that onto the council right now. I'm
Well,
gonna
Madam
get it,
BA,
pull it
I'm
from my
not
email.
disputing the capacity or the construction's office capabilities in issuing a temporary CO. That's obviously feasible. It's done all the time. But my question is, as a municipality, what's going to be our practice once we allow these buildings to be erected and they're now issued a temporary CO and they've begun occupying the space, which they've already done. Some of these spaces that haven't paid have occupied or have been partially occupied. What is going to be the city's position? We're going to force them to evict these tenants?
Well, at this point in time, it's really, and again, the time frames are put on by the construction office, and they put it on based on and put regulations around it so that they couldn't move in people and they couldn't do certain things based on it. Again, this is not my area of expertise, but that is exactly what they said would be the procedure. So if
Madam
you want to
BA,
talk with them first, I mean, you're intentionally looking for.
I'm not intentionally. Whether you
Yes,
believe
you-
okay. Go ahead. I'll allow you to finish. I apologize.
Go ahead.
If the whole point of issuing a temporary CO is for what? Why would we issue a temporary CO if the temporary CO for 60 to 90 days is not going to then allow them to have tenants taking residency? What's going to be the point of giving them a temporary CO?
I'm going to pull up the regulations. Okay.
The same, while she's pulling that up, just for a point of clarity, the same temporary CO that was issued to the art factory that allowed them to continue to do business, that allowed them to illegally have tenants residing in the building, that allowed them, council members and the mayor to have parties there. Temporary COs function just like a CO. So it's gonna allow them to take tenancy. They're gonna be able to put tenants there, and then what is the city's position gonna be if they don't pay? So,
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So I will forward this for the council to review, and that would be part of, there is this idea of, it says in this bulletin, the Department of Community Affairs is providing direction on the issuance of a TCO by designating two categories of unfinished work or unmet prior approvals. So this could be something that the council reviews, and again, it is that level of expertise that you can read and make a decision for yourself. I'm not gonna answer that question, but it is something that you can get further clarification from the codes and standards folks over who are working in the construction office.
All right, I'll just say this in closing. As the signing authority, realistically, the highest authority in the city.
That's not,
You
this
know-
is not my job to understand. The construction official has sole authority over this office and that work and reports directly to codes and standards at DCA.
Every single office in the city, as they implement policies and practices that impact the residents of the city. See, what we're doing now is making a provision for developers. But in the end of the day, when these processes don't play out, who's gonna pay the ultimate price? Who's gonna be at the tail end of this thing and be victimized? It's going to be residents. Residents that then move into a building. There is no way we're gonna allow a 100+ unit building to be built. Let it be occupied. We're not gonna do evictions. It's not the case. The fee's just not gonna be paid. And that same sewer fee that they're claiming doesn't function that way, that following year, when our bill comes due to the sewer commission, they're going to be expecting that payment that we failed to collect on.
Again, that is incorrect. It is not factual.
That's right.
They are not connected. They're not. The attorney has said it.
True.
We have said it. You see
We don't get a bill. We don't get a bill from the sewer commission.
And that is not paid for by that is not a sewer connection fee. They are not looking at
That's a
what
different
sewer
fee.
connection fees should have been charged and billing us connected to somehow a sewer connection fee. We are billed based on our rates and the structure of our, the treatment that is done through the sewer commission. They are not connected. And please stop spreading misinformation to the public.
Council President, please.
Please, go ahead.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Council President, may I please? Before the engineer says something, I want to revisit, hold on.
Not
Hold
Councilman.
on, no, before his engineer fee is good for.
Councilman, I'm gonna ask you for the floor,
All
the
right.
same way they be waiting. Let the engineer, Councilman Jackson finish. You have your last say, if Councilwoman Davila wants to speak, and then we can move forward.
Okay,
Go ahead, engineer, go ahead.
All I wanted to do is to connect a couple dots for you, Councilman Jackson, and Javier, Kathleen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. All the sewer fees that we're discussing that we collect go into the sewer utility for the city for infrastructure. We get a separate bill from Passaic Valley that's paid from whatever fund, but
From that fee.
no, that fee
No.
goes to the sewer utility.
No, from that sewer utility. The
sewer-
sewer utility pays that.
The sewer utility pays for the infrastructure in the city, from what I understand,
Infrastructure.
and a separate fee, or a separate fund pays the Passaic Valley fee.
It's all in the utility, but
Correct.
yeah,
Out
the
of the
sewer
utility.
the sewer bills pay for the Passaic County
It comes
Sewerage
out of
Commission
that
fee.
utility.
No, yeah.
So,
They are different
Council
things.
President.
Just a minute,
That's
Councilman,
clear.
just let him finish, please.
I'm finished.
Okay,
Thanks, sir.
so,
That's it.
so.
Meeting
yes,
before.
So, we have a special meeting, Councilman.
Okay, so I just wanna, thanks God that it's clarified that the sewer fee is totally different of the sewer, or the fee that the developer pays directly to the water commission, total different, thanks God. But Madam BA, the New Jersey statute regarding sewer, and connection fee, it's clear, it says, you could eliminate that temporary CO from the process. You could eliminate that temporary CO from the process, okay? Now, also say, NJ, the New Jersey statute 48, column 26A-12, says rate rentals, connection fees, or other charges as lien on real property, discontinuance of service. And it says here, in the law, says that you could give 30 days to pay those, even that before giving a CO. And also, look, this is the thing. You guys have an ordinance, but I concentrate what the New Jersey statute says. What I'm saying is that the city has the tools. The city has the tool by New Jersey statute to collect the fee in 30 days, okay, before even giving a CO, permanent CO. We're not talking about temporary CO. We could eliminate the temporary CO and go to straight CO. You collect the fee. You want a CO, you had to pay everything before that CO, not temporary. And that will save life. Nobody have to fill buildings before a general CO. And this is going to work. The thing is that the administration had to put it to work. The other people giving their opinion in a letterhead, they don't want us to work with the people that bring in the investment and the money that balance the budget with all the money that they bring here in the city of Paterson. Let's be on board of it. That's it. Be on board.
Thank you,
Now, Councilman, if that engineering has an opinion how to bring revenues in the city of Paterson, tell them to put it in a letterhead. I will probably accept it too.
Thank you, Councilor Cali. We have a very good, very extensive discussion. So now, at this moment, I need a motion to suspend the workshop and start a special meeting. Moved by Councilman Khalid, second by Councilor Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to suspend the workshop and start a special meeting. Just only a few items on the special meeting, council members. So let's stay tuned.
You know, I think I know is that if that was somebody else, they would not have a job. Put it that way.
Oh.
Okay. Council President, point of order, can we have a roll call? We already started.
Madam Clerk, no.
Special meeting.
And council members, I just want to say that, please, let's come down for a minute. And I just want to say that I do agree with you, Councilman Davila, Councilman Velez. And it'll be, you have to be so naive to believe that you could use a letterhead of a municipality for you to express your opinion. That's something that you gotta be so naive. It's totally against the law, it's inappropriate. When you have to express, if you have to express your opinion, you get a piece of paper and you sit down at a kitchen table and you write a letter and you send it. When you use the letterhead, you're utilizing your position in the city. So roll call, Madam Clerk, to suspend the workshop.
Thank you, Council President, for acknowledging that.
Roll call to suspend the workshop, Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman.
I just want to say to my deputy clerk, Phyllis Riley, to my secretary, Crystal, there's been some long nights, and I keep saying that, no, I want to apologize for the whole night of what you ladies have to sit through the whole night. It's not easy sitting there. It really isn't. I know it's not. It's not even 11 o'clock. It don't have to be 11 o'clock. We should have been out of here by 9 o'clock. All right. Madam Clerk, I just want to apologize, Deputy Clerk, Phyllis and Crystal. I just want to apologize because it's not easy. I know it's not. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
My son is a cop in Orlando. My son and I work for public safety in Orlando. And my son give 5, 10 tickets. I'm gonna do supervisor. You think I could have told my son to not give tickets? That's nepotism. You can't have many members working in the same division, same department, et cetera, et cetera. That's why we are where we at. And I hope I get my street cleaning, no tickets or whatever. No? Oh, we'll say yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes to suspend the workshop and to start the special meeting, Rafael. We don't need to close. We could just continue. We've been live all night. So So good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the special meeting of November 7, 2024 at 8 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the special meeting of, November 8th, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
y-
Yes.
To open the special meeting.
Yes.
Roll call for this.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, please read the 48-hour notice, Madam Clerk.
Meeting covered by 48-hour notice. Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting was transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. At or about 11 a.m. on October 28, 2024, such notices were posted on the bulletin board in the offices of the city clerk at City Hall. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, members of the public, now we have a special meeting. We only have 4 items, and it's my understanding, CFO, the item number 4 is being removed out of the special meeting. So we only have 3 items, Madam Clerk. Let's call the first item on the special meeting.
Payment bills? Oh, no, I got a payment bills in my packet. I don't know what is that.
Yes, Madam Clerk, item number 1 on first
Item
reading.
number 1 is the
Council
resolution.
President, I'm sorry. Is it possible for us to take item 2, since the director is here, the administration is going to be here till the
Okay,
end?
all right,
Is
so.
it possible so that way we can take the items,
Resolution,
number 2, which is economic development?
Improvement West Side Park, so we got West Side Park, 1 and 2, Councilwoman, they like,
What
there's not
were
too
you-
many
what
items,
were you
okay.
saying? No,
So-
it is nepotism. No, I don't care. He's an
So
employee of the
item-
city.
so Madam
I can
Clerk,
talk about it.
Let's take.
You're not
let's
gonna
take-
threaten me?
Council
Not
member,
gonna
let's
threaten
take
me?
item number 2.
You're not gonna threaten me. You're not gonna threaten me. No, you say, you came over here. No, my wife worked for the department. I'm not her supervisor. I'm not her supervisor.
This is wrong.
I'm not
This
super-
is wrong.
It's
Council
not
members.
nepotism, brother. I'm not her supervisor.
Council,
I'm not her supervisor, director. I'm not her supervisor, director. Brother, okay, go ahead. What are you gonna do? You get his attitude now, director? No. It's nepotism. You're the director, and he worked for you. Yes.
please, council members, please. Item number 2,
Can I-
item number 2, on the
Thank you
special
very
meeting.
much.
Thank you. Item number 2, Madam Clerk, on the special meeting, please.
Please,
Resolution authorizing,
Just item number 2. Yeah, go ahead, on the special meeting.
Councilman Kalik, you want one first? I was just trying.
No, we switch it to number 2 based on your
Okay,
request.
let's go.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk. It's only 2 items.
item
3
number
items.
2, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Adamo Brothers Construction for the Vista State Park Improvements Project for the historic preservation of the Department of Economic Development, bid number 24.30, Economic Development, resolution number 24654.
Moved by
Formal action
Council
will be
President,
taken.
Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President, why you gotta move stuff? You sign it.
Okay,
You sign
Madam-
as Council
okay.
President. I moved it.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davila moved it, and Council President Mendez.
Thank
cannot
and-
move it.
And second by
That's what
Councilman
you said.
Velez.
Let's go.
And Councilwoman
Roll
Davila.
call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 2, Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
I want everyone to know that I got all of whatever questions I had. We had committee. I want to thank. Oh my God! Well, hold up a minute. I want to put on record. That the director has been working for 5 years on this, and we're finally going to get it approved. Archimedes, he's over there. Don't you see him with John Franco? So I'm just saying to John Franco, thank you very much, to Director Delaney, to everyone that was involved. My support, full support, is a yes for this item number 2. Thank you.
I like to see Gianfranco here.
You got all my questions answered.
Go ahead.
Your vote? Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson, is he still here?
Oh, no, thanks, God, he's gone.
Okay. Councilman Kalik?
I want to keep it moving.
Yeah.
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Okay.
Okay.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, so what we're voting in is a $2.9 million project on Vista Park on the historic section and the high section of the city of Paterson. This is an amazing project, and I know when this project gets done, the whole city will take advantage of this project. If they calling me, they saying that I'm carrying the water for the administration because I'm pushing this type of project. I will continue carrying the water for the administration if they want that, because I've been pushing for the right project. I've been pushing for renovation of park. I'm pushing for all those great projects that are helping the city. So that's what I'm here for, to get the city on the right track. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 2 is adopted.
Thank you. Item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1, resolution approving the agreement with the New Jersey Community Development Corporation to fund improvements at West Side Park Administration. Resolution number 24653, formal action will be taken.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Kalik and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1, Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson on item number 1.
The agreement for West Side Park. He's okay, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
There's a typo here on this, in the first whereas. It says $500?
Yeah.
For?
Yeah.
A grant to,
It's a grant money we have to use and the CDC to use them.
$500, 500.
100,000.
That's what I'm saying, it's a typo. It says 500.
No, it's 500,000.
So just let the record reflect that it's a typo, it's supposed to say 500,000, not $500. That's why I'm trying, because after it passed, they had to correct that typo.
Okay, legal.
Okay, legal?
He's
Okay,
saying there's a
so
typo
in the
in
first
second
whereas, on item number 1, it says $500 to fund improvement in West Side Park.
It's
The
500,000.
last 0 is missing, yeah.
Yeah, a couple said was missing, yes.
Okay.
Hello?
It's, whereas clauses don't change what the
Thank you,
resolution does.
I just
It's,
want to make sure that is fixed, before I
what's the
vote. Make sure
It
they
says,
done, make
if you
sure
notice,
this.
the second whereas, it spells out $500,000.
Okay.
The first
no,
whereas
but-
is missing a 0.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Okay.
I was saying that,
Okay, very good.
this is gonna get done. This is a park for everyone. Thank you, Councilman Kalik, for your diligence and pushing this forward, and working together with the administration, not even carrying the water, but you always work with them. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Okay.
Council President.
Thank you. My vote is definitely, absolutely yes.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Resolution number 1 has been,
Adopted.
it's amended, right?
Adopted.
Okay. It's passed on amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 3 on the special meeting.
Forward to the-
Item number 3, resolutions to amend CY 2024 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Finance item, resolution number 24655, formal action will be taken.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by
President.
Councilman Velez.
I have to read it into the record.
Please read into the record, Silva, and right after that, we'll take before we take the vote.
Okay, general revenues surplus, from 0 to 1,844,103.27 cents. Total general revenues from $284,597,882.03 to $286,441,459.15. Sewer utility, current sewer charges from $17,200,000 to $16,100,000. prior year sewer charges from 2,200,205,237.92 to 3,305,237.92. Deficit from 0 to 2,168,237.27. Total sewer utility revenues, 20,500,055,237.92 to 22,723,475.19 cents. General appropriations, operations without caps, division of data processing from 598,956 to 473,456. Division of accounts control from 247,282 to 187,282. Division of corporation council from 1,259,853 to 1,179,853. Division of fire, 43,500,000 to 43 million. Division of police, 47 million to 46,500,000. Office of the director, from 900,000 to 865,000. Division of traffic and lighting, from 570,000 to 470,000. Division of streets, 2,900,000 to 2,625,000. Division of park shades and trees, from 1,750,000 to 1,625,000. Public building sections, from 1,650,000 to 1,500,000. Division of recycling, 1,410,000 to 1,300,000. Division of planning and zoning, 855,000 to 815,000. Division of community improvements, from 700 to 625. Division of health, from 1,850,000 to 1,715,000. Solid waste removal, from 13 million to 12,500,000. Deficit from sewer operations, from 0 to 2,168,237.27. Over expenditures from 0 to 2,535,866. Total operations within caps from $241,317,280.74 to $243,160,884.01. Operations excluded from caps. Maintenance of the free public library, salary and wages from $2,214,720 to $1,914,720. Maintenance of free public libraries OE from $595,283 to $895,283. Total general appropriations from $284,597,882.03 to $286,441,459.15. Appropriations from sewer utility. Deficit in operations from 0 to $1,999,557.27. Over expenditures from 0 to $168,680. Total sewer utility revenues from $20,555,237.92 to $22,723,475.19.
Thank you, CFO. Councilman Jackson.
Mr. CFO, can you please, once again, can you repeat the numbers for the total general appropriations for the 2 portion?
So the total general appropriations, from the front to the 2 you want? What it changed?
No, from the one you just.
All right, so for the total budget, it went from 284,597,882 to 286,441,459.15.
I'm sorry, the reason I asked for that is what I have is it went from 284,597,882.03 to 284,888,003.15.
No, then you don't have an updated one.
I don't have the most current.
Yeah.
Is it possible I can get a copy of?
Here, do you have this one, Councilman? You got 286?
286,441.
Yeah.
45915.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can have this?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Oh, you don't have that one?
No, what was in my packet was different.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Roll call on item number 3.
I'm sorry, Council
I'm
President,
sorry.
before we go to roll call.
Councilman
I have
Jackson?
additional questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can give it to Councilman, because he gave you his. So, and I apologize, because, for the Division of Police, there's a reduction in their budget. Is this not reflecting the contract that was just approved?
It is reflecting the contract that was approved.
It is reflecting?
Correct.
And their budget went down by?
What we had, their budget went up. So last year's budget was, I want to say 42,500,000. The budget we had in the introduced budget was 47 million. It's going to 46,500,000.
So last year's budget was 42.
Off the top of my head, I believe it was like 42,500,000. Correct.
Somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
And the impact, well, the contract that was agreed upon, is there a requirement for retro?
There's a requirement for retro only from 7/1/2024.
2024, okay, so this is reflective of the retro?
This budget is reflective of everything, yes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
I just have one question, Council President.
Just a second, Councilwoman Cotton.
Which one was it?
And you know what, I'm looking at the, solid waste removal. That's not Philco, is it?
That's not what?
Philco.
Part of it is, yes.
It's part of the Philco, and it's also part of the, you know how they bring stuff to the yard? And then we have to take it to, so that went down?
Yes.
Now, I see that the library went up.
Well, the library, we're just switching money from salary and wages to OE. So you see the OE went up and the salary and wages went down. It went same amount.
Oh, you didn't hear me? Okay, I see it now. It's
Councilman
300,000.
Jackson?
So
All right, okay, I see it. Thank you.
Just for clarity on this solid waste removal, this is a payment to Philco?
It's the solid waste budget line. It includes Philco, it includes transfer station, it
Kowanta.
includes all the recycling we pay, all the other vendors that we pay.
The contract we have with Philco is 30+ million.
No, the contract with Philco is 4-point-something million. The contract we have with the transfer station is about 5.8 million.
Okay, forgive me if
And again, these are numbers off the top of my head, but
I thought
it's somewhere.
the new projected budget was over 50 million, and
The total contract of the old contract over 5 years was $50 million. The new Philco contract, and this is all off the top of my head, over 5 years is probably somewhere around $25 million. So that's over 5 years. We're just talking about 1 year. This is the budget year for 1 year.
Okay. Thank you, council members. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Roll call on item number 3 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson, your vote?
yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Okay, Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 5 on this special meeting.
Which one?
Number 5 is a resolution authorizing the award contract for Crespo Industry in full limited interior and exterior rehabilitation for the memorial for the library.
Thank you.
Director.
Resolution authorizing the award of contract to Cypreco Industries, Inc. for limited interior and exterior rehabilitation for the Danforth Memorial Library, Phase 2, bid number 2324, statutory agency. Resolution number 24657.
So move.
Formal action
Second.
will be taken.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Khalid.
I just got a question.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Sorry,
Roll call
Councilman.
on item number 5 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilman,
Discussion, Councilman Blas.
I'm looking at, thank you, Madam Clerk. Last meeting, we spoke of scope of work. And, the word limited, limited. It's limited, but it's gonna resolve the problem? It says administration service for the limited exterior and interior rehabilitation of Dando Memorial Library Phase 2. It's limited, but it's gonna resolve the problem. You're not gonna come back saying? Yes. So that part limited, where applies that? Where it does apply, in the outside or in the inside? Okay.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
good evening.
Yeah.
It's limited to this specific construction project.
So when I say limited exterior
Okay.
and interior rehabilitation, you're not talking about, okay, is limited to that part of the roof, is limited to the basement now?
No, it's limited to certain parts of the building,
Part of-
specific to the roof, the east, west, north side, and east part of the of the roof. We're doing some
So it will
cornice
fix,
work.
it will fix the problem?
Yeah, for this specific project, yes.
Okay, so you could probably come back for the other 3/4 of the roof to
No,
fix.
the roof itself is for this specific part of the project. The roof, the children's space, that's what
That's why we always ask for scope of work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5, which is the last item, council members, of this special
I know
meeting.
I got a question for him. I'm sorry,
Councilwoman.
Council President. Is the elevator fixed yet?
The elevator, we had some issues with the elevator. It's about 95% done, but there's some issues with some electrical work. So we're
So
working,
it's still
we're
not
ironing
running?
those things out. Huh?
It's still not running.
It's still not up and running yet.
We gotta get the elevator done.
Yeah, as we're working on
The
it. I had a
seniors
meeting
can't
today.
get upstairs.
It's something I can't control.
Okay, I know you
But I'm
can.
doing everything in my power to make sure we get it up and running.
No, I know you can't. We're waiting for
Yes,
something.
I'm aggressive with it too, exactly.
Directors on top.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, you're doing an outstanding job. I understand that you constantly looking for additional funding to provide service to the community, and we have to speak about the good thing. That mobile library, the job that you did in the summer was phenomenal, was fantastic. I make a comment, I make a request, Madam BA, I make a formal request, and Council Cali, if you could help me on this. When we were discussing the fees, I make a request to reallocate those, which is not a lot of money, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 from filming directly to the library to help the director with those additional programs. If there's a need to be a resolution to be drafted, legal through Corporation Council, if we could have the discussion, and I would like my colleague to join me down the line to that discussion, but that's important. I think that little bit of money that we get from filming, it should go directly into the library to support those additional project and program that you have. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Director.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Council President, the votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
You need to
Move
open the
to
public
close
portion.
special
No,
meeting.
you need to open the public portion.
Yes, council member, public portion for the special meeting. So now.
Seeing
Madam
none, move
DA,
to close.
Madam Clerk,
Second.
There's no members of the public that wants to speak on the public portion. Motion to close by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the closing of this special meeting. On the public
Public
portion, my apologies.
Thank you. Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Ooh, my.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before closing
I
the
tell you
public
one thing, if
portion,
you clogged up,
any revenues, Madam BA, it goes to general budget. what I will request, because I know we cannot do, is a good intention, but what I will request is that to look deeply, anything that you could do with the budget to sustain the needs of that library. That's the only thing I could request, because I know that probably that resolution is not gonna fly nowhere. But the one to look at to your budget and make sure that they get the necessary budget that they request and wish list that they need. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public portion is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion
Move to close the special meeting.
Move, motion to close by Councilwoman Davila. Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to
Roll
close
call.
our special meeting of the night.
Roll call to close the special meeting of November 7, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez, Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The special meeting is hereby closed.
Thank you. Thank you, my Council Kali, for this special meeting. Now we're going back
Council President, can we
to the
please cover
workshop.
the economic
Just,
development
that's where we're going,
items?
that's where we're going, Councilwoman. Okay, so let's, economic development from 53 through 55. We have a director here. Item 53, which is a resolution in need of support for the application of 468 Total Owned LLC to the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. Council members, if there's any question?
Consent.
Consent, okay, all right. So item 55, which is a
54.
a 54 council member, which is resolution of the City of Paterson, County of Passaic, New Jersey, authorizing the Direction and Planning Board to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether certain property located at 63.
No.
council
No,
member-
discussion.
Regular.
Just a minute,
Discussion.
that it's a little complex, a regular 54 council member.
Okay.
We still have time.
No, can
bef-
you get a discussion now?
Yes, exactly. Director, on item 54, can you just elaborate and give us a?
It's good for the city.
Sure.
So, Council
no.
President, before Director speaks, I know
Councilwoman.
that Councilman Kalik is the Chair of Economic Development. In addition, it is the second ward, all right? But I do want to put on record that we had a meeting and we had the planning board, the planner, which I thought he was gonna be here today, because we did have some discussion there, and part of this, which will be explained, is to determine, and I know it's not gonna go on consent, because I know Councilman Kalik has some concerns.
Councilman
You
Kalik.
finish? All right,
I'm
thank
done.
you, thank you. We did have a discussion in the committee, and I honestly, I didn't want to bring it to move it forward. At the same time, I don't want to be the person who blocking something in the committee. So I brought it to in front of the workshop, in front of every council member. This is a redevelopment study on 2 block numbers, 2 or 3 blocks on an R2, R3 zone on Danforth Avenue, which is a residential area. I don't think it's necessary. You will not find any property is not occupied. The specific lots, they have some kind of shipping company or something. There's small rooms.
Yeah.
They have the parking lot, which is running fine. I don't see a redevelopment plan. To me, is some blank area where eyesore or something. If anything, in that section, I think whole McBride Ave corridor should be studied for redevelopment from Glover Street to Levis. Whole McBride Ave, not that section, is middle of a residential area. What is there to redevelopment? I don't see it. And council member, you could Google it and look at this property, like 2 or 3 lots together, somebody owns it. What is the intention?
It's good.
What is the intention to redevelop,
So,
redevelop
yeah.
that area?
So
Yeah.
thank
I don't
you
think we
so
should
much.
even
So-
send it to planning board.
So
That's my
council
opinion.
members,
Yeah,
let
so
me
I
just
can-
open the floor to the director, and then
Yeah.
after that, we'll come back to Councilman Jackson and any other
Perfect.
council colleague that want to speak about.
Yeah, so I
Director.
can provide some context. So the resolution that you have before you is a resolution to move forward to do a study. So the study is a preliminary step that is taken to identify whether or not that location, the two lots, there's actually, I'm sorry, it's two properties. One is on Danforth, one is on Nagel. This is an opportunity to do, correct, a preliminary study to determine if they are considered to be blighted. So I put it in air quotes because it's the wrong term, but it's a planner's term. So that's how they identify an area that's in need of redeveloping. So the preliminary study will, be conducted. The planning board will hire a consultant to do the study. The study will determine whether or not it meets all of the criteria to be part of an area in need of redevelopment. If it doesn't, then nothing moves forward. It goes back before this body, which at that point can determine, we're not gonna move forward with it. The other path will need to be pursued by the applicant. But if the preliminary study comes back that it is an area in need of redevelopment, the developer can then move forward to develop those two lots.
On this
Council
too,
President.
Just a minute, I have Councilman Jackson.
Madam Director, so the applicant, you said then it would go back to, who's the applicant?
So the correct, is the owner of those two lots, of the properties.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, the applicant is requesting to do something that's outside of the purview of what the area.
So the applicant is looking at the redevelopment plan for the area and is, considering enlarging the redevelopment area to incorporate these two lots. So that's what the applicant is looking to do.
Redevelopment area is set right outside of it?
Correct.
And, just in, I'm trying to understand, Councilman, this is in the second ward?
Yes, please.
So
It
it's a
is.
residential area?
Yeah, it's an R2.
It's an R2 zone.
Even R1, like 1 and 2 family houses.
Correct.
It's not,
primarily
it's
one
not
and two.
even, as soon as you get off 80, Glover, then Danforth. It's not even by the highway either. One block from the highway, and they have some kind of shipping company there. And
Correct,
you
it's
will
an
not
industrial.
find any abandoned property in the whole section of the city. It's only 1, 2 families. Here and there, you'll find 3 family houses in the whole section of Stony Hill Road section.
So, Madam Director, what actually is the request of the developers looking to?
Right, so once the properties have been incorporated into this area in need of redevelopment, what they are proposing is a 5-story building with 40 units, and 2-level parking garage with 59 spaces. So you'll have more than one-to-one parking, and you'll have roughly about 40 units in a 5-story building right at that corner.
So I'm sure it may or may not require it, but has this applicant or the proposed applicant, has he sent notice out to get feedback from the surrounding?
So that'll take place during the preliminary study. That will, right, they absolutely must notice. All residents within 200 feet of that property will be notified to come to a public hearing. They will be given a presentation about the project, about what's needed in that area. Correct. Correct, the study is the initial step.
Well,
I understand that.
Council President.
So, so they're not, the residents are not, the applicant's not required to inform within 200 feet of the study. He's only required to do it after the,
So this request would allow the planning board to then initiate the preliminary study. And part of that, they must notify the public that the study is being conducted for their input. So the public will be engaged throughout this process. Yes.
President, Council President.
So that, Council, the area is zoned already. Are we trying to rezone it too?
No. So they're looking at, so correct, it's in an R2 zone currently. What they are proposing does not meet the merits of an R2 zone.
Yes, it's a council member. It's in an R2 zone. Whole block is full of 2 and 1 family houses. And right there, we have sections there, R2 and R1 zone areas. So in middle of,
There's no areas that are designated as places where they can, that the redevelopment plan is what allows them to build all these buildings.
right, but, and understood.
Council
But this is
President.
middle of
Just a minute.
R2, 1 family, 2 family houses. It's not even in a corner lot or anything like that. So this,
Correct.
no, Councilwoman.
But this is an opportunity
It's-
to
it's-
generate more
it's a
tax
co-
revenue for the
it's-
city.
it's-
These are
it's-
40
it's
units.
3 lot out of middle of R1, R2 houses. So my suggestion is not even move forward for the study. So council members, you decide what you want to do.
Thank you. Council Cali, Councilmember Les.
Okay, you stated that the uses of that place is what now?
It's an industrial building. It may be for shipping. I can't recall the exact use, but it
Thank you.
is industrial.
Okay, so, Council President, yes.
Yeah, it's 2 stories.
Yeah, I just Googled it.
Yeah.
And I saw the property, nice, beautiful land, section, yeah. And I saw the surrounding of the house. I just want to go, first of all, is industrial area in that section.
No, just that property.
So.
Just that
the
property.
That's what I'm saying, it's industrial
Correct.
in that section, surrounded R2.
Correct.
Okay, so the study is going to benefit the city to move forward or not to see if it's suitable to turn the area residential.
Correct.
Nice. And that's what we want. Because right now, the place is not even being used, and there's no benefit to use it as industrial.
That's correct.
Okay? Now, the city is in need of residential. We always say that we have to think out of the box. We cannot build sideways. We have to go up. Okay? I have seen that because when I took the Fifth Ward, it was 200 plus abandoned property. And you could go through the Fifth Ward and you see a lot of redevelopment because it's in a redevelopment zone. So people have to understand the redevelopment zone law. So I believe that we should move forward to do the study, give the opportunity, the professional to give the opinion. Probably when they do the study, they come back and say, well, 4-story building don't fit, it fit a 2-level building with apartments. You never know. So the study is meant for that. The needs are pursuing the needs that the city is facing right now, because right now, let me speak honest, we don't have the funding HUD to construct housing. We don't have the budget that can sustain housing. So we welcome anybody that want to do studies and they see that they see, let me consult the professional to see if this fit here. Let me consult the professional and look at this and study the area.
Correct. And that's all they're
And
doing.
that's what we're here for. Let's give the opportunity to the professional and say, listen, city council, they proposing this, but we the professional are recommending this. And then we move forward and we could not be a roadblock I understand the councilman preserving, I'm not saying that he's a roadblock. Yeah, I don't want people thinking that we are going to put a roadblock on this. So I think it should be in regular.
Councilman Khalid.
You put in regular and
Board
board it up and down.
You know, she told us what's the plan.
No.
What's the study?
No.
That's the wish. That's what I'm saying.
Councilman, let finish.
Hold on.
No, Councilman, don't.
Councilman, but let me clarify my statement. I just heard the which. The which is that they want to do that. But the study will tell him your wish is beautiful but don't fit. So let the study do what they have to do.
Let's hear Councilman Khalid before we continue. It's going to be on regular anyway, but I would like to hear from Councilman Khalid.
Well, if you're
This
gonna
is the second one, but we would like to hear your take on this.
Yeah, but if you're gonna put in regular, move forward.
Okay,
with it,
Director,
but-
just a quick
but,
question.
But my whole thing is, when we do the studies of the development, we talk about eyesore, abandoned properties. This whole section of the city, you will not find one abandoned property or one unrented property in the whole section. So this,
And then the study may come
But-
back as
No,
that.
but Director, quick question. We're doing the study based on this piece of property, correct? Not on the entire area. Is that correct?
We're looking at those lots specifically.
Just a minute. Council member, just a minute. Director, so just elaborate on that before we continue to move on. So the
Yeah,
study's
so
been doing
it's looking at those lots specifically within the area.
within the area.
Correct.
Okay, so with that being said, Director, I think that I'm gonna keep it on regular. So once we finish it with the study, council member is gonna come back to us and we're gonna decide whether we move forward or not.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Director. We
Thank you.
appreciate you. Item 55 on consent, council members, all right, thank you. Item 54, Madam Clerk, on regular. Item 55, it will go on consent. Item 56, Councilman Velez, consent? Yes, please. Consent. Item 57, consent.
No.
City Council, resolution,
So, Madam Director, very quickly on this item, I want to make sure that we give Mr. Ben David an opportunity. This item 57 is very relevant because obviously after we discussing 57. It's 57. It's something I drafted. Something that I drafted, but basically there's provisions that fall under the purview of your department. And it basically 500.
Hold on a minute, where did this go? Look, I'm just saying, I don't know what it is.
No, I drafted it.
So you did it go through legal?
Somebody said.
Well, this is why I'm telling him, I sent it to legal, and normally, like everything else I draft,
I know, but we
they,
can have an item on here if it hasn't gotten
Oh, I
fixed, so
thought-
then we can move it forward for, go ahead,
so,
explain what it is.
so once again,
What is it?
it's, the language is very clear. Resolution to compel the administration to enforce zoning code 507.1, section G. 507.1, section G, rental or leasing of parking spaces in residential districts. The rental or leasing of accessory parking spaces in rear of the residential zones lot is permitted, provided that, Brother Ben David, and this is on part of the municipal zoning code.
I don't think it could proceed exactly as you're doing. You could try to, if you're saying to compel enforcement of a certain law, that's kind of analogous to a resolution to compel a judge to decide a case a certain way. There are separation of powers. I mean, you're not gagged. You can have a resolution to comment, to state the council's opinion on the matter, but you couldn't compel enforcement any more than you could compel a judge to decide a case a certain way.
So, Mr. Ben David, basically, we have a law that's on the books.
Yeah.
That is not being enforced, that the residents are now paying a fee that is not permitted.
Then the council can certainly voice an opinion about that. The council can comment on anything in the universe, but as far as compelling, that would be a little problem with separation of powers.
Separation of powers, okay, so, all right, I'll find better language.
Okay,
But
so,
the fact of the matter is, which I think we're not focusing on, is right now, residents throughout the entire city are being charged rent for parking,
Mhm.
which the ordinance states very clearly is not allowed.
That's a fair matter to speak
So
about.
this resolution, it's right here, it's on the city code. But it's written within there, and it has the code attached. Here it is. Well, this is on, I mean, I can send you the link.
Okay.
So, Madam Director, I want to make sure, because even if the council does not approve this resolution of requesting support or requesting for the administration to, because this code is actually written or approved by the council. This code has been something that's put in place by the council. And it's not only is it not being supported, but now it's gonna put us in a position where residents can then take legal action, because this is something that's illegal for it to be, for residents to be allowed to be charged, because it states clearly. Residentially zones, lot is permitted, provided that, one, it is found by the planning board that such rent or leasing parking spaces is essential to the public's interest and evidenced by serious need of off-street parking. So meaning first of all, the planning board has to then give the applicant special permission.
Correct.
Two, the spaces are in addition to those already provided to meet the off-street parking requirements. So if a project is stated to say is being required 100 spaces, and then they're given a variance to be reduced, let's just say for argument's sake, 90. 90 is still what's required. And it states clearly in this zoning ordinance that the rental or leasing spaces shall equal more than 25% of the required parking spaces. So they cannot rent or lease
Right, those spaces.
what's being required
For them
by
to
zoning
provide.
for them to provide. And this is what's causing such an uptick in, or challenges citywide with
residents.
parking. Because residents are opting not to pay because they're being charged in excess of $200-300 additional for parking.
For their rent, okay. So I'm not familiar with the code, this section G, so I would like an opportunity to look at it. I don't disagree with you.
Absolutely.
And so if I need to, work with legal on this, I defer to the Corporation Council.
Yeah, well, we've got a few different matters twisted together here. One was the technical thing that I discussed with the councilman about compelling enforcement of the law. The other is the council certainly free to speak about anything in the universe. And I'm guessing you might be able to inform the discussion, so it seems like it'd be actually a useful thing for it to go to the Economic Development Committee, not necessarily,
Correct.
regardless of specific requirement. It would seem to make sense so that you have a better chance to look at it and have some
Yeah,
input.
it gives us an opportunity to review. It mentions the planning board. It may need their involvement as well. I don't know. I would have to look at the ordinance. I don't know it right now.
Well, I mean, at this point, it only requires zoning and planning and zoning. So officers within the planning and zoning position doesn't, already approved applications, when you go through and look at what's been approved, you'll see clearly whether or not
They're
they
meeting that
received
requirement.
planning approval. If not, they gotta submit another application. And in the meantime, they've been charging people illegally for the past however many years. And if the necessity is to change the word compel to encourage or whatever the case might be, but still, these laws they've been ratified, adopted by the council, and residents should not be paying additional for parking. In fact, when you think about it, right, here we are, we're giving you permission to build. We're giving you the authorization to build a 25 apartment unit. And part of your requirement that we're giving you permission for
Is to
is you're
provide
required to
parking.
provide parking.
Mhm.
Providing doesn't mean making additional revenue off of charging, because they're now, when the residents are not agreeing or don't want to pay the fee, they're pushing them to off-street parking, which is then impacting the neighborhood the way this code was trying to protect the neighborhood from being impacted.
Yeah, no,
You
I
understand?
appreciate.
I'll send you the link.
Yeah, yeah, if you can send me the link. Also, I need a copy of the resolution that was prepared, because that, yeah, I don't have it, in front of me. So if you can send that.
And here, I'll give it to you now.
Council
All right.
President, Council
So,
President.
just a minute, Councilman Velez, because we definitely have the item, Corporation Council, if you could work with this, it's not gonna be on the next meeting, we're not moving forward, but legal have to work.
Council
It will
President,
not be on
also,
the agenda.
just let's make a note, this is not a resolution. This is amending a code.
Okay.
And it's an ordinance. Now,
but
the
it's
other
out.
thing is, Council President, one thing is amending a code of operation and amending code of zoning, planning. And I believe you guys, sorry guys, your zoning board or your planning board have to take action or whatever it is and then present it to us to adopt.
Correct, so any
Okay.
amendment to the zoning
No,
ordinance.
I just saying, Council
Okay.
President, I just saying my statement because you imagine, here says a title, it's supposed to say at least ordinance, and at least give the benefit of the doubt to the legal to look into see what I want, my wishes are right according to the law.
Yeah.
Because right now, I'm being in those meetings, it says it will have parking for tenants. It will not says that it's gonna be free or it's gonna be charged. It says it will provide parking. And the zoning and the planning requires parking. It's not saying I require parking paid, I require parking free.
They're just.
I
are to
cannot get
provide.
involved as a legislator in an operation of your business.
Okay.
That's your business.
Okay.
Council President, we
Council
cannot rush past this if you give me a moment,
Right,
please.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, then right after Councilman Khalid.
No, I just want to mention that it's already in our code. So we just should discuss it to make sure it get enforced.
I understand.
I think that's what Councilman Jackson looking for. And if we need to amend, if there's an ordinance or, I think is a great idea, but we should look into it. I believe the code is there already.
Okay.
And
So,
we are
yeah.
now, you need to get enforced. I think that's exactly what's going
So
on.
Director and Councilman Jackson, the reason why.
And
I need an
and Madam
opportunity to
Director
review
has
it,
it.
yeah.
She
An
will look into
opportunity to
it
review
and we'll
it.
move
Correct.
forward with it.
And also Corporation Council to look into, because it's a legal
Correct.
document that we're gonna receive. So now with that being said, it's not gonna be in the next meeting, but you're gonna have the opportunity to review it, and legal as well, and you guys gonna work
Correct,
with
and we'll
Councilman
bring it back
Jackson to
once,
see
if it's
what can
ready
we
or
get
what
if we get a
Val
final
comments.
document.
Correct.
So, Council President, if I
Councilman
may,
Jackson.
Director, if I may, very quickly. First of all, this is not an amendment to a zoning ordinance. In order to amend the code, there's a much different process. This code has to go before the planning board then has to approve, then it comes before the council. This is not an amendment, it's not a request. It's a simple resolution. The same way we write a resolution in support of something, we write a resolution in support of a hero or whatever the case might be. It's a resolution that's basically stating the municipal code as well as the state statute. And it says clearly in the code that such rental or leasing, it points it out directly. So I don't understand, this item doesn't need to get pulled. Maybe the language might need some clarity, in which there's plenty of items that, I drafted the whole thing, the work is already done. Pulling it to the next workshop a month away doesn't really make sense, because guess what? Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna be on the director, once she reviews the code, enforcement is supposed to start right away. There'll be people that should be submitting, the department should be submitting either violations to or cease and desist letters, because these things are required, just like in certain instances where trash compaction is required based on their zoning approval. If they went to planning and zoning, and they went to the planning board and or the Board of Adjustments, and in their application, it showed that we're gonna provide garbage chutes, we're gonna provide trash compaction, and then they don't provide it, there has to be a measure of enforcement. This is what this is. It's not making any amendments to the code. It's not changing anything. It's basically pointing out the fact that, because yes, initially, my intent was I was gonna write this so we can approve that we can no longer charge people, but as doing my research and doing the due diligence, I found that it already exists. So, you know, Mr. Ben David, I know that you normally have to get authority from Eamon in order to work on anything that I've sent you. Otherwise, I've sent it to you sooner, but I sent it to him. It was sent to him. It should have been reviewed already. It doesn't take a week for legal to review this matter. Again, it's a simple resolution supporting the existing code. That's all.
Let me ask a question.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Because I know that there are developments that do not charge for parking with one unit, one car per unit. Now, you have apartment listing, Councilman Jackson, that are charging people for each parking? You have a list of those buildings? Well, because the reason why I say that, because I know some developers, I don't know them personally, but I'll say to them, do you have a parking for one car in the building that you live in? And they would say, yeah, they would have parking. That's what I'm saying.
You talking about residents now?
Yes,
you talking
residents.
About, okay.
Right.
So,
Because I know my mom lived in the towers in 2015, 2016. I paid $20 a month to park because I needed to come visit my mom at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning because I was getting off of work. So.
You paid as a non-resident?
Yes, because I needed to visit my mother. And so I paid, but then my cousin was there, and that was an extra spot. So he had the spot. So for me to get an extra spot, I had to pay. That's what I'm saying to you, is that for buildings that already allow one residence to have one car, if you want a second or third car, you pay extra. You pay. That's what I'm saying. Do you know
But
which
see,
ones?
here's the caveat.
Okay.
Councilwoman. The code states clearly that you cannot sell or rent or lease spaces unless you have in your inventory 125% of the required spaces for your facility.
Okay, if I have
So
an
you- so-
apartment,
so you can't-
and I got 5 cars, my kids are living with me.
It doesn't matter.
You only want to give me one spot.
Correct.
Okay.
He can only,
Right.
if they decide to only give you one spot,
Right.
then that may be within their purview.
Okay.
But again, based on the formula, right, some apartments are required. If it's a 2-bedroom, they require 1.3 spaces
Okay.
per
Right.
room.
I see what you're saying, right, yeah.
So essentially, they're supposed to have those spaces for that apartment. If the
How do you-
apartment is 2-bedroom, so now what's happening is, you stayed at the towers, right?
Right.
Notice, School 28, in front of School 28, there's all cars parking there now.
Right.
Because they're charging to park in the towers.
Yeah, but they already get one spot. They're getting one spot, but
Councilwoman,
they got
it
families.
doesn't matter if they give you one spot or
Okay,
not.
if
They're not eligible
if
to
he gonna-
charge.
How do you give a half a spot to somebody? How do you make a half a spot?
It's not about giving a half a
No,
spot,
you say
Councilwoman.
if you got a 2-bedroom, you're supposed to have a spot, 1.5.
Listen,
That's what I'm saying.
Councilwoman, the parking lots are empty.
Yeah, because
The parking
even-
lots are empty.
How
So they
much-
have the spaces, but the parking
Okay.
lots are empty. So again, the code doesn't say that you, per apartment, I could give you one space and I could charge you for the second. The code says clearly, you're not eligible to charge for parking unless you possess 25% more spaces and you receive permission from the planning board. And there's two other items as well.
So, Councilman, so allow me an opportunity to review the
Council
code
President.
and review the legislation
Yeah.
at a minimum, and then get
Yeah.
back.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
So we're moving forward, so
Yeah.
that's gonna be in the
Council
review,
President,
legal, direct.
If I may respectfully suggest, every single resolution we do with a norm, and it's not for, but it's always on the form that when the law department signs off as to law, it's always relying on facts from a witness. Usually the council isn't its own witness. We have an outside witness such as a director. So I would respectfully suggest that the director have time to, like, say, go through it, make sure that we can get the facts right, so we get the facts. So
Well
perhaps
understood.
a
Thank you.
committee, a brief visit to a committee?
Thank you, Corporation Council. Council members, item 50 I already went over, consent. Item 59, council
Did we
member.
do 52? Is that going on consent? 52 is the water contract for the
well,
installation and maintenance of the
Let's
cameras.
just finish this page, and then we go back to that. So 59 is a resolution authorizing expansion of
What do
the
you
pool
mean? We were in
qualified law
50.
firm for the city of Paterson for various legal service.
Consent.
Consent, thank you, Councilwoman Davila. City Council resolution honoring Assemblyman Benji Wimberly for the 60th
it on
birthday
regular?
celebration sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
She wants it on
Thank you.
regular.
She want, the Councilwoman want on regular. Let the record reflect, Madam, Councilman Cotton, so we'll put as a co-sponsor, Councilman Velez. Item number 61, resolution celebrating the 30th anniversary of the New Jersey Development Corporation, NJCDC.
She wants it on regular, and she's gonna add me as a sponsor as well.
Okay, so, on regular 61, Madam Clerk, who do we want to add, Councilwoman?
Me as a sponsor.
Councilwoman at-large Marixa Davila.
As a sponsor as well.
As a co-sponsor.
No, sponsor as well. Thank
As
you.
a sponsor.
Go ahead.
Come
Thank
in,
you,
come in,
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, just bother your little, council members, so.
52 consent.
Give me just a second, council members, going back, so we almost finished this workshop, and I really, so 26, finance, we have the
Why can't you put
consent
52 's
26.
the only one on the page.
Well, let's go down, let's go, 26 on finance, those,
Councilman Jackson, you got an issue with first board? Don't you,
it's,
Consent.
27
26.
consent, 28 consent,
Consent.
29 consent, 30 consent,
Consent.
Council President,
31
Actually,
council
wait,
member
is that one-
resolution
no, no, no.
acknowledging
No,
the.
no, no,
31
that
is a
20
hearing
30
requirement.
has to be on regular. It has
30 and 31 regular.
You want
30 has to
resolution
go on
approval,
regular.
okay. So 31 of regular council members.
And 31 regular.
31 regular, which is a resolution acknowledging the municipal council received the
Regular.
complete
The best
calendar year
practices.
24 best practice checklist, so we
Council
did that.
President.
That will be on regular. 31 on regular, Madam Clerk.
Council President, did you
yes.
say 30 was regular?
No,
Yes.
yeah, 30 and 31,
Yeah, I
but they
have
both on regular, Madam Clerk. Yes, thank you. So, item 52, resolution
Consent.
authorizing the work contract, consent, council member.
52 is,
That's the installation and maintenance of the cameras, the software throughout the city.
which cameras? From the, real thing?
CCTV technology. I know, you know what I was gonna ask you? I thought we voted on this already.
Because I read something very similar. Okay, Councilman? Are we done? Are we done? Wait a
Right,
minute.
all the second reading, go on second reading.
There's one item that need to be out of the agenda, I'm sorry, and it's,
So he's off the agenda.
okay.
She said we already voted on that.
We voted, so, and item, so, and also, Madam Clerk, item 51, let's remove item 51, which is, a renaming of the street sponsored by Council
Right,
President.
it's gonna come to committee.
Let's have the committee meeting to
Yes.
meet and take care of both renaming of the street. So let's use the proper process. Council members will finish with this agenda.
Can I ask a question, Council President?
Sure, Councilwoman, Cotton.
As everybody know that I've always been involved with schools and I have my good friend, he's retiring, and I want to put that on the agenda for next week, Council President. Mr. McCullum, Andre McCullum, he's
Okay.
retiring from Eastside High School.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Him and his wife retired at the same time, and they have a total of 63 years working in the Paterson School District.
So you want to draft
60
a resolution, Councilwoman, have it for the next meeting?
Yeah. Can I?
Okay.
It'll go in our
Yes.
packets then.
Okay,
Yeah, so we add another resolution.
right.
Honoring his years of service and on regular.
He has 30 years and his wife has 33.
63 in total.
63 total is Andre McCullum. He's a principal now at Eastside High School, and his wife, I believe, works at School 20.
That's a
I
blessing.
think that they've been together, teaching together 63 years total in the city of Paterson. That's to me, he's been at several different schools, so we need to recognize him from the Paterson Board of Ed.
Thank you. May I have a motion to close this workshop?
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the workshop section on this special Thursday after the election. Thursday. It's a special. We won't win. The director win. Look at that. He's happy. I never seen him so happy. I never seen him smile even. Look at that. First time I see his tea, he was mad. Now he should be happy. He worked hard. Director,
Who work hard? We work hard.
I work hard for him. I knock on doors every day, and I love it.
Roll call.
Madam Clerk, to
Roll
close
call to
the
close
workshop.
the special meeting of November 7, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman?
Roll call to close
Oh,
the
I'm sorry,
the
okay.
workshop session.
Everyone, thank you for watching us tonight. Everyone have a good night. I fill in for Corporation Counsel Ben, CFO of Madam BA,
Oh, who brought this?
Kathleen, to Madam Clerk Phyllis, thank you.
Thank you,
To Crystal, thank you, Crystal. You all have a good night. And I just want to say congratulations to all the winners for the election that we had on Tuesday night. With that being said, everyone out there have a good night. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you, Paterson. Thank you to our deputy clerk. I know Madam Clerk, I just found out she's under the weather, so I wish her a speedy recovery. Crystal, I know this is your first meeting alone, all right, with the deputy clerk. I know sometimes it could be rough for the future, and if you guys do not see her, Crystal is doing her master's, and unfortunately certain classes are offered on Tuesday, so this is why she's able to be with us today on a Thursday. Just a little note to you to eat before you come to the meetings or bring something with you, okay? But to everyone, thank you so much. I look forward to next week's meeting, which again will be on Thursday, not Tuesday, November 14th. With that said, thank you, Paterson. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Elections are over. Elections are over. You have 30 days to remove your political signs, please. Per Councilman Khalid.
No, we still have some signs from
On the second ward? You still have it? Oh. I have signs in private property, but not in the city property. But that's for name recognition. Madam Deputy Clerk, thank you. Crystal, thank you. Administration, Ben, thank you. Thank you. You did a great job today, for real. Council President, it's over.
The party's over?
The party's over. Up to 12 noon, it's closed already.
Well, no.
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
wanna
Council
keep-
President.
Thank you. Council members, I just want to say thank you. Council Cali, I just want to say, let me take this moment to say thank you. On a special meeting, we approved a very important project. To the members of the community, thank you for the resident of the city of Paterson and the third ward that went to the recording of the playground at Eastside Park. And yesterday I was there, and I was so excited to see so many children playing at the park, on the playground. Definitely, if we work together, we could make our city much better. We're facing a lot of challenges that we have to work hard to overcome those obstacles that we're facing. But let's pray for our city, and let's do the right thing. I'm looking forward to see Vista Park built. And once again, the Public Works Director, thank you for closing Eastside Park at 9 o'clock. We have zero tolerance at Eastside Park. After 9 o'clock, you should not be in the park. We have our police department. I want to say thank you to our Paterson Police Department for patrolling the park, for patrolling Eastside area. I see a lot of police presence on the Eastside area, and you're not allowed to be in the park after 9 o'clock when we close the park. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The workshop session of November 7, 2024 is hereby adjourned.